Chapter 91. Lin Keichen looked at the player number 6 next to him with some surprise. This guy guessed correctly after the supernatural light effect appeared. It is absolutely impossible to say that it has nothing to do with it, especially after the other party used the supernatural power. He guessed the other party's card immediately. It was a blue card that had not been turned over. Player number 6 also tried to snatch it, but failed. Lin Keichen raised his eyebrows. It seems that snatching also has a probability of failure. After the snatch fails, the pattern will still remain on the card, but it will also be invalid and will no longer work. After the number 6 player failed to snatch the card, he chose to continue guessing the card. The light effect of the supernatural power flashed again, and everyone looked serious. The opponent's supernatural power obviously had the advantage in this game. Player number 4. The third card from the right. Green 6. After the guess on the card failed, player number 6 also turned over his rightmost card very generously. Red 10. After the number 6 player's turn, the Fox host immediately landed in the center of the platform and said happily, "The first round is over. Are there any players who want to play in the ring?" Ring? Lin Keichen pursed his lips. And it was a new game rule again. This Fox host was really a dog. He said nothing, and everyone was not prepared at all when they played. It's better to say that this game is no longer a test of the player's brainpower, but rather a test of their adaptability. "How do you play the ring match?" asked player 2. The Fox host smiled at him and said, "Of course. You play in the ring." It was as if he hadn't said anything. Player 2 wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted by the Fox host. "Okay. Are you going to the ring match? If not, I'll consider you all as having given up." For a moment, all the players looked at each other in bewilderment. The fear and insecurity brought by the unknown were very strong. Lin Keichen tapped the earphone, hoping that the earphone would say something. But it just couldn't say anything. "Host, you have to tell us how to play. Otherwise we won't know how to play when we get on stage," Lin Keichen asked. The eyes of others lit up, as if she would get a reply from the Fox host as long as she spoke. The host paused, but still said something in everyone's expectant eyes. "Use the matching cards of the digital cards you already have to compete, and the winner will naturally receive a reward." Lin Keichen's expression moved slightly. Matching cards are the so-called skill patterns, and without waiting for others to say anything, she immediately walked onto the stage. "I'll play." "Very good, finally a player has bravely stepped forward. So is there anyone who wants to compete with this player?" The Fox host looked at the other players, who were still hesitating, and said maliciously, "If no one comes up, player number 5 will win directly." As soon as the voice fell, player number 4 immediately went on stage. When player number 4 went on stage to confirm the competition, the entire platform in the middle was immediately covered. They could not leave easily, and other players could not come in. The Fox host left the platform before the energy shield appeared and returned to the high platform. The competition began, and the rules immediately appeared in Lin Keichen's mind. The rules of the competition are to use the existing matching cards in hand to fight. But the matching cards that have been turned over and snatched cannot be used. At this moment, the functions of all the patterns have been presented in front of her. It turns out that the competition is an opportunity to obtain the power of the cards. There are 5 types of cards in her hand. 1 attack card, 1 defense card, 2 transformation cards, 1 treatment card, and 2 special cards. Because she didn't turn over the cards, she had 7 matching cards. The opposing player number 4 had 2 cards turned over, so he had 2 fewer matching cards than her. The so-called attack cards are cards that attack the opponent directly after being released. But the attack method is random, depending on the player's mental strength and imagination. Of course, it can also be used to enhance the auxiliary skills of the transformation cards. There is only a general classification of these cards, and how to use them depends on the player himself. The defense cards are naturally defense. Needless to say, transformation cards are used to transform into various things, including but not limited to various living and non-living things. Treatment cards are used for treatment. The most peculiar ones are special cards. The effects of special cards are unpredictable. They may be very powerful or very useless. They will be randomly selected before use. Of course, you will know what card it will become before use. But the card has been decided at that time, and it must be used no matter what. Lin Keichen threw a transformation card without saying a word. The transformation card landed and turned into a big tiger with wings. Then she gave the opponent an attack card without hesitation. This attack card does not have to be used directly for attack. Immediately, purple electric current began to appear on the tiger's body, which was obviously much more powerful than before. Lin Xuechen's mental power moved, and the tiger immediately understood and pounced on the opposite player number 4. The opposite player number 4 also had a transformation card in his hand, and immediately transformed into a giant bear to fight with the tiger. However, the opponent wanted to kill Lin Xuechen directly instead of letting the transformation card fight. So the attack card attacked her directly, and a beam of energy appeared out of thin air and shot towards Lin Xuechen. Lin Xuechen was naturally not afraid. He rolled on the ground. The energy beam hit the ground directly. At this time, the attack card still needed a little CD time, which was the cooling time. He could not immediately launch the next attack. This gave her a chance. The big tiger flashed a purple light, killed the giant bear, and rushed towards player number 4. Player number 4 was not panicked at all. He directly put on defense and started running towards her. Could she still let the other party get close? Without saying a word, he also began to move on the platform. This big tiger has wings and 4 legs, and it also has long-range lightning attacks. Even if player number 4 runs, it will be in vain. But it is obvious that the opponent still has 2 matching cards in his hand. What I didn't expect was that both cards were transformation cards, which directly turned into a giant wolf and a small snake. The small snake was really a small snake, and its body was very small. But Lin Xuechen did not relax his vigilance. He took out a special card and played it directly. Immediately, the special card began to roll randomly, and finally a skill appeared, Rebellion. A light effect appeared on the giant wolf and the little snake. Immediately, the giant wolf and the little snake stopped attacking and became the partners of their own big tiger. They turned around and bit player number 4. Player number 4 suddenly pulled out a gun and shot at her. Lin Xuechen immediately felt the extraordinary power of the gun. She was about to summon the twin summoning spirits to deal with it, but immediately remembered that the rules of the arena were to fight with matching cards. She could only roll to the ground and start to hide. The opponent fired several shots in a row. Just when the last shot hit her clothes, player number 4 suddenly flashed a red light. Immediately, the health bar was emptied, and he was forced to log off. No, he was not forced to log off, but died immediately. Lin Xuechen was stunned for a moment, and then he heard the Fox host clapping his hands with a smile. Excellent. The winner of this competition is player number 5. Please collect the spoils. The options for the spoils appeared in front of her. 1. Get 1 digital card from the opponent. 2. Seize 3 skills. 3. Get information about 2 cards at random. Lin Xuechen took a breath, and looking at the 3 rewards in front of him, the word danger appeared in his heart. Any of these 3 rewards can change the current situation on the field. Taking the number card will directly give her an extra card, and this card can be chosen by her, not randomly. Taking 3 skills is equivalent to her having 3 powerful props. But this skill cannot be used in the ring match, and its effect is limited. As for randomly obtaining information about 2 cards, it is also very important. At least the next 2 rounds will not be reversed due to wrong guesses. But after thinking about it, she still thinks that choosing 1 is more beneficial to her, because the card itself will carry skills. So compared with 1, 2 wins in quantity. But the problem is 1 time. And generally this situation is suitable for those who feel that they will not survive many rounds. If she had 3, if she was lucky, her win sense was not impossible. The more cards she had, the harder it was for others to guess, because now she had not yet had enough cards to know the numbers of all the cards. Finally, she chose to add 1 more card. Then all the cards appeared in front of her for her to choose. Player number 4 actually had a blank card. What a shame, she wanted this one. So she chose this red blank card, and then she watched helplessly as all the cards returned to the number pool. The problem was that even the blue 2 and white 4 cards that had fallen before were put in. Lin Xuechen was a little dumbfounded. It can be like this. Lin Xuechen returned to his platform in a daze. At this time, the entire platform changed. The platform where player number 4 was originally located disappeared directly. The platforms of the 5 players were relocated. Very good, player number 4 is really gone. Because of the reduction in players, and the situation that all the cards returned to the number pool, everyone's emotions became a little tense. Now everyone suddenly understood one thing. That is, even if the cards are unknown, you can send others away through the ring, then the remaining one will naturally win. Just when player 1 and his friends were about to start the ring match, The Fox host told them that they could only start the ring once after each round. So now there was no ring. Immediately, Player 1 and his friends looked unhappy. Lin Yueqin's mouth twitched. It was bad. She felt that this group of people seemed to be targeting her. She silently put the blank card next to the 6. I believe it is difficult for everyone to guess what this is. After the second round started, it was obvious that everyone's attitude towards the game was more sharp. Player 1 took out a prop that fell on Player 2's side, and directly guessed a card to Player 2. Player 2 wanted to guess hers, but after the other party used the prop, she reacted quickly and directly used the one-time defense pattern. Directly bounced the opponent's props back. The opponent failed to use the props and could only guess. Guess failed. A card fell down. Player number 3 directly threw a superpower at her. It turned out that this superpower was borrowed from her eyes. Maybe it was not worth it to not use it before. We are not very clear, and it was blocked by the defense. I have to say, this defense pattern is really strong. Chapter 92. Maybe because Lin Yueqin won the competition, she has become a thorn in everyone's eyes. If her cards were not difficult to guess, she would have been directly targeted. But until the end of the second round, Lin Yueqin did not drop a card. The defense pattern is really useful. Although it is a one-time use, the premise is that this defense must be broken. So this defense exists throughout the round, but unfortunately, even if it cannot be broken, it will only exist for one round. Lin Yueqin looked at the defense around her with regret as it disappeared, and then looked at the defense pattern that appeared next to her. She couldn't help but smile. This was a skill she had just grabbed, and it was also a sure thing for the next round. Unfortunately, after they saw how she used it, their minds suddenly opened up. Fortunately, she didn't get the attack pattern for the time being. Otherwise her defense pattern would be a bit unbearable. Now she has 9 cards in her hand, but none of them have been turned over. And now the player number 1, who has the most cards turned over, has had 5 cards turned over. So he only has 8 cards in total. She had 9 cards only because she had one more card than others in the ring match. This round was safe, but the next round was hard to say. The ring match started again. Lin Yueqin still wanted to participate once, and it had to be said that after everyone realized the importance of the ring match, they all started to show their skills. So she stopped very cleverly, and did not join the ring match this time. This ring match was not a one-on-one match, and there were as many people as there were people on the field. So now, except for her, everyone else was on the ring. The 4 people looked unhappy when they saw that they were not on the stage. Player number 6 couldn't help asking Lin Yueqin, "Player number 5, why didn't you come?" She was afraid that player number 5 would grab this opportunity again, but she grabbed it herself, and found that player number 5 didn't participate. She was a little bit unbelievable for a moment. Her ability is related to judgment. Although she didn't use her ability, when her ability reached a certain level, she still had some mysterious feelings about some opportunities. She felt something was wrong, as if she shouldn't be on the stage. Lin Yueqin smiled, and replied, "I've already been on the stage in the last round, so I'll let you guys go this time." Player number 6 was choked, and the other players were speechless, but no matter what they thought, they still took each other seriously, and started fighting immediately. This time the 4 of them fought fiercely, and as the only bystander, she also discovered a lot of information. For example, player number 2 and player number 3 were obviously together. For example, even if the cards are not turned over, the skills used in the round cannot be used again, because these 4 players were too offensive. In the second round of the game just now, many skills of the cards were used up, which led to a strange stalemate on the field. Player number 1 not only turned over the most cards, but also had only one available matching card in his hand. If it weren't for the fact that this matching card was a defensive card, he would have been eliminated by now. Player number 6 had a lot of skills in his hand, and he actually resisted the combination of number 2 and number 3. Seeing that player 1 was about to die, he was afraid that his health bar would be empty directly. So he jumped off the stage, chose to give up, and returned to his own game table in embarrassment. Lin Yueqin watched the ring match for a long time, and it was very interesting. Player 6 was still no match for the 2 people. But fortunately, he was smart, and did not fall directly on the stage. Players 2 and 3 did not hold back at all, and they were completely aiming to kill him directly. When number 6 left the ring, the 2 players still looked regretful. Before number 6 left the ring, she even threw a wind sensor to these people. I don't know if it was because they were too excited, But the wind sensor actually successfully displayed 2 messages. Number 2 player has 20% health left. Number 6 player's transformation card has been scrapped. And the corresponding number card has been scrapped. Lin Kachin didn't think much when he saw the first message. But when he saw the second message, his eyes twitched. This was obviously another rule he had never seen before. I don't know what the impact will be if the cooperation card is scrapped. But since the health of player number 2 is not high, Lin Chuechen's eyes flashed. After all, players number 2 and number 3 are partners, so they naturally play more harmoniously. After a brief discussion, the two of them discussed, and number 3 withdrew. Just when number 3 withdrew and number 2 thought he had won, Lin Kachin looked at the Fox host next to him and asked, "Excuse me, can I join the challenge?" "Oh." The host did not refuse or agree at the first time, but instead asked a question in return. There was a hint of interest in this voice, probably like the excitement of finally someone has discovered another rule. When Lin Kachin said this, everyone was stunned. Player number 2 looked at Lin Kachin with a gloomy look. Although Songji found that Xuchen was not as simple as he seemed, he was a bit like a player who did not follow the conventional path. His ability was to recognize people. Even if he did not use his ability, he had some sense of recognizing people. As early as after Xuchen asked several questions, the comments on the barrage changed from disgust towards Xuchen to amazement and curiosity. How did she do it? She must have some props. I didn't see her use supernatural powers. Maybe it's supernatural powers. You were too sure before. It's a pity that I can't see what she looks like, but she doesn't look very old. Why didn't she start live streaming? I want to see it. Players, please look at Xuchen. I always feel that she will do something interesting next. You who said before, you think too highly of her. She might be eliminated soon. Just when Xuchen said that he wanted to challenge her in the ring, the barrage exploded again. Fuck. What's this? No. You can join the ring temporarily. Something's wrong. I feel like the host's expression is wrong. Joining the ring at this time is too scheming. Lin Kachin looked at the Fox host, knowing that he was waiting for a reason. Isn't it a free-for-all ring now? Then I'll challenge the champion directly. Is that okay? Lin Chuechen's smile was very innocent. But no matter how innocent her expression was at this moment, other players didn't believe it, and felt that she was a demon. The behavior was totally beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Kachin didn't think he had a problem. There are many forms of the ring, one-on-one, free-for-all, round-robin, aren't they all normal? The Fox host clapped his hands. Yes. Yes, there is of course a champion in a free-for-all. You can certainly challenge him. But if you fail to challenge the champion now, you will be punished twice as much. I understand. Since you want to take advantage, there must be some price. Not to mention that this price is the price after the final result. How can it still be a price? Lin Kachin walked directly onto the ring. I want to challenge the champion. Immediately, the ring match started again. Lin Kachin threw out 2 transformation cards without hesitation, and gave herself a defense card. She now had 2 attack cards, and she also added them to the 2 transformed animals without hesitation. After using the transformation cards last time, she had mastered some skills, so she could transform them into the animal she wanted to a certain extent. A leopard and a falcon. There was basically no blind spot when the 2 cooperated, unless they were in a stalemate. But the problem is that the opponent has few cards to use now. Several cards have been scattered. There is no card in hand that can attack directly. Even the last animal can't last long, so there is no need to make any effort. Lin Chuechen's animal cleared the remaining life value. Player number 2 looked at Lin Kachin in disbelief, and then disappeared from the game. After player number 2 disappeared, player number 3 immediately said excitedly that he wanted to challenge Lin Kachin on the stage. Lin Kachin looked at her with a smile, as if she had already prepared to face the other players' round-robin battle. She had the confidence. She had 9 cards, and even if she had used 5 cards now, the skills of these 5 cards had not yet taken effect. She was not afraid of the round-robin battle. But the Fox host stopped the angry player number 3. Player number 3 has already been on the stage, and is not qualified to go on the stage again. Everyone was speechless. Lin Kachin smiled and accepted a card number 11 from player number 2, and forced the 3 players who failed in the stage to turn over a card each. The remaining 3 players looked at her with aggressive eyes. It didn't matter. She had too much advantage now. She was already a thorn in the eye. Now she was just strengthened. What difference did it make? Oh! There was still a difference. There were 4 players just now, But now there are 3. There is one less person. Lin Keqian returned to his game table and took a look at the cards that others had turned over. At this time, just when everyone thought it was the 3rd round, a card of player number 6 was suddenly turned over. There was no reason. It was turned over directly. Player number 6 looked at the turned card in her hand in disbelief. This card was even the middle card, which could easily lead to her card being guessed later. She immediately turned to look at Lin Keqian and said with anger, "Is it you? It's not enough for you to turn over one of my cards. You actually turned over another one of mine." Lin Keqian looked innocent. "It has nothing to do with me. Don't frame me. Who else could it be if not you?" Player number 6 now felt that it was Lin Keqian who did it. Lin Keqian looked helpless, looking at the Fox host. "Then what's the matter with this card?" The Fox host smiled, and his big eyes narrowed. But everyone could see his ill intentions. "Of course it's because the card is useless." "Oh, didn't I say? All cards have durability." Durability. Lin Keqian's expression slightly changed, and he thought that it was just as he expected. Now, the players who had thought that they would drag Lin Keqian to the ring to fight in the next round calmed down instantly. The durability was reset to 0, and the cards were turned over directly. Then, either they could kill other players directly when the durability was reset to 0, or they could be more conservative to avoid problems with their own durability. So after the 3rd round began, everyone was more conservative. As the person with the greatest advantage in the whole game, Lin Keqian naturally received care from the other 3 players. And then Lin Keqian's smallest card was still turned over. Chapter 93. Lin Keqian's smallest card was white 0, and there was no way to know what card she had behind her, but because there were so many green cards, everyone wanted to guess her green card. The green card was also guessed, which was green 6, but there were other cards between green 6 and white 0, because the other cards were all 6, so they didn't guess correctly. After players 1 and 3 finished guessing, it was her turn to guess. What she couldn't understand was that it was not player Six's turn to guess, so why was she participating? She seemed to have a strong sense of perception, and gave great help to players 1 and 3. Lin Keqian was speechless. But since she had such a big advantage now, it was normal to be targeted. She used wind perception to detect number 1's card directly, because number 1 had already turned over 5 cards in the previous round. And because of the failure in the competition, she turned over another card, which resulted in 6 cards being turned over. He had a total of 9 cards, and 6 of them were gone at once. Her wind perception told her the number of a card, and she happened to deduce another card of number 1 based on some previous information. 2 more cards were turned over for him at once, and there was only 1 card left. Everyone looked at Lin Keqian nervously, and player number 1 looked tense, and couldn't help saying to Lin Keqian, "I'll give you 10 points, and you don't have to keep guessing. How about that?" Lin Keqian's expression slightly changed, and hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Okay. In fact, she didn't plan to guess after all. She wasn't sure about the last card, and if she guessed wrong, her cards would be turned over, and that would be a bit of a loss. Unless she is sure that harvesting heads has benefits, but even if there are benefits, she is now being targeted. She doesn't want to reveal any more information. Player 1 is obviously relieved, and Lin Keqian has earned 10 points. Lin Keqian ends his turn, and it is the turn of player 6 to guess the cards. Player 6 is shocked that Lin Keqian would stop because of 10 points, when he has such an advantage. Wouldn't it be better if he could directly eliminate the opponent? She actually wants to guess Keqian's cards, but this is because Keqian's advantage is too great now. Only if everyone focuses on her can she be defeated and narrow the gap with everyone, so she still wants to guess the cards in Keqian's hand emotionally. But now the player number 1 is blatantly tempting her again. He is the player with only 1 card left. If she guesses correctly, she can directly send him out. Player number 6 is a little bit upset because of the loss in the last round. And she is even more inexplicably excited after helping players number 1 and number 3 to turn over Keqian's 2 cards. She really wants to suppress Keqian's arrogance, but as a person whose ability is related to judgment, she still knows that dealing with player number 1 is the best solution now. So she hesitated for a while, and finally chose to guess player 1. Based on the few clues available, the range of the last card of player 1 was quite large. Her ability was limited by the level, and she could only judge 2 choices at a time. If there were 3, it would not be impossible, but the accuracy would be unstable, and she would be confused by then. As a result, the 2 choices she chose were not the ones after the ability judged them. If she had to choose another one from the rest, she would be a bit vomiting blood, and the expression of player 6 was not so good. She chose a number after careful consideration. But it turned out to be wrong. She lost a card. This was a complete loss. Player 6 looked unhappy. The third round ended, and everyone entered the ring match. Because of the durability problem in the second round, everyone was more cautious this time. Player 3 now had linkation in his eyes, and he was a thorn in his side, and he wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Although player 1 entered this round because the last card was not guessed. His face was not good. After all, he had no way to get on the ring now. There was only one card left, and he would be the one to be knocked down. He lowered his head slightly, and a gleam of light flashed at his eyes. Although player number 6 wanted to kill linkation with player number 3, she could not deny that linkation was indeed very strong now, and had a lot of cards in his hand. Assuming that player number 3 did not go up, if she went up herself, it would be equivalent to being trapped, and being eliminated directly. As for player number 1, it was impossible for him to go up to the ring. This was also the voice of everyone. But just when everyone was deadlocked, player number 1 suddenly walked onto the ring, and stunned everyone. Fox host was a little confused. This was the first time he saw a player who was basically out of the game, but still wanted to go on stage. Could it be? His expression became interesting again. Player number 6 saw player number 1 go up, and couldn't help wanting to go up. Because she didn't guess right just now, she would have been killed. She looked at linkation. Why don't you go up? Linkation said. If you don't go up, I will. The implication was that if you go up, I won't go up. She said that because she didn't want to go up. But if she said directly that she didn't want to go up, it was likely that the already excited player number 6 would suddenly wake up. What if she didn't go up at that time, now? The player number 1 looked abnormal, and her instinct told her that it was better not to go up. At the moment, the player number 6 was obviously not in a clear mind, so she naturally had to hint that his actions were related to her, which could keep him from being sober for a while. It would especially make her feel a sense of urgency, forcing her to make a choice. I want to go up. Are you sure you don't? The player number 6 confirmed again and again. Linkation shook his head. No. As expected, the player number 6 went up directly, without even asking whether the player number 3 would go up. Was it because the player number 3 looked at her like an enemy, and then made sure that she didn't go up? Although the player number 3 did not go up, the ring match started immediately. It was a one-on-one ring. Player number 6 was so proud that he wanted to throw his cards out. Then player number 1 grinned, and his supernatural light effect flashed. He caught fire on the spot. The flames swept the entire venue, and directly engulfed player number 6. When the flames dissipated, player number 6's health bar was emptied, and he disappeared. Then player number 1 flashed red, and a penalty appeared. He was killed and offline. Linkation. Silence spread on the field. It turned out that player number 1 went to the ring with the mentality of taking someone away. This clearly meant that I was no longer good and was going to lose. Even if I lost, I didn't want you to have an easy time. I wanted to take someone away. So player number 6 was taken away because he got too excited. But isn't player number 6's ability a perception one? How could he not even sense this kind of danger? Because player number 6 was offline, she couldn't get any answers. The only reason she could come up with was that the other party got too excited, or that some defects in his ability were like defects in his bloodline. The operation of player number 1 was still a little shocking to everyone, but this mentality was understandable. Just as the next round was about to start, the Fox host applauded and walked to the middle of the platform. What a wonderful duel, but now there are only 2 players left on the field, so we have to trigger the special rules, and the new rules will be implemented in the next round. As the Fox host finished speaking, the entire platform began to shrink, and all the player platforms disappeared. In the end, Lin Kei-chun and player number 3 were almost face to face. Everyone seemed to be sitting at a table playing the game. The Fox host made way for the 2 of them, and walked aside to host. All your digital cards will be collected, including the various skills and cooperation cards you have obtained before. The competition is cancelled. What? Lin Kei-chun had an ominous premonition in his heart. In the next round, you will draw your own number cards again. The number cards will change from 6 colors to black and white. The initial number of cards will change from 6 to 4. The number of number cards of each color will remain unchanged. Other rules remain unchanged. But you cannot rob cards. You can only simply flip cards until one party's cards are completely turned over. And the game ends. As the Fox host finished explaining the rules, Lin Keqian didn't know what to say. She had a very advantageous situation. But now everything was gone. Everything started again. The gap between her and player number 3 by G was instantly narrowed. This is a new game. No matter how she played before, she will not have any advantage in the next game. Isn't this Fox targeting her? Isn't this rule changed too casually? You said it's a special rule. So it's a special rule. Lin Keqian narrowed her eyes and glanced at the Fox host. The Fox noticed her gaze and then showed an innocent expression. Lin Keqian pursed her lips and looked at Bai Ji. The other party looked at her with a very hot look. The other party obviously understood that this was a good opportunity to beat her. After the round started, the dice were rolled first. Lin Keqian was very lucky to be the first player, and then let the game pool draw 4 cards for her. Because the cards given by the number pool last time were very good, she now trusts the number pool. After the 4 cards appeared in front of her, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. The cards were really good. The number cards were arranged from small to large, respectively, white 0, black 5, black 11, white blank. Both large and small numbers were given, and even a blank was given. It was difficult to guess after the blank was placed at 11, as long as she didn't turn the cards over. Bai Ji drew 3 white cards and 1 black card. There were more white number cards, and more obvious information. As the first person to guess the card, the other party had to first take a number card from the number pool, which was still white this time. Lin Keqian looked at the other party calmly, waiting for her to guess the card in her hand. So the other party guessed that the first card on her left hand was white 0. The white 0 card was immediately turned over, which meant that she guessed correctly. After white 0, she guessed that the rightmost white card was white 10. Lin Keqian's expression slightly changed. White 10, then she had white 11, otherwise why didn't she start guessing from 11? The opponent guessed wrong, and had to turn over a card. The opponent turned over a white 6 from the middle. And it seemed that this guy had good luck. And the cards were not bad. The round ended, and it was Lin Keqian's turn to guess the card. She asked the number pool to spit out a card, which was still a white card. This time a white 10. And she was about to use wind perception to get the opponent's information. She remembered that the host did not say that skills could not be used when explaining the rules. And skills like wind perception could be used. Chapter 94. Lin Keqian thought of another skill of hers, twin summoning spirits. She summoned the 2 little guys directly, and the twin summoning spirits had changed a lot compared to their previous appearance. Now, they all looked like teenagers. From the appearance, the 2 little guys were a boy and a girl. Now they also had more abilities such as hiding. So she asked them to go to see the others' cards. One of the summoning spirits left her platform, went directly to Bai Ji's side, and saw all the cards in front of Bai Ji, but was blocked by an invisible barrier when he wanted to come back. Lin Keqian looked at the Fox host expressionlessly. The other party still looked innocent. Ahaha, isn't it just that he can't come back? This may be useful for ordinary summon spirits, but the ones next to her are twin summon spirits, and they directly turned on visual synchronization. Then she immediately knew all the cards of the other party. She said them one by one, from the youngest to the oldest. They are. Every time Lin Keqian said a card, Bai Ji's card would be turned over, and every time she said a card, her face became uglier. Lin Keqian said, feeling embarrassed in his heart, "Sorry, I cheated." In the end, Bai Ji's cards were immediately turned over. Because the game was too boring, the Fox host's expression became much duller. He looked at Lin Keqian with a hint of dissatisfaction, but he didn't say anything. In the end, he announced the winner of the game. The second the Fox host finished speaking, Lin Keqian received a clearance prompt. Successfully cleared the game, rating, SS, obtained 500 points. Complete additional side quests, enable special rules, obtained 100 points. Players can leave the game at any time. Lin Keqian did not leave immediately. Although she had no desire to continue exploring this time, she still planned to meet the Fox host. Because she passed the level, the opposing player number 3 naturally failed. He left without saying anything. He might be worried about the player number 2 who left earlier. All the players left. She looked at the Fox host. "Do you have any opinion about me? This future supervisor? How can you say that? I am just a little fox. I naturally have no opinion about you," the Fox host said with a smile. But his expression made it impossible to believe what he said. "It's better." Lin Keqian sneered. The light effect of the supernatural power on his body flashed, and the fox host's expression changed. He immediately left Lin Kachin far away. Lin Kachin directly covered the game table with supernatural power. Since you left, then you don't want it anymore. Everything belongs to me. Everything on the game table that could be covered by her supernatural power was covered. The fox host looked puzzled, and the digital pool next to him wanted to get close to Lin Kachin, but he grabbed it. Although the game platform was large, her current supernatural power level was not low. Although it took a little effort, the supernatural power finally took effect. What she was thinking was, even if it didn't work, this game table would disappear, and it would be okay to cause some trouble to the fox host at that time. Collection successful, energy body obtained, experience value increased by 80. Superpower level increased. The fox host looked at the game table that suddenly disappeared in front of him in disbelief. At this time, Suchin also disappeared, leaving only an empty space. The fox host was a little embarrassed, and pinched the number pool next to him. I can't, I'm just going to die. After returning to the white world, she touched the twin summoned spirits, and let them return to the small sacred tree to rest. She looked at them all, and found something that interested her. It was an S-level item. The Fox digital card. The price of this card was very high, which basically emptied all her points. However, she didn't need these points very much, so it was worth exchanging for an S-level item. An S-level item will appear in the medium difficulty game field, but the probability is not high. If you can get it, just get it. Then she looked through the ungraded small garbage again, and found some paper products that looked like garbage, but were actually useful. She closed them all, put the small garbage away, and looked at the fox number card in her hand. This was the same card as the number card in the game field. The only difference was that there was no number in the middle, but a fox, and this fox was not the fox host. The fox in the card was holding small number cards of various colors, some of which were scattered on the ground. She took a look at the introduction of this item. This is a mandatory causal item, very powerful, the kind that the opponent cannot resist. Once she locks on the target, then the target person must play a game of digital secrets, during which she can participate, or be a spectator, or even be the host. If she wins the opponent as a player, then she can get something from the opponent. If she exists outside the game, she will not get anything, but can drag the opponent into the game. As the host, it is to let others win something from another person, and there is a lot of room for maneuver. It is really a powerful prop. Lin Kachin put the card in his own space. Game settlement completed. Normal settlement. Mental power is greatly enhanced. Mental power is enhanced again. Last time, the game was mental power enhancement, but this time it is more significant. It seems that there are many benefits. Although no special settlement was played, it is worth it. Lin. Game level, level 3, 3/5, Constitution, 80.2. Strength, 62.3. Spirit, 189.1. Others, Blessing of the Godly Tree, Favor of the Sun and Moon, Distinguished Guest of Chef Sun and Moon, Distinguished Guest of Boss Hua, Prayer of the Gourmet, Hunter's Nemesis, Game Supervisor, Reserve, Friend of the Forest. Skills, Mastery of the Language of the 10,000 Voices, Wind Sense, Flame Curse, fully activated, no learning materials. The status behind the Flame Curse has changed, originally no grade, now fully activated, but no learning materials. I don't know what the study materials are, the library should have them. Wait. The library? Did she forget something? Lin Kachin thought silently for a while, suddenly hammered her palm. She said she seemed to have forgotten something, before Fuan, the gardener of Sun Moon High School, asked her to help, said he wanted her to learn a song. But because she was not in good health at that time, she went back to rest, and then, well, she forgot about it. Lin Kachin was a little uneasy, her eyes wandered. She didn't do what she promised. It was a bit not good for her to do so. What should I do? Why not bring some food with me, after all? I promised him last time that I would call him if he had something delicious. Where can I find food? She looked through the things on her body. The energy body she just collected seemed to be considered food. The energy body is a cloud-like thing that moves in a transparent ball. It looks like it is life, but according to the introduction, it is not life. Forget it, I don't care. I'll just take it and ask the chef. She took out the library key and went directly to the library. As soon as she landed, she saw Fuan and the principal of Sunshine High School sitting not far away. The two looked over leisurely. Fuan waved at her and said hello. Lin Keqian also waved his hand and said dryly, "Hi," before Fuan opened his mouth. He spoke first and seized the opportunity. "I have been busy recently and have not come to learn that song with you. I have time today. How about arranging it?" Fuan smiled and looked at Lin Keqian. He could clearly see that Lin Keqian was talking about fake goods. But he still smiled and nodded. "Okay." Lin Keqian breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the principal of Sunshine High School, and said hello. "Hello, principal." "Hello. I want to go find the fat chef. Why don't you wait for me for a while?" She turned to Fuan and said. Fuan smiled. "I'll go with you." "Okay. Can I go with you?" the principal asked. "Of course." So the three of them went to the top floor of the cafeteria to find the fat chef, but the fat chef looked resentful when he saw her. "Suchin, you still remember to come." Lin Keqian scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. "Hey. I'm busy." "Well, you are an excellent student after all. But since you came to see me, you probably knew that I made a new product. Did you bring any ingredients? I heard that the thin chef got a good thing." The fat chef had something to say, and he looked like he wanted to complain, which almost made Lin Keqian laugh. He was jealous just because of an ingredient. But think about it. Maybe this is the chef's obsession. The principal next to him was also quite resentful, which he didn't expect. "Suchin, Principal Yueguang is very lucky. I wonder if I am." Lin Keqian laughed. "I don't know if this will work." So she took out the energy body. In an instant, the fat chef's expression became excited. "It's an energy body. Oh my god. I knew you would definitely get rare ingredients." Lin Keqian maintained his expression and was secretly shocked. "This is actually a rare ingredient." "I'm not sure either. It turns out it's a rare ingredient," Lin Keqian said. "Of course, this energy body has many uses. It can be used in many aspects, such as making props stronger, moistening the land, making potions, and naturally making food. But if you ask me, although making potions is very powerful, it is better to eat it directly as food. Because this is the real way to improve your strength. There will still be some waste in potions," the fat chef explained. He excitedly held the energy body and asked Lin Keqian to sit down. "Sit down first. I'll cook you a good meal. You'll be satisfied. I'll just eat a little bit to taste it. It's just the processing fee. How about it?" Of course. The thin chef was like that at the time. "By the way, give some to Teacher Fuan. I promised him that I would take him to eat delicious food often." "Okay. Teacher Fuan. You are really blessed." The fat chef smiled and glanced at Fuan, ignoring the principal who wanted to speak next to him, turned around and was about to walk into the back kitchen. "Hey wait, add me one, I won't eat for nothing really." Principal Yangwang quickly stopped him. The fat chef looked at Lin Keqian and asked for her opinion. Lin Keqian nodded. Principal Yangwang looked at Fuan with resentment. "Why can you eat both sides?" Chapter 95 NPC. Fuan is a gardener who can exist in both Sun and Moon High School. He can eat the delicacies of both sides, which makes the principal very envious. The fat chef returned to the kitchen with the energy body, and Lin Keqian and the other two sat in the private room. Fuan took out the flower tea he grew and brewed it. Lin Keqian looked at the principal. "Principal, I want to ask you something." "You say." The principal is actually not arrogant in front of Lin Keqian now. "It's like this, Imena." Lin Keqian told him about some of the behaviors of the Fox host in his last game. "Did he do it on purpose?" The principal nodded. "It was indeed intentional, but it shouldn't be too targeted. In the end, you made him suffer a little. If you meet him again next time, he should be more well-behaved. So, with my identity, I will not only encounter people like the previous ghoul who dare not mess with me, but also people like the Fox host who deliberately targets me." Lin Chuechen's mouth twitched. "Because you are not official yet. They had the opportunity to kill you, or even snatch your place. Although there are not many people who will really do so," the principal said. Lin Keqian was a little confused. "But didn't you give me the invitation letter for my reserve status? Can't they find a way to get the invitation letter?" The principal of Sunshine High School drank a sip of flower tea. "Invitation letters can only be given to you players. We need other ways to become supervisors. For example, directly seize the player's identity?" Lin Keqian said with a smile. Sunshine High School's eyes wandered for a moment, and he said a small hum. Lin Keqian smiled without saying anything, and looked at him quietly. The principal touched his nose embarrassedly. "Didn't I say before that there are dangers from outside the game? Lin Keqian sneered. Oh, yes. I was talking about other supervisors at that time. The principal coughed embarrassedly. Then I'll catch the fox hose for you to vent your anger. How about it? I've already vented my anger. Lin Keqian raised his eyebrows. I don't know if this energy body is enough for us to share. Ahem. Don't be angry. I'm just talking about this matter. It's true that I didn't hide it on purpose. Because I forgot about it. Because there haven't been any new supervisors for a long time. Principal Yangwang didn't want to suddenly have nothing to eat. After all, food is one of his few hobbies now. Lin Keqian heard the key point again, looking at him leisurely. If there haven't been any new supervisors for a long time, doesn't it mean the current supervisors are all you? NPCs? She deliberately said the word NPC, but the principal didn't react at all. Huh? He didn't deny the word NPC. Was he blocked and couldn't hear it? But the principal's next reaction showed that he heard it, and accepted the word NPC. The principal scratched his head. Indeed, the first supervisor was our NPC, but none of the new supervisors succeeded in becoming a regular supervisor. Oh, that's not right. There is still one supervisor, who is considered to be a semi-regular supervisor. Semi-regular supervisor? This person's situation is a bit complicated. It's hard to say. Okay, but this supervisor is really dangerous. You didn't tell me. Lin Keqian smiled. I believe you. Don't believe me blindly. Otherwise you will have nothing to eat in the future. I'm serious. I think you have potential. The principal's expression became more sincere. He thought for a while, and activated a shielding device around him. Since I didn't tell you clearly before, and we have a good relationship, I can reveal some information to you. Just consider it as an apology. Lin Keqian smiled and nodded. It depends on what information you give me. In fact, she was not angry about the situation of the supervisor, and even felt that this was normal. How could she take advantage of the game field? After all, this game festival itself is very dangerous. How could she take advantage of the festival that she could win after risking her life? She had always been told how good her identity was, and she was quite nervous when she heard it, because she didn't know what the other supervisors were like. Let me tell you something about our existence. In your opinion, we are a group of game NPCs. Right? The principal of Sunshine High School suddenly said. Fu En's expression beside him changed slightly. He said nothing and lowered his head to pour tea, but he still leaked some of his breath. Lin Keqian felt a slight sense of oppression next to him. The principal of Sunshine High School comforted him. Don't get excited. Slow down your mentality. And don't ruin the efforts you have made in cultivating your body and mind over the years. Fu En took a deep breath. You are right. I will go to the kitchen to see if I can help. You come and talk to her. Fu En stood up, pushed the door and left. The principal took a sip of tea, looked at the door that closed again. Hey Fuan, it's true. He didn't say the rest of the words, looked up at Lin Keqian at this time. Lin Keqian was confused by the principal's previous words. When this word came out, it was not that she didn't understand what the other party was saying, it was that it was clear that the fact was not like this. They are not simple NPCs. The principal saw the change in Lin Keqian's expression, nodded. Just as you think, we are not so-called NPCs. Lin Keqian? What? Although I did want to guess this, I really didn't dare to go in this direction. If you are not NPCs, what are you? Are you real people? Oh no, I am not accurate. The NPCs in your concept do exist, but only a part of them. They only undertake some simple and low-level game operations. Of course, whether it is a low-level or high-level game field, they are filled with NPCs and non-NPCs at the same time. The principal added. But even the supplement did not change her shock. After all, this still means that some of them are not NPCs. Then, what are you? In fact, she also felt that there are differences between NPCs. For example, in her previous beach volleyball game, the big octopus was an NPC with low intelligence. But the fox host was a very intelligent NPC. Of course, the principal, the chef, and Fu En were not included. The most obvious thing was the game in the zombie village, where there was a clear difference in the intelligence of the zombies and the villagers. We, in essence, are the same life forms as you. But we failed in the invasion of the playground. Wait for me a moment. A little blood suddenly flowed from the corner of the principal's mouth. She stood up and raised her hand to signal, asking her to sit here and wait for a moment, and then pushed the door and left. Lin Chuechen's heart was beating like a drum. The playground invasion failed. Does this mean that they are losers? Are they the life forms that stayed in the playground to work after being defeated? Lin Kaichen pursed his lips, thinking of the players who had been sinking into the game before. It seemed that this answer was not so surprising. Those players should have become NPCs. I just don't know whether to keep the original memory and appearance. Or what? According to the diversity of NPCs in this game. If the game field is not transformed, then this game field has really swallowed up a lot of races. She took a sip of the flower tea in front of her, and a soothing tea fragrance entered her mouth, instantly calming her heart. She was a little surprised. Was this a coincidence? Or was it specially prepared by Fuan? After drinking the tea, she felt a lot better and waited quietly for the fat chef to finish. After a while, Fuan and the fat chef came in, carrying 4 portions of food, which looked delicious. The energy body that was originally floating in the air now seemed to have a physical body, and turned into a misty flower. It was hard to tell what the flower was made of, but it looked very beautiful. A light blue flower with a gradient of white. The petals were stacked up, like an enlarged version of a rose. Where's the principal? Fuan sat down, put his portion in front of him, and asked. There was indeed a whole flower in front of Lin Kaichen, but the other 3 people only had a few petals on their plates. I just vomited blood, so I left. Lin Kaichen scratched his cheek, not knowing what to say. Fuan nodded, as if he was not surprised at all, showing a gentle smile. Then we won't wait for him. It will probably take a while. Even if some things are not said in full, you should be able to understand. With his strength, there won't be any problems, but his delicacy. Fuan looked like he wanted to take it all. Lin Kaichen immediately said, let's keep it for him. People vomited blood. Fuan glanced at her, smiled and replied, okay, you are really kind-hearted. If I were to ask you, his message just now was just to apologize, not to buy your delicacies. Forget it, it's not much. After all, they only gave a little away. Fuan smiled, shaking his head. The fat chef also smiled when he looked at Lin Kaichen. The 3 began to taste the food in front of them carefully. Lin Kaichen carefully licked a petal, and instantly a cool taste with sweetness and floral fragrance entered his throat. Immediately, she felt her body getting hot. Lin Kaichen didn't quite understand what was going on, but after she finished eating the whole flower, she fell asleep. Yes, she fell asleep right away. The fat chef saw Lin Kaichen slam his head on the table, and was stunned for a moment. Oh no! This is too much. What should I do? He stood up impatiently. Fuan frowned slightly, and touched the side of Lin Chuechen's face under his chin. Before he could feel the temperature of that part, Lin Kaichen suddenly woke up and slapped him in the face. The slap happened to hit him in the face. Then he fell to the ground again. Fuan, who was slapped. The fat chef who was shocked and silent beside him. Fuan sighed helplessly. Forget it, I'll send her to my dormitory to rest for a while. She will go to learn song soon anyway. You are still looking for someone to learn that song. I think it's not easy. The fat chef obviously knew what was going on with that song. It's not easy, but you have to persist. Otherwise all these years of hard work will be in vain. If you ask me, the song should have been made simpler at the beginning. You and the school director are too serious. Although that's the case, I think it's better to be serious. Fuan smiled, there was no haze. I'll take her away. After that, he hugged Lin Kaichen. The fat chef watched Fuan leave. If the school director knew you were so persistent now. Chapter 96 Superpower Level 6. When Lin Kaichen woke up, she immediately realized that she had lost consciousness in the playground, and felt cold all over. She stood up, and looked around vigilantly. What she saw was a room full of green plants, which was very clean and tidy. The most eye-catching thing was the big bed she was lying on, which was woven with plants, and was alive. After she stood up, the bed moved, shrank back, and became a small hanging basket. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. If this voice had not sounded very familiar, the branches of the sacred tree would have been thrown out. Are you awake? Lin Kaichen turned her head and looked over. A certain elegant gardener was making tea. He really liked making tea. What's wrong with me? Lin Kaichen frowned. She couldn't help but wonder if these NPCs wanted to mess with her, and drugged her together. Damn it. She knew she shouldn't let her guard down. Before, she thought it wasn't a big problem, because they were NPCs. After all, there were some invisible rules between NPCs. Even though she still had some wariness towards NPCs, But the fat chef was already an NPC she trusted very much. After all, where was her title? No, she should change the way she addressed him. He was a senior NPC. Thuan could naturally see Lin Chuechen's suspicion. But he didn't feel offended. Nor did he feel disappointed. Because he really understood the player's vigilance. The fat chef misjudged the amount of food you could bear, thinking that it was okay, which directly led to your sleepiness and absorption. In fact, in my opinion, the fat chef did not make a mistake, but he forgot to reduce a part of it, so that you would not fall asleep and stay awake, Thuan explained, although Lin Kaichen still had some doubts. This reason was still valid, so she sent a message to the fat chef to ask. The other party's answer was the same as Thuan's, and she was slightly relieved. If the fat chef would cheat his VIP customers, then she would have no way to deal with it. And if she was too wary of them, it would not be a good thing. Thank you. After all, if this was the case, Thuan not only had no intention of harming her, but also helped her, she should be grateful. Thuan smiled. That smile was like flowers and plants in the forest, light and refreshing. You're welcome, just in time to learn this song. Okay. Let's get started. Lin Kaichen nodded. No hurry. You should get familiar with your situation first. You just ate so much. It's better to experience it first. Thuan didn't rush Chuchen to learn. Lin Kaichen became alert. It seems that singing requires a very good state. I understand what you mean. Lin Kaichen nodded. Is there a training room in the school? I have a personal training room. You can come here. Thuan took her to a room next door, which was a training room with very complete facilities. She couldn't help but sigh at Thuan's high status in the school. After all, those classroom NPCs probably don't have this room. But she accepted Thuan's kindness. After all, she had to learn a song whose details she didn't know yet. This was all preparation for that song, so that she could be in the best condition. So it was also a serious matter. She didn't plan to go out to it just because she was afraid that once she left the game field, she would be tied up by various things, and finally delay again. And she would be really embarrassed. After listening to what the principal told her before, she felt that the things that Thuan valued so much must be not simple. Lin Kaichen was in the training room adapting to her abilities. She found that she had indeed improved comprehensively again. Her ability had reached level 51, which means that she was now a level 6 ability user. She had actually reached level 40 before, but there were still several levels to level 51. She didn't expect that it would be like this just because she ate something. As a level 6 ability user, she had more possibilities and could collect more information. As long as she identified it as garbage, non-living things can be collected, living things can be collected. She could feel a hazy feeling after entering the 6th level, which was hard to describe, which made her feel uncomfortable no matter how she trained and adjusted her state. This adjustment took 3 days, during which time the fat chef and Thuan provided her with food. Just when she was about to adjust, Thuan stopped her. You should go back. Thuan's expression was a little serious. But I haven't adjusted my state yet. And I haven't studied. Lin Kaichen was about to say something, but Thuan raised his hand to stop her. I thought you might be able to adjust in a day or two. But I was negligent. The reason why you can't adjust now is because your ability has advanced. The 6th level ability is different from before. And you haven't returned to your world for a long time. Which is not good for you. Thuan said. The 6th level ability is different from the previous one? Lin Chuechen's eyes flashed with surprise. Isn't it a coincidence that her ability stays at level 51? Yes. The 6th level ability requires you to make a breakthrough. Once the breakthrough is successful, it can be considered to have truly entered the 6th level. Thuan explained. Okay. I got it. I'll be back as soon as possible. Well, no hurry. I've been waiting for this for many years. I don't mind this little bit of time. Thuan smiled and waved his hand, showing a gentle smile. After Lin Kaichen left, Thuan stood in the garden for a long time. This was the garden he cultivated. Principal Yangguang came over and looked at the young man, who always wore a wide straw hat to cover his handsome face. I didn't expect you to be so patient this time. Thuan, who was very gentle in front of Lin Kaichen, looked at the principal with a faint indifference. Although he couldn't be said to be 1,000 miles away, he could tell that he was not a gentle person. Don't you think she looks like me? Thuan looked at the principal. They have known each other for a long time. Although they met after becoming NPCs in the game field, they have also been close friends. No, I don't think so. The principal shook his head. Thuan looked at the flower bed in front of him again, without saying a word. The light hit his chin, making him look very deep and dark. But it also illuminated part of his delicate face. The principal also looked at the flower bed in front of him. She only looks like you on the surface, but she is not as cruel as you. How can I be so cruel? How can you be so cruel? You didn't care about the thoughts of those singing students you had chosen before. As long as they were in the right state. You just grabbed them. That's why I have failed all the time. I am reflecting on it. Fuan looked up, really thinking. But I didn't hurt them. Didn't they all go back? That's true. It's just that I deleted their memory. Your reflection is quite sudden. Actually, it's not sudden, because potential players haven't appeared for a long time. I feel that I should be targeted by the game field again. If I fail this time, I don't know when the next chance will be. Fuan patted the principal's shoulder. I came to the school to work. It was really right. I figured out a lot of things. As long as you think it's right. Fuan went back with a happy look, leaving the principal alone. The principal sighed deeply. If I hadn't let you come to school, you would have been lost. How could I have watched you destroy yourself? After Lin Kachin returned to the real world, he saw a group of people gathered outside before he opened the game cabin. Xiao Kuang, Bai Shu, even Mask and Ren Yu were there. What were these people doing here? She was still a little embarrassed to be naked now. Although she couldn't see inside the game cabin from the outside, it was still a little embarrassing. The airtightness was too good. I couldn't hear clearly what was being said outside. The voice was quite low, so I couldn't hear clearly. There was no choice but to turn on the button and then push open the door. Before the game cabin was fully opened, the cabin automatically put clothes on her. She looked at everyone with a puzzled look on her face. What are you doing? Why did everyone look at her with excitement? Are you okay? You've been in there for a long time. Isn't this game only for one day? Xiao Kuang couldn't help asking. Bai Shu pulled her hand. Let the doctor check her first. Lin Kachin was stunned for a moment. It turned out that they gathered here because they were worried about her. A warm current flowed through his heart. After the doctor came over to check her, his brows were frowning more and more. This made the four of them nervous, because Lin Kachin always went to see them. Nianpu and Ran Yu had already unknowingly liked Lin Kachin. Xiao Kuang also felt that he had a revolutionary friendship with Lin Kachin because of the previous incident. Bai Shu still admired Lin Kachin and felt that his organization had gained a potential trust. As a result, the doctor's expression was not right. Xiao Kuang was the first to ask, "What's her condition?" "Don't look like that." "Yes, I'm scared." Ran Yu couldn't help but nod. Ran Yu glanced at her in surprise. The doctor put down the instrument in his hand, waved his hand. "It's not what you think. I need to ask her some questions. You go out first." "Oh," Xiao Kuang agreed. The four people left the room. The doctor said while calling up a certificate from the light brain, "You should know your current situation. You just need to rest. But you have now entered the 6th level of superpowers. Before completing the breakthrough, your body will enter a state of self-protection. This is my certificate. I am qualified to diagnose superpower-related diseases. And the upper limit is the 7th level. But I have not seen many 7th level superpowers so far. You have the right to request confidentiality for any situation related to superpowers. So you don't have to worry about me telling others about the following diagnosis." "Is that so?" That's why the doctor asked everyone to leave. Lin Kachin nodded. "Is the only problem with my superpowers now the breakthrough?" "That's right. For other aspects, you just need to rest for a while. If you want to break through, you must make some preparations. Because this breakthrough of superpowers is very critical. Once the breakthrough fails, you will be seriously injured. And it will even affect the next breakthrough. If the breakthrough fails 3 times, it will be impossible to break through again. Of course, according to medical records, there are still people who succeeded in the 4th breakthrough. But the proportion is really too low. Lin Kachin really doesn't understand this aspect. Then what preparations should I make?" Chapter 97 Exclusive Doctor. The doctor gave Lin Kachin a document. This document is the latest preparation conditions for the breakthrough of the 6th level superpower. After a lot of data analysis, everyone found that the key point of the 6th level superpower breakthrough is very important, that is, a strong enough body or spirit. Lin Kachin did not read the document immediately, but listened to the doctor first. In the player's information, there are usually 3 data: physique, strength and spirit. In the game, physique and strength are separated, because they are related to your attack power and recovery power. But in reality, physique and strength are bound together. That is, Our body. Basically. As long as all three data break through 100, or the spirit breaks through 200, you can make a 6th level superpower breakthrough. If all three data reach 100, there is still a probability of failure to break through. But so far, no superpower who has broken through 200 in the spirit has failed to break through. At this point, the doctor sighed. Of course, even if the superpower has higher mental power than ordinary people, it does not mean that it will increase, unless it is a superpower related to the spirit. Most superpowers have a hard time reaching 200 mental power. If there is time, everyone will try to break the standard of 100. Of course, this is also based on the data of the game field. We naturally have our own judgment. How many kilograms of strength do you reach? Etc. In addition to basic training, you also need to do some special stress resistance training. The doctor said a lot. That's basically it. If you trust me, I can be your exclusive doctor in the future. Then I'll trouble you. Dr. Gu. You're welcome. It's my honor to serve as 6th level psychic. After all, there will be real benefits. There will be a lot of bonuses. The doctor said. Ha ha ha, okay. Next. I suggest you do a psychic level assessment first, so that you can also get some benefits from the union, and maybe some internal benefits. I know some psychics don't like to reveal their true level of psychic power, but you are now at the 6th level, and you are one of the few strong people in the entire Earth galaxy. You don't need to be afraid of anything. The doctor suggested. Okay. The doctor was right. The social status of a 6th level psychic is very high. If she had known that she could become a 6th level psychic so early, she would not have needed to rely on the Huasha team to enter the planets with the previous numbers. Of course, it is better to rely on the Huasha team than to fight alone. This doctor is also qualified to judge the level of psychic ability, but considering that Lin Chuechen's body needs to rest now, he did not take Lin Kechen to assess the level of psychic ability immediately. The doctor sent Lin Kechen out, and faced various questions from others as soon as he opened the door. Doctor, how about it? Is it okay? Doctor, what is the situation? The doctor raises his hand, stop everyone's inquiry. I have informed Miss Duska, the problem is not big, just take a good rest, don't go to the game recently. That's good, this time the game field is obviously normal. How can you trap people? It's outrageous. Xiaoyan couldn't help complaining. The current game field is getting more and more unstable. I don't know if the game ceremony is about to begin. Since Mianpu and Ranyu were already living in the hospital, they returned to their own recuperation rooms after confirming Lin Chuechen's condition. Xiao Kuangkuang sent Lin Kechen back to the dormitory. Lin Kechen took the nutritious meal prescribed by the doctor and rested. Xiao Kuangkuang and Bai Shu returned and saw a new person in the room when they opened the door. Boss! Bai Shu raised his eyebrows in surprise, closed the door with his backhand, and looked around to see the shielding device turned on. You came so quickly. How come you received no news at all? Ji Zhuan was looking through the data on planet number 18 that Xiao Kuangkuang had collected since he came here. These were the latest ones that had not been submitted to him yet. The people from Tianji wanted to stop me, but I managed to get around them. There's no need to make a big fuss and cause more trouble, Ji Zhuan said without even raising his head. Xiao Kuangkuang stood aside quietly, saying nothing. After a while, Ji Zhuan finished reading the information and finally noticed Xiao Kuangkuang, who had been silent. He looked her up and down. It looks like she's doing well. Has the emotional fluctuation phase passed? Yes. Fortunately, it didn't cause any harm this time. Xiao Kuangkuang sighed. But the good thing is that after this incident, Xuchen has agreed to join us. That's really a good thing. Ji Zhuan smiled and glanced at Xiao Kuangkuang, then arranged for us to meet in the afternoon. She has always wanted to talk about mechanical parts. I'm afraid that won't work. Xiao Kuangkuang shook his head and talked about Lin Chuechen's situation. 3 more days. Ji Zhuan frowned. Didn't she say what she experienced in the game? We haven't had time to communicate yet. But Dr. Gu should know something. But Dr. Gu didn't say anything. It should be related to the confidentiality clause. Dr. Gu has always been very tight-lipped, Xiao Kuangkuang said. Well, otherwise, I wouldn't have let Dr. Gu follow you here this time. Ji Zhuan thought for a moment. Since Xuchen needs to rest for a while, I will go and solve the 5 difficult game fields first. Boss, we will definitely win. Bai Shu immediately stepped forward to flatter. Don't flatter me. Come with me. Oh! After Lin Ke woke up from a deep sleep, she felt that she was in a much better state. In fact, She only stayed in the game world for 3 more days, which was not a big problem. It was the same when she went to the game fields at that time on weekdays. It was just that they thought there was something wrong with the game field, so they were so nervous. After waking up, she contacted Dr. Gu to get her ability assessed. Dr. Gu was still very cautious. He had seen many stubborn players, so he examined Lin Keichen first, and only took her to the assessment after confirming that she was fine. The credentials of the 6th level ability users are still different. There is a mark on whether they have broken through. It is said that after breaking through, it is like opening another door to superpowers. She is still very curious. After becoming a 6th level ability user, her entire citizenship rights were directly raised to the highest level. It can be said that she has directly achieved a class leap. That's right, psychics are so buggy, they are special beings that soar into the sky, and can turn originally inconspicuous gravel into dazzling stardust. As for the benefits, there are naturally many. She can get breakthrough guidance from high-level psychics. Because the person who evaluates is Dr. Gu told her that she can choose high-level psychics from the Chinese group. It's just that it's not needed for the time being. Now it's more important for her to improve her physical attributes. The two went to the training room. Dr. Gu said seriously, "The specific data of the psychic's body is a secret, and it can't be easily disclosed to others, but as your exclusive doctor, I should understand your situation. In order to make you feel more at ease with me, we can naturally take some measures." Dr. Gu took out a contract. This is a contract made by a special psychic that cannot be violated. We have a lot of this contract in the hands of high-level doctors like us, just to be your exclusive doctor when we meet high-level psychics like you. What Dr. Gu didn't say is that these contracts are very expensive. But even if they are expensive, all high-level doctors will buy a lot of them and keep them with them. And maybe they will meet a willing high-level psychic one day. After all, it is harder to meet a high-level psychic than a contract. If they really meet a high-level psychic, but don't have a contract, they will regret it. There are many benefits to being a doctor with a high-level psychic. Not only will they receive various benefits from the Doctors Association, but they can also improve their medical skills and their status. If the psychic they serve is strong enough, their status will also rise. Because there is a saying in the underworld, no one knows your physical condition better than your exclusive doctor. Lin Keichen naturally knows the concept of an exclusive doctor, but she has never seen one. When Dr. Gu asked, she agreed without thinking too much, because she has always had a good impression of Dr. Gu, and he is indeed very conscientious. When she saw him take out the contract, she knew that he was serious about becoming her exclusive doctor. As a superpower, she has a higher say when facing an exclusive doctor. Let me put it this way, some psychics will kill their exclusive doctors after they find that they are not good enough. Of course, there are also some who do not kill them. However, the value of doctors is not as good as that of psychics. This is how the world is. Those psychics kill doctors because they are afraid that doctors will leak their information. Although there is a contract, they will not leak it in theory, but there are so many strange abilities in this world. Once the doctor really has second thoughts, they can basically leak it. Although the Doctors Association will protect doctors and fight for their rights, it will not fight for all rights. Therefore, every doctor had carefully considered the contract before handing it over. She nodded. Okay. Dr. Gu has always been very dedicated. Dr. Gu was stunned for a moment, and a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. Thank you. After signing the contract, Lin Keichen naturally told Dr. Gu his data directly. He was already her exclusive doctor now, and it would be too much to distrust him. You can't hide your illness and avoid seeing a doctor. Dr. Gu looked at the data reported by Lin Keichen on the screen in disbelief. He blinked fiercely. Physical fitness 80.2. Strength 62.3. These data are still normal. But why is your spirit 189.1? Maybe it's because the game rewards have increased several times. Lin Keichen explained. Then it makes sense. Dr. Gu tried to keep his expression as calm as possible. As a doctor, he must not yell or have obvious emotional fluctuations, because that means he is unreliable. But even if it makes sense, it's too lucky. The data of almost 190 is really a bit scary. Dr. Gu looked at Lin Chuechen's ability description again, and found that it was different from the ability evaluated by the Ability Association. He knew that the other party concealed the specific ability situation, and did not react. After all, this is normal. But many people can't hide it well. Garbage collection technique. This ability is to collect garbage on the surface. But fundamentally, it seems to involve the rules of time. Chapter 98 Chosen Powers. Afterwards, Dr. Gu asked Lin Keichen questions about his powers in great detail. Special doctors are not just doctors, but can also help people with powers explore and train their powers, so they are also very good trainers. So at the beginning, your powers cannot collect dead bodies. Yes. Well, have you used it yet after you upgraded? No. Okay, we can do some experiments. Dr. Gu recorded some things on the screen, and then started simple training. It is different to have professional training guidance. Dr. Gu may not improve her strength as quickly as those big guys who train others, but he can find some hidden diseases in her body and some hidden dangers in her movements. After helping her correct them, it can reduce the burden on her body. For example, joints such as knees, if used improperly, will have a certain degree of wear and tear. If the wear and tear is severe over time, surgery will be required. Having Dr. Gu help her correct some things is not only good for her physical condition, but also allows her to exert force more correctly, etc. After the training, Dr. Gu paused and said, "You haven't used the bloodline yet, right?" "No, I probably won't use the bloodline in the near future." "Oh, haven't you found a suitable one?" "Yes and no, I don't really want to use the bloodline," Lin Keichen said. Dr. Gu nodded. "I understand. Do you have any skills that can affect the reality?" "Yes." Lin Keichen told Dr. Gu about his 3 skills. One for language learning, one for wind perception, one for fire curse. She briefly described her skills. When she talked about language learning skills, she did not say the language of the Wansheng tribe, but said that she could simply learn the languages of some races. After all, she had the library key, which was also possible. She always felt that the existence of the Wansheng tribe should not be simple. After all, the Wansheng tribe was a Wansen tribe. An attack skill, a knowledge skill, and an exploration skill. The combination of these 3 skills can help you survive better in the game field. Dr. Gu's hand trembled slightly. He had been in charge of Lin Chuechen's affairs after he entered the game, so he naturally knew that this player was only level 3. A level 3 player can be strong, but this is too strong. He has 3 skills, which means that in her little gaming experience, she has obtained a lot of rewards. He can see the strong rise of this player. He is so strong now. When his level is raised and he enters the advanced gaming field, he will definitely be the most dazzling one. He may be even stronger than the boss Ji Zhuan. He is very happy. When he left the training room with Lin Keichen and returned to the clinic to check the data, he met Ji Zhuan, who came to see him. Dr. Gu raised his eyebrows, obviously surprised. "Boss, didn't you enter the game?" "I can't enter. I have to wait a few days." Ji Zhuan looked helpless, and then looked past Dr. Gu to Lin Keichen behind him. "Hello. First meeting. Miss Tuchen. Haven't we met online before?" "Team leader?" Lin Keichen said with a smile. Ji Zhuan didn't expect Lin Keichen to show kindness directly, and was a little flattered, and even more delighted. "Yes. This is not the first time we meet in real life." Lin Keichen said the word team leader, which naturally meant that she was one of them. Lin Keichen nodded. "Yes, team leader. Do you have anything to ask Dr. Gu? Do you need me to step aside?" "No." Ji Zhuan looked at Dr. Gu, then at Lin Keichen, and looked at Dr. Gu with some surprise. "You have become her exclusive doctor?" "Yes. She is a very promising player," Dr. Gu said with a smile. "Both of them are very gentle people, and it is very enjoyable to talk to them. They speak gently, with a calm tone, and look at you with focused eyes. Well, plus they all look good. It's really hard not to listen to them continue talking." Ji Zhuan patted Dr. Gu. "You really know how to judge people." He turned to look at Lin Keichen. "This is also my exclusive doctor, whose ability is obvious to all. If there is anything you don't understand, just leave it to him. Although this is my responsibility, your tone sounds like I'm someone who cleans up the mess." "Huh? Isn't it? You always turn a deaf ear to my advice." "Ha ha ha." Ji Zhuan turned his head and skipped the topic. "You guys go ahead, I'll wait outside." After saying that, he left the clinic. He didn't think that he had to listen to Lin Chuechen's diagnosis and treatment just because he was the leader of the Huaxia group. The other party consciously avoided suspicion. When the diagnosis and treatment were over, Lin Keichen left with a new diet menu. After opening the door, he ran into Ji Zhuan. "Hey, wait a minute, let's talk?" "Okay." So Lin Keichen waited outside for Ji Zhuan to finish the examination. Ji Zhuan was quite fast, so she didn't have to wait too long, and the two of them went to the meeting room. After the shielding device was turned on, Ji Zhuan placed a few potted plants next to it. And then he visibly relaxed. He looked at Lin Keichen with gentle eyes. Last time I heard Quang Quang say that you wanted to talk to me about the mechanical parts? Yes. I thought about it. This thing has no value in my hands. It's better to give it to you. Maybe it can play a role. In fact, if it was the social environment in the previous life, she would have handed it over to the Chinese authorities long ago. But now it is a mess. And she doesn't know who to give it to. It seems that the Chinese team is still doing well. Actually, even if you didn't bring it up, I would have wanted to find a chance to talk to you about it. Mainly because I know this thing is very likely to be beneficial to humans. I've thought of many models, such as just borrowing it, or doing collaborative research. But before I found a chance to bring it up to you, I didn't expect you to bring it up first. He originally thought that after all, they had a little grudge before, and it would be impossible for him to agree. He didn't expect the other party to have such a broad mind, which really made him admire him. Lin Keichen saw the admiration in the other person's eyes. Before she met Ji Zhuan, she thought he was just pretending to be gentle, but she didn't expect him to be so kind. If he could act to this extent, it would be great. After all, when a character is played to the end, it doesn't matter whether it is true or false. I am already one of us. Naturally, I will contribute this mechanical part directly to the organization. But I hope the organization can give me some good things. And I also hope that the organization can inform me of the real-time research progress. Of course, there is no problem. I will give you something else myself, Ji Zhuan said with a smile. The two of them signed the contract immediately and confirmed the matter. Lin Keichen gave him all the mechanical parts he had on him. When he was about to leave, he paused and said, "By the way, I also found something. But I think it is valuable." "What?" Ji Zhuan looked away from the mechanical parts and looked at Lin Keichen expectantly. After all, this lady was really a surprise. Lin Keichen put the waste paper he exchanged on the table, and a large amount of pollution of no grade instantly filled the space. A potted plant that Ji Zhuan had placed next to him suddenly jumped up and swallowed the thing. Hey! 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 Don't eat it! Spit it out! Lin Keichen grabbed the stem of the plant and almost pulled the plant out of the pot. It's okay. It's okay. Ji Zhuan also hurriedly stopped Lin Keichen from destroying the plant and hurriedly explained. Don't worry, I'm just purifying it. I'm not really going to eat it. Lin Keichen paused, looking at him uncertainly. Just purifying? Just purifying. Ji Zhuan nodded confidently. Lin sat back down, looking at the potted plant, feeling a little curious. And then she looked at the others. Do these have different functions? Yes. This one can strengthen the shielding device. And this one can help me relax. Sorry. I've been a little nervous lately. And there are a lot of things to do. This pot can be used to deal with emergencies. You can use it as a defensive potted plant. And this one is a pollution detector potted plant. Ji Zhuan introduced them one by one. And it can be seen that he cherishes these plants. Wow, so magical. There are so many magical plants. Lin Keichen looked around curiously. Because I cultivated these with my supernatural powers, Ji Zhuan said with a smile. I see. Just as the two were talking, the potted plant that had eaten the waste paper returned the waste paper, and the pollution on it was indeed cleaned up a lot, and the remaining pollution became insignificant. This potted plant didn't even show any changes. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that Ji Zhuan was amazing. When Ji Zhuan took the waste paper and looked at it, the more she looked at it, the more she felt something was wrong. The more she looked at it, the tighter her brows frowned. Where did you get this from? Did you collect it? Ji Zhuan was looking through the design drawings that she couldn't understand. I exchanged it from the game store. I actually exchanged it. Ji Zhuan looked at the others again. The news you brought is very important. It seems that we can't just ignore these ungraded things. I don't know how many good things we have missed. Do you know what these are? So you exchanged them even though you didn't know? Ji Zhuan looked at her in shock. Lin Keichen nodded. I just think it's not simple, but I don't understand it. She still knew about the talisman, but she really couldn't understand it, and couldn't use it. This one is a design drawing of a machine, and it's a core part. Although it's incomplete, it can be seen that it's related to purifying pollution. This is a very magical prop in the ancient civilization of the Earth, called the talisman. You can see a lot of them in the game field in the early days, but they disappeared later. In fact, there were many people who could make it in the early days, But now those people are gone. Hey. The other one is a research report. I don't know the details. It seems to be some kind of medicine. But considering these two, this one must be something else. Ji Zhuan looked a little excited. How did you think of looking through the non-grade items? This group of people, whether before or now, have never looked through the non-grade items. They may have looked at them when they were curious, but they have never looked through them. Ah, because of my ability. Others may not know her ability. But Xia Kuangkuang and this boss should know it. Your ability is really chosen by God. Chapter 99 about inheritance. So far, there have been many superpowers in human history, even though many have been stored in the database of the Superpower Association, but there are still many left outside. There are also many cases like Lin Keichen. Although the superpowers of Lin Keichen are very different from the records, there are still relatively few. It seems that there is always a way out. God has also left us a lot of opportunities. Some superpowers should play a role that we can't expect. This is indeed what we should pay attention to. Superpowers are not better than strong combat power. Ji Zhuan said with emotion. Lin Keichen couldn't help but say, I think that for this point, high-level players should have realized it long ago. Among high-level players, many of them have fighting power because of blood, or various inheritances, and they don't rely on superpowers to persevere to the end. You are right. Now everyone relies too much on blood and inheritance. Including me. Ji Zhuan sighed. Lin Keichen looked at Ji Zhuan for a moment, somewhat unexpectedly. You also merged blood, then your blood is not very obvious. No. I have integrated the inheritance. Ji Zhuan waved his hand. Lin Keichen nodded in understanding. I don't really know much about inheritance. But isn't it said that inheritance has no side effects? Ji Zhuan glanced at her. That's because most people who get inheritance won't talk about it. And the small number of inheritances are insignificant. So everyone thinks there are no side effects. Lin Keichen frowned. This was something she hadn't expected. In fact, the influence of inheritance is not mainly reflected in the body, but mainly in the spirit. I don't know if you have heard of players whose personalities have changed drastically. After their personalities have changed, their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Many people think that this is because these players suddenly think it through, which leads to a change in mentality and strength. In fact, the cause and effect relationship is completely the opposite. It is because they have obtained the power of inheritance that their personalities have changed drastically. Ji Zhuan explained. Then why doesn't anyone say anything? Just like blood has side effects, even if the personality changes after inheritance, some people will always want to speak out. There are many reasons. Some don't want to cause trouble, some have some restrictions, some don't think it's a side effect, and some are like me, not suitable to speak out. Ji Zhuan is like an older brother who leads Lin Keichen to this world, patiently answering every question she has. Why not? She thinks there is nothing inappropriate. Because if even inheritance has side effects, then humanity is really hopeless. I can tell the people around me, tell those who may get the inheritance, but those who don't have the chance to get the inheritance, it's okay if they don't know. Even if someone deviates from our expectations and gets the inheritance and bloodline, it may not be a bad thing. Maybe the other party needs it very much. I understand. We think they should be vigilant about things, others may not think they need to be vigilant. And more ordinary people should have hoped to survive. Lin Keichen can understand the reason behind this. Just like some things, some people will complain why they don't announce it. Why not do this or that? But once it is announced, it is difficult for them to analyze the macro disadvantages brought about. From personal emotions, sometimes we misjudge many things. Of course, if people can really have such a global view and master everything, they are not human beings. And they will not end up in the current situation. Human beings are very easy to follow the trend, and are easily influenced by the outside world. Even if some of them are not, there is always a large part of them. And Ji Zhuan looked helpless, touched his head a little embarrassedly. How should I put it? I actually have a character setting. And in the eyes of many people, I have not accepted the inheritance. Lin Keichen looked puzzled. What does this mean? Personality is personality. Why can't there be inheritance? Why don't you want to merge blood? He asked Lin Keichen in return. Lin Keichen expressed his thoughts. Because I always feel that. It's not me anymore. But inheritance is different. Same, if I accept the inheritance, I won't be a commoner player. Ji Zhuan smiled, with a helpless tone. But, this is normal. Isn't it? No, this is not normal. For some people who regard me as an idol, who has come up step by step with my own efforts, it's not normal. Ji Zhuan shook his head. Lin looked at him calmly. Ji Zhuan looked at her and blinked in confusion at the staring eyes. Do they have to rely on you as an idol to survive? Probably, not a special reliance, but a belief. Ji Zhuan thought for a while. But belief can also bring strength to people. You are right, belief does give people strength, but if it is a wrong belief, it will be a double blow. In such an era, they should understand that the foundation of life is only themselves. Idols are idols. They should not be unacceptable because of the collapse of idol's personality. Yes, you are right. So, boss, are you a person who cares about the outside world's evaluation? Ji Zhuan was stunned. He opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Saying yes, it is not accurate, but saying no seems a bit. Because Ji Zhuan was in a state of self-confusion. They didn't talk much afterwards, and the two separated. But after Ji Zhuan left, he always felt that he had forgotten something. Lin Keichen had been training step by step recently, trying to achieve the conditions for a breakthrough in her superpowers. During her training, something ridiculous happened. Lin Keichen herself forgot that the data she gave to Dr. Gu was the data given by the game field at that time. Later, after she ate the energy body flower made by the fat chef, she advanced to the 6th level superpower, which must have led to changes in her other data. There was nothing unusual when she started training, because she had trained at Fuan's training ground long ago, which led to a greater information gap between her and Dr. Gu. So some of the strength training stuff Dr. Gu prepared for her was scrapped after one round of training by her, and Dr. Gu began to question his professional level at that time. Fortunately, Lin Keichen thought about it later, and corrected this ridiculous thing. However, there was no information gap in the area of superpowers, and Dr. Gu was very accurate, prepared a lot of things for her to collect, and then found out the scope of her superpowers. Really, it's much better than her growth system. She couldn't help but say he was useless in private. But the system still responded. System is upgrading. Please wait for the upgrade. The host is upgrading too fast. This system can no longer meet the host's growth needs. It is self-updating. Lin Xuechen's mouth twitched. You finally updated. According to Dr. Gu and her tests, her current collection is basically divided into 3 types. One type is non-living objects with a high collection success rate. As long as she has enough supernatural energy, she can definitely collect this type of object. The collection success rate is not only limited by the type of collected items, but also limited by luck. Yes, it is so simple. It is just luck. When this conclusion came out, Dr. Gu felt very angry. But Lin Xuechen's ability is really useful, so it is understandable that he has to rely on luck. The second type of collection is classified as the existence of loss of life fluctuation or very low life fluctuation. The success rate of this type of collection is lower than the first type. But there is a probability of some more surprising things. For example, they have experimented with a common half-dead insect, similar to a cockroach. And after collecting it, they actually obtained a medicine that can strengthen the body. This was indeed quite a surprise. For example, she had collected blood. Although it was useless, it had a different meaning. But she herself did not expect to collect blood. It seems that the so-called blood is not something that can only be obtained in the game. After all, blood itself is integrated into everyone's body. It is normal for it to exist in reality. She took the blood she collected for research. Huaxia naturally gave her internal points. The things in the internal mall of Huaxia Group are exchanged with points. Ji Zhuan gave her a large amount of mechanical parts before, and she has not used them yet. The third category of collection is normal life. This type is difficult to collect, but not impossible. No matter what kind of life the target is, it is difficult to collect. Of course, the lower the life, the easier it is. So Dr. Gu gave her a lot of small flies for experiment. These small flies are really small, similar to the small fruit flies in the previous life. Small flies with simple genes. This type of life can still be collected, but basically they die, disappear in batches. I don't know how many small flies she collected, but she finally collected one successfully. Then, she got a living small fly, and this small fly could obey her orders. Unfortunately, this little thing had a short life and died the next day. In short, although it was of great significance, it was still complicated. Lin Keichen had just come out of the training room with Dr. Gu that day when Dr. Gu received a message and immediately took him to a clinic. Inside was a person whose eyes had turned into tree roots. His hands had turned into vines, and only his head was still normal. This person was an acquaintance, Ji Zhuan. At this time, Ji Zhuan had his eyes closed. motionless, and even without breathing. He really looked like a dummy. Xiao Kuang, Bai Shu, and several people from the Huaxia team gathered here. But when they saw Dr. Gu, they immediately made way and led Dr. Gu in. Lin Keichen stood next to Xiao Kuang and looked in from the outside. After Dr. Gu went in, he immediately called several assistants who were waiting nearby and began to treat Ji Zhouan. After the treatment began, the inside of the wall could not be seen. Lin Keichen felt the heavy atmosphere and did not immediately ask Xiao Kuang what was going on. But Xiao Kuang immediately called her and Bai Shu to leave and returned to Xiao Kuang's office. "Aren't we there to watch?" Lin Keichen asked. "It's useless to watch. Dr. Gu will take good care of the eldest. We might as well do what we can." Xiao Kuang's recent words and deeds are more mature than before. She also learned from him that his previous childish mentality and behavior were due to his bloodline. Now that the unstable period is past, it has eased a lot. It was also at this time that she knew that Xiao Kuang could be her mother, even though Xiao Kuang's lifespan is no longer limited to human lifespan. Chapter 100, True or False Clearance. Which game did the boss enter? Why is this happening? Lin Keichen was puzzled. She had heard a lot about Ji Zhouan's strength from others recently. He was indeed a very strong player. He was not invincible, but he basically had no problems. He was a werewolf who was very fast, accurate and ruthless in game strategy. Although Ji Zhouan looked gentle, he was actually very aggressive when needed. After all, a player who could get to this point, how could he not be aggressive? Xiao Kuang didn't say it directly, but pulled out a huge virtual screen on the table, which was densely marked with many contents. Now the 5 game fields are definitely of high difficulty, and there is even the possibility of further improvement. Xiao Kuang drew 5 pictures, which showed the entrances of the 5 game fields. The entire entrance was surrounded by black, white and red. If you look at it for a while, you will feel like you are trapped. The picture restored the dynamic change state of part of the entrance, so you can really feel the dizziness. The entrance to a normal playground should be pure black, or have some transparent space fluctuations. But the entrance to the playground in front of me is not normal at first glance. After recent information collection, the themes of these 5 playgrounds have been determined to be playground, snake, maze, hospital, magic school. So far, if we have to rank the 5 playgrounds in terms of danger, from most to least, they are magic school, snake, playground, hospital and maze. The reason why the maze is the least dangerous is that you can survive in it for a long time. The mortality rate is not particularly high, but you just can't pass it, and it will be exhausted in the end. Of course, it's just a comparison. The danger level is also very high. The boss entered the hospital game field. Xiao Kuang paused, and couldn't help cursing. I told him to start with the maze, but he didn't listen. He thought he was so powerful. There was really no one more powerful than him. Now he's fine. His blood is running wild. Xiao Kuang muttered unhappily. Lin Keichen looked at the information on the screen. In fact, the information was quite general. He could only get a rough idea. For example, if it was a maze, he knew the theme was a maze, and passing the level was to get out of the maze. There were many case analyses of players being eliminated. However, the cases that were eliminated were only analyzed based on their status. For example, Ji Zhouan was a case of out-of-control inheritance. Boss, is there no hospital for clearance? This is something that she is very concerned about. Looking at the expressions of Xiao Kuang and Bai Shu, although Ji Zhouan's condition was quite serious this time, it was not so serious that it was incurable, so she felt that business was more important. Perhaps she was too concerned about business, which made Bai Shu and Xiao Kuang choke. Bai Shu supported his forehead, not knowing what to say, and finally could only spit out, "You are really very rational." Xiao Kuang considered it for a while, and was a little unsure about the situation. It's considered clearance. Count? So uncertain? Lin Keichen didn't understand why there were still playgrounds that were still unsure whether they had been cleared. She thought about it, and a possibility emerged in her mind. Could it be that it was cleared? But the anomaly did not disappear. Xiao Kuang nodded. Yes, just as you thought. The anomaly still exists, which is impossible in all the previous abnormal playgrounds. Now these 5 playgrounds are no longer just about Planet 18. These 5 playgrounds have begun to have large-scale entrances in human society, which has attracted the attention of many organizations. After our investigation, there is a terrible fact, Xiao Kuang said as he pulled out another set of photos. Look, There are such game entrances everywhere. The whole photo is densely packed with such game entrances, which are crowded together, really making people feel uncomfortable. Lin Keichen felt uneasy, swallowed, felt a little suffocated in her chest. Where is this? Underground of Planet 18. Xiao Kuang lowered his throat, murmured softly, as if he didn't want to face it. Lin Chuechen's pupils shrank suddenly, and her throat couldn't make any sound. At this moment, she felt that the whole world was virtual, and the feeling around her became very unreal. Bai Shu saw that Lin Keichen had a very ugly expression, and comforted him. But it's not as serious as you think. The underground entrance has existed for a long time, and it didn't suddenly appear recently. But these entrances will appear one day, right? If the 5 playgrounds now originally belonged to the underground, it actually makes sense. Lin Keichen didn't know what she was saying, but she just wanted to say it. Xiao Kuang and Bai Shu were silent, because of the fact that Lin Keichen said. They didn't even know how long it would take for them to face such a thing. Hasn't there been such an entrance to the playground before? Lin Keichen asked. No. Never. Xiao Kuang was very sure, because their organization was established a long time ago, and they had their own spies in the entire Shuelon star system. Otherwise, how could they know about the incidents on various planets so promptly? The appearance of such a playground would definitely attract everyone's attention. It is impossible that there would be no attention and discussion at all. Lin Keichen took a deep breath and exhaled. So, why do you tell me such an important thing? After all, although she joined the Huaxia team, she had just joined and was not a core member. There was no need to tell her everything. Xiao Kuang and Bai Shu looked at each other, and then Xiao Kuang handed the screen to Bai Shu. Lin Keichen also looked over, and Bai Shu would communicate with her next. After years of research by our Huaxia team, we found that there are a group of players who are particularly talented. These people are not talented in terms of strength, but have a very high affinity with the game field. You can also say that they are on the same frequency, or any other words are fine. In short, the entire game field is different for these players. Such players are more likely to encounter special situations in the game field, have some opportunities, and have operations that other players do not have. Even the rewards will be slightly different from those of ordinary players. Lin Keichen couldn't help but think of the titles he always received, the special settlements he received, and the obviously very good rewards at the settlement. She even has the key to the library, which no one else dares to think about. Of course, we value you very much, and for this reason, you should also be this kind of player. Bai Shu suddenly said, which startled Lin Keichen for a moment, but she soon realized that the other party did not know her little secret, but probably knew that she was very compatible with the game. How do you know that I am? Lin Keichen was a little confused. Ordinary players may not notice it, but it is easy for us old players to find it, because players who are compatible with the game field are always more prominent. Bai Shu smiled and said, You will understand after a long time. By the way, Kuang and I are not this kind of players. Only the boss is. There are not that many players like you, and it is easy to find them. Xiao Kuang, who was standing next to him, nodded and agreed with Bai Shu's words after Bai Shu called him by his real name and glared at him. But we are not telling you this to make you take any responsibility. We just hope that you can understand the situation here, and then protect yourself better and survive. There is a person in our organization who has the ability to predict the future. She once said that players like you are the key to ending the game field. Bai Shu looked at her deeply. Lin Keichen exhaled slowly. I understand. Your level is still very low now. You can improve it a little bit. A higher level will naturally have its benefits. After all, you have more game experience and are more sensitive to the game field. Xiao Kuang suggested. You are right. I have been thinking about this recently. Dr. Gu also said that she should participate in more game fields. But it is best to be a normal game field. You are already a 6th level superpower. Have you been studying breakthroughs with Dr. Gu recently? Bai Shu asked. After Lin Keichen passed the 6th level ability assessment, everyone knew that she was a 6th level ability user. After all, it was rare to have a high level ability user, so everyone was still very concerned. Yes, Lin Keichen admitted it openly. There was nothing to hide. Originally, the boss could guide you, but unfortunately, the boss can't do it now. You can always find us if you need help. Yes, thank you. I will. After that, Lin Keichen returned to the dormitory to rest. When she woke up, she saw Xiao Kuang sending her a message. Ji Zhuowen's condition had stabilized. Although he couldn't change back now. He was conscious, and there was no problem. Since Ji Zhuowen is in such a state that it is not convenient for her to enter the playground or go out to do anything. I want to give her some guidance. Just as a free gift. Lin Keichen went to the clinic with a smile. In fact, she was still a little worried. She didn't want the organization to be disbanded just after she entered it. The atmosphere in the clinic was still very good. Although Ji Zhuowen turned into a tree, she didn't have any bad emotions. You look much older. Lin Keichen couldn't help but look at the branches facing him. Ha ha ha, it's Yuchen. You are really good at talking. Ji Zhuowen pulled a stool over with a branch. It's not convenient to go out in this form, but it's still very convenient. I see. Lin Keichen sat down. Dr. Gu didn't say anything beside him, and quietly pretended that he didn't exist. Do you want to give guidance on superpower breakthrough? There's no rush for that. I mainly want to tell you about the playground I went to first. Ji Zhuowen said with a smile. Bai Shu and the others should have told you about the playground, but what I want to tell you is that I didn't really pass this playground. What do you mean? Lin Keichen looked at him in shock. It's hard for me to describe. The system did tell me that I had passed the game. And I did leave the hospital. But something was missing. I usually complete some side quests. But this time I didn't complete anything at all. And even the score was only A. So simply leaving the hospital should not be the goal. Ji Zhuowen said. Of course. This is just my intuition. Ordinary players should not be able to notice any difference. But for players like us, the difference in rewards is still very large. Lin Keichen understood what Ji Zhuowen meant. Even in the last game, she also completed the side quests. Chapter 101, Rambling. No matter what the situation was with Ji Zhuowen, because no one knew that he had come to Planet 18, or those who knew were his own people, or those who had bad intentions, and did not want to make it public, so it was no problem that he did not appear in front of other people. So he calmed down and taught Lin Keichen many things. No matter how professional Dr. Gu was, he was naturally not as professional as Ji Zhuowen in superpowers and game fields. Ji Zhuowen was also a very good teacher. He would not teach Lin Keichen everything all at once, but guided Lin Keichen to think for himself. He was more of a question setter. After another round of training, Lin Keichen slowed down his breathing. Wiped the sweat that fell on the ground. What exactly is a breakthrough? You keep saying that you are preparing for a breakthrough. But won't it happen naturally? No. What is it? I can tell you now. But we generally don't recommend knowing what a breakthrough is too early. Ji Zhuowen called the Nani robot, handed Lin Keichen a nutrient potion, and sat down to rest. Many players will be tempted by something after knowing what a breakthrough is, and enter it before they are ready, and finally fail. Lin Keichen wiped the sweat off his face, and threw the towel onto the tray of the Nani robot. I can't say if I can resist this temptation, but only by facing it can we analyze the source of it. Right? Many novels in the past said this. When you break through a certain limitation or inner demon, you must face it. Escaping is not a good thing. Of course, she could also not let Ji Zhuowen and the others tell her what was going on, so she could naturally avoid this matter. It was like a bug. If her current strength was very weak, that would be no problem, but her current strength was still good, so she thought it was okay to face this temptation. Even if she couldn't resist, at least she had experienced it, and naturally she would have more experience next time. Ji Zhuowen suddenly laughed, very happily. He leaned against the wall. His laughter was not at all like his usual gentle self. Ha ha ha, you really look like me when I was young. Lin Keichen was infected by the laughter, and couldn't help but curl his eyebrows. After Ji Zhuowen stopped laughing, he was quite emotional. Everyone chose me not to tell them before. But you said what you wanted to face directly. Of course. I know this is because you have a certain confidence in your own strength. It's not reckless. But I still feel very emotional. Then after you knew it, did you resist the temptation? Lin Keichen asked curiously. Ji Zhuowen didn't answer, and said as usual, you can experience it first, and then guess it. Lin Keichen couldn't help but complain. What a bad taste. Boss. Ji Zhuowen couldn't help laughing again. Lin Keichen was helpless, and didn't know what his teacher was laughing at. In fact, Ji Zhuowen's body has recovered a lot now. Although his skin has not returned to normal, at least his limbs have almost returned to normal, but there are still some small branches on them. As Ji Zhuowen laughed, the leaves on these branches also shook and vibrated. It was really the so-called trembling branches. This was the first time she saw such a concrete trembling branches. She was quite amazed. Could not help staring at the shaking leaves. Ji Zhuan soon found where Lin Chuechen's eyes were, and he calmly squinted his eyes, and shook his arms. Why, do you want to pick a leaf? Ah, no. 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 Lin Kaichen waved his hands immediately. If this was a real plant, she would pick it, but this grew on a human body, she didn't dare to pick it. When Ji Zhuan saw that Lin Kaichen didn't take it, she knew that she didn't know that their situation was similar to that of plants, and the leaves on their bodies were like human hair. They could be picked if they wanted, but they did have some functions. You can't just pick them casually, Ji Zhuan said deliberately. After all, if someone insists on being with you after you pick them, it's really not a good thing. So be careful. Lin Chuechen's eyes widened instantly, and he was glad that he had reason and didn't pick the leaves. Ji Zhuan saw that she really believed it, and he laughed in his heart. She looked very smart. How could she believe such nonsense? I'm just kidding you. I'm kidding. But our inheritance can indeed give leaves and flowers some functions. But if it doesn't, it's just an ordinary plant. Don't worry. Because I am not sure what function the other party will give it, I would rather not pick it if I can. Lin Kaichen. Silent accusation. Ji Zhuan touched his nose embarrassedly. How about this? I will give you a leaf with function, as a gift from a teacher to a student. Lin Kaichen stretched out his hand without saying a word. Thank you. Teacher. Of course. I will take it quickly if there is a good thing. There is no reason to refuse it. You are welcome. Ji Zhuan smiled and picked a leaf. At the moment the leaf was picked, a golden light flashed, and then disappeared. He handed it to Lin Kaichen. The ability of this leaf is that I can sense when you are in danger, and then send someone or I will rush to save you. After all, you are my student. I will do whatever it takes to keep you alive. Lin Kaichen glanced at Ji Zhuan. You'd better take good care of yourself first, or she would die before she was in danger. Having said that, she still put the leaf away very seriously, knowing that the other party had good intentions. Ji Zhuan smiled, and said mysteriously, this leaf is not only used in reality. Lin Kaichen froze for a moment, and looked at the leaf in his hand in disbelief. It can. She didn't finish her words, because she remembered that the playground was everywhere. So she winked at Ji Zhuan and asked. Ji Zhuan nodded, confirming her thoughts. She took a breath. Damn, what kind of smuggling artifact is this? It's very useful at critical moments. Ji Zhuan didn't say much, but everything was said without words. Lin Kaichen nodded. The two didn't talk about this topic anymore. Ji Zhuan's expression became serious, speaking of the so-called breakthrough of superpowers. Do you know the origin of human superpowers? Lin Kaichen nodded, and shook his head. I don't know if I know everything. I only know that humans didn't have superpowers before, and they only had them after the Interstellar War. I heard that it was because after the Interstellar War, human potential was stimulated, and it was affected by various energies in the interstellar space. It seems that you haven't read the internal information of the organization. Indeed. Lin Kaichen blinked. Recently, she really hasn't looked through this kind of things, because she has never thought about it. Human superpowers are not natural. You know the superpower stimulating potion, the first batch of superpowers were born with superpowers because of the potion, but in fact, this potion is changing human genes, which contains very weak blood of other races, of course. It's more than that, it's even more complicated. The earliest batch of superpowers died quickly in the later period because of the immaturity of the medicine. Later, as the medicine matured, the superpowers became more and more stable, and the superpowers naturally had offspring. Lin Kaichen felt a slight chill in her limbs. She touched the place where her heart was. Could it be that I am not a pure-blooded human, so I can activate my superpowers on my own? Yes. As Ji Zhuan's voice sounded, Lin Kaichen couldn't help but close her eyes. She felt that she had to slow down. It was quite exciting to suddenly find out that I was not a human. Oh, not a human. But not a pure-blooded human. But it's not as serious as you think. Ji Zhuan comforted. Lin Kaichen opened his eyes, wanting to cry but unable to. I didn't want to merge blood before, because I didn't want to be affected. But now you tell me that I was not a pure-blooded human. I vomit blood? Don't worry. That little bit of blood is not worth mentioning. It is very small. It is precisely because of its smallness that although it brings us superpowers, it also limits our development. After we are promoted to the 6th level, if we do not continue to break through, we will be trapped in this level. The so-called breakthrough is actually breaking through our blood. Everyone will experience different breakthroughs, and the results obtained after the final breakthrough are also different. There may even be a secondary mutation of superpowers. But mutations are generally directionless. So they may not necessarily be better. The so-called breakthrough is a resistance of the weak blood in your body. Because of the appearance of the truth of the breakthrough, Lin Keqian instantly felt that countless languages rang in his ears. Disordered, chaotic, and unpredictable. But this voice is so familiar. Isn't this the language of the Wansheng clan? Although it is obviously mixed with some other foreign languages, but the majority is the language of the Wansheng clan. She can understand it completely. Why does he keep saying in her ear, "You are so ugly. So ugly. So ugly. So ugly." Lin Keqian fell silent. Ji Zhuan looked at Lin Keqian with concern, thinking that she had fallen into temptation, and was about to stop her, but he saw Lin Keqian suddenly look up, with a rather unpleasant look in his eyes. Such a vivid expression, you can tell at a glance that she is not bewitched. He felt relieved and shocked at the same time. Xuchen's potential is beyond his expectation. When will these voices disappear? Lin Keqian is very impatient now. Anyone would be upset if someone kept talking about ugliness in their ears. It usually appears once every 1 to 2 hours, and each time is about 3 to 5 minutes. No matter what Ji Zhuan said, he could not have expected Lin Keqian to react like this, looking at her expression. It was shining, as if she had seen a great treasure. Lin Keqian pursed his lips. Okay. 3 to 5 minutes is acceptable. So in the next few minutes? Lin Keqian opened the holographic game in the training room and started playing frantically. These games were simple training games. In order to increase the fun, Ji Zhuan looked at Lin Keqian in amazement as he immersed himself in the crazy game. After a few minutes, a game was over, and Lin Keqian's expression was obviously much more relaxed. Are you really okay? Ji Zhuan felt that he could not have such concentration back then. It's okay. Just a little annoying. Annoying? Don't you feel excited? Why do you still feel annoyed? Aw? What are you excited about? I just want to enter the breakthrough world very much. How is it possible? Chapter 102 Breaking Through the World. Lin Keqian and Ji Zhuan looked at each other, completely unable to understand what the other was saying. Naturally, Lin Keqian was the first to realize what was going on. Perhaps to those who could not understand the language of the Wansheng clan, this voice actually carried the power of bewitching. But the language of the Wansheng clan could still bewitch. Why was she so simple and crude every time she used it? It seemed that she had to study the skill of the Wansheng clan language further. Although she had learned it, it was not a big deal if she could not improve her application ability. After all, the Wansheng clan language was simply her commonly used skill, and it was an attack and defense skill. Just now I heard some annoying sounds in my ears. Did you feel the same? Lin Keqian asked. Ji Zhuan nodded. Yes, but you are the first one to say that these sounds are annoying. The people I have seen before will be deeply bewitched after hearing these sounds. Of course, they will also be confused and collapse. However, generally, people with high mental power will not be confused or collapse. As far as I know, even those with a little willpower will only feel that this sound contains infinite wisdom. Wisdom. Lin Keqian's mood was really complicated. Is this the filter for languages that you don't understand? What's that word? It seems that everyone has some mother tongue shame. The more you don't understand, the more advanced it feels. Lin Keqian's mouth twitched. It was hard to describe her mood. But she didn't want to tell Ji Zhuan what she could understand, because no one else could understand her words, which was a little bit prominent. Don't you think it's wise? Ji Zhuan raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. I wanted to explore the secrets behind this language at the beginning. Lin Keqian. No, I just felt like there were bugs flying around my ears. Lin Keqian's face was wooden. Ji Zhuan laughed, and the leaves on his body rustled again. You are indeed different from others. Although Lin Keqian could resist the language of the Wansheng clan, it was really a bit annoying, so she asked Ji Zhuan and Dr. Gu for leave, saying that she would adjust herself. Dr. Gu also knew her situation, and only asked her to let the Nani robot Xiaoyi test her once a day. So Lin Keqian locked herself in the training room. Of course with Xiaoyi, who would bring her some nutritious food from time to time. Perhaps because the language of the Wansheng tribe always appeared in her ears. It was really annoying. So she went to the library to look up various materials, and asked the principal of Sun Moon High School and Fuan about the language of the Wansheng tribe, which really made her stronger in this area. Fuan knew that her current condition was not suitable for learning songs, so he tried to help her learn the language of the Wansheng tribe. He was not very talented in this area, but he still knew a little bit. In addition, Plants and the Wansheng tribe were relatively friendly to a certain extent, so he helped Lin Keichen a lot with the power of plants. In addition, Lin Keichen also studied the languages other than the Wansheng clan. It must be said that it is convenient to have many big men around you. The teachers in the school also have their own magical powers. Therefore, she knew what the language was. After Lin Keichen had been in seclusion for 5 days, she finally succeeded in deciphering all the languages in her ears. The parts she couldn't understand were the languages of the Wanji clan, the Feilua clan, the Mermaid clan, etc. Yes, it was not just one race. And there were even fantasy races such as the Mermaid clan. In short, it sounded incredible. But because she knew the nature of superpowers, she naturally understood that these races were in her genetic makeup, which was why she could hear the voices. Because the ingredients in the superpower potion were too complicated. The genes in their bodies were also very complicated. After learning some basic languages of these races as soon as possible, Lin Chuechen's mental power did break through. But she also felt dizzy and had a dull pain. But she didn't expect that after she could understand all the languages. Her superpower breakthrough was immediately advanced to 80%. She could feel that some shackles in her body had loosened. It should be said that the shackles had been opened. But it seemed that there was still a hook that was hooked a little bit, and it had not been completely loosened. It only took a small opportunity. She looked at the time, returned to the real world, and decided to take a break and then make a breakthrough. After Fuan said goodbye to Lin Keichen, he slowly exhaled and felt that he was in a much more cheerful mood. He was watering the flowers in the garden at a leisurely pace. And soon the principal of Sunshine High School came over again. I feel good. Not bad. It's the first time I see you care so much about a player, Principal Yang Guang said meaningfully, but there was a hint of reminder in his words. Don't worry, I've been an NPC for a long time. How can I easily develop feelings with a player? Fuan smiled and waved his hand, thinking that the principal was overthinking. There's no need to be so heartless. Being friends is nothing, but you have to know that. Love is too special for us. I just hope you don't follow the old path of some NPCs. Principal Yang Guang looked at the beautiful flowers in the sun. His words were full of meaning. Fuan looked at the principal helplessly. Aren't you thinking too much? I've only known her for a few days, and I haven't even met her a few times. Why did I suddenly fall in love with her? Who knows? After all, I worked hard to learn other languages, find information about other languages, and even asked many employees for help. I don't know who it was. It wasn't me anyway. The principal shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and looked like it had nothing to do with him. I just needed her to learn the song. This is the fastest way. It's good for him if the other party is stronger. Oh, I didn't say anything. I didn't say it was you. Okay, stop playing that. Hurry up and go hunting with me. There are more and more unstable game areas recently. TSK, okay, business matters are more important. Lin Keichen came out of the training room, and soon everyone knew that he went back to rest. Xiao Quangquang and Bai Shu went to the game field. Ji Zhuan is now in charge of Oasis City. From the outside, he has no abnormality, but there is something wrong under his clothes. After Lin Keichen had rested enough, she went to Ji Zhuan without waiting for him to find her. I plan to enter the breakthrough world to take a look. She could feel that her entry into the breakthrough world was just a formality, but she still wanted to take a look. Well, go ahead. Ji Zhuan nodded. Dr. Gu and I will take good care of your health. By the way, there are some new developments in my accident. What do you mean? There can be new developments in your accident? Were you harmed by someone? Lin Keichen frowned slightly. Ji Zhuan secretly thought that Lin Keichen was very perceptive, and nodded. Yes, Buertianji is really full of talents. One thing leads to another, and I fell into the trap. I was ambushed and ran away the moment I left the game field. Of course, the dungeon itself also had an impact, which weakened me. Lin Keichen pursed his lips. And it was Buertianji again. You were targeted by Buertianji before. No matter what you do next, be careful. Your breakthrough this time is very critical. Dr. Gu and I will always pay attention. But after entering the game field, we won't be able to pay attention all the time. I know. Thank you. When Lin Keichen regained consciousness, she found herself a female emperor. Yes, sitting on a high platform. The female emperor in the palace. As far as she could see, although not extravagant, it was also very noble and sophisticated. It was very dark outside at this time. There was a lampstand next to it, But the light was not candlelight, but a kind of fluorescent white stone. There was a roll of paper on the table, which was about the major events of the country. Probably, for some reason, there were a lot of things written on it that made her harem. She didn't understand it very well. She had no memory of her current identity, and naturally she didn't dare to act rashly. Fortunately, there was no one around at the moment, and she was not afraid of any mistakes in her behavior. The chair she sat on was very soft, and the fabric on her body was also very light. Not like ordinary things. She wore a small crown on her head, not a big one, and her current look should be very casual. At this time, the door was gently pushed open, and she immediately dozed off. Then a light footstep sounded, and after a few steps, a respectful and very light voice came. "King, go and rest if you are tired." Ling Kachin pretended to be woken up, and took a look at him. It was a man dressed in simple clothes. It can be seen that he should have nothing to do with him. The words seemed intimate, but were actually very distant. He should be his personal servant or something like that. Ling Kachin waved his hand, and the other party immediately understood and left. After seeing the other party really leave, she breathed a sigh of relief. What on earth was this breakthrough of supernatural power? At this time, the voice of the Wanji tribe suddenly rang in her ears. Although she was not very good at the language of the Wanji tribe, she still understood simple words, and naturally knew what they were talking about. It turned out to be a background introduction. What if she didn't understand these languages? Wouldn't she be in the dark? The current situation is that she is an empress of a prosperous dynasty. Now the whole country does not have any internal or external troubles. The young empress has great prestige and voice. It can be said that this is a very ideal situation, and there is no danger at all. Then the content changed. The danger comes from the care around you. How to say it, there is no shortage of people in this world who say, "I think this is good for you, so you should do this." The empress is still young, so there are naturally many older courtiers who care about her. Now the empress is facing the issue of taking a harem. The above is the background, but after the Wanji tribe finished speaking, the language of the Wansheng tribe came out again, giving some information about this breakthrough. Next you can do whatever you want. Then there was nothing. No goal, no time limit, nothing. It was the first time she encountered such a confusing thing. But when she saw the glowing stone at hand, she knew that this should not be an ordinary world. At this time, her growth system, which was updating something, suddenly came online. System update completed, checking the host's surrounding environment. Environment confirmation completed, ability breakthrough in progress. Do you want to start the breakthrough guidance? Open. Breakthrough guidance is open. Please check it yourself. She opened the so-called guidance, and wrote a bunch of routes densely at the beginning. Chapter 103. These routes are still very shocking. There are even routes of the wisest ruler, and the most foolish empress. The former is dedicated to his career, the latter is dedicated to happiness. It seems, the latter is better. Ahem, no, not serious enough. There are also some more children. More blessings, favor only one person, stay together till old age, betray the world for you, unify the world, same track and same writing. There are quite a lot of routes. There are small routes and big routes, in short. The gameplay is rich. But the question is, can these routes really help her break through? Are there any recommended routes? Since these routes are given by the system must give a recommendation. Recommended route. Unify the world, a wise ruler, a foolish empress. Lin Xuechen's mouth twitched. These three words are put forward. Don't you think it's outrageous? Why do the last two appear at the same time? Unifying the world does not mean being a wise ruler, that is to say, she can be a tyrant, can be an empress, who only knows how to fight and kill but does not know how to improve the quality of life of the people. So actually, the freedom of unifying the world is quite high. Needless to say, the wise ruler of the world must be the most tired one among them. Ling Kachin looked through some small routes, under the big route of the foolish empress. There are some routes of indulging in pleasure, and some routes of being obsessed with beauties. They are not necessarily foolish when viewed individually, but it is hard to say when added together. Can't this unification of the world be combined with a foolish empress? Ling Kachin made a request to the system with evil intentions. As a result, the system actually gave the result. It is indeed an updated system. It looks smarter. Route 2.0 of unifying the world. Whether the host chooses it or not. Ling Kachin took a look. On the basis of unifying the world, she could be a female emperor who indulged in pleasure. Of course, she also made some policy adjustments. As the saying goes, A word from the emperor can lead to millions of corpses. She can make such and such decisions for the sake of unifying the world. But she will not abuse people for her own pleasure. In such a supernatural world, she would immerse herself in it and try to break through. But she would also treat it as a game. Detach herself from the surrounding environment to a certain extent, and remain rational. Choose. The route selection is successful. And the supernatural breakthrough guidance is officially opened. Now the world is peaceful. And there are no internal or external troubles. Please find the reason within 1 month. If you fail, the country will be in turmoil. She was given such a big task right away. It seems that there must be some reason for the lack of internal or external troubles. This reason is also limited in time. It's a bit too much. Fortunately, with the guidance of the system, she quickly understood her current identity. This empress had the same abilities as her. How should I put it? She was standing here like the real person, but she was given an identity. All her abilities and personality were the same as the empress. Lin Keqian rubbed his brows. She didn't know if all breakthrough missions were like this, or if it was just her. This was simply a role-playing game. Now it seemed that there was no danger on the surface. Simply read the memorials on the table. It was really much more convenient with the system guidance, and it was quickly approved. Because this is a space for supernatural breakthroughs, it is like coming to a system special. Find a little servant, and take her back to the bedroom to rest. The entire bedroom is also very majestic, low-key and luxurious, and it can be seen that the country still has some background, because this building does not seem to be a temporary display of wealth, but more like the dignity accumulated over time. What Lin Keqian did not expect was that she thought that things would start to happen from the next day. After all, she has not done anything yet, but she was frightened as soon as she entered the bedroom. There was a bulge in the quilt, and it looked like a person. She took a half step back and called the waiter back. As soon as she opened her mouth, the person in the quilt seemed to notice it, and quickly pulled the quilt aside to stop her. Wang, don't. Her words were sad, and she was about to say something. Her eyes looked at her pitifully. She had broad shoulders, narrow hips, and square breasts. Her skin was not pure white, but had a light healthy color. Her body was flexible and well-trained, and her muscle lines were great. Lin Keqian was silent for a moment, dazzled by the beauty in front of her. It's really not her fault that she has poor self-control. Please, in the interstellar era, everyone was unkempt. There were many people who looked good, but they were fierce. Some were even decadent and miserable. There was no visual impact like now. And many people had problems surviving. They were emaciated. Of course, there were many NPCs with high appearance in the game field, but they were NPCs. Even if the principal and Fuan were real living NPCs, they were not in the same world as her. Although Bai Shu and Ji Zhuan, whom she met later, were both very nice. They were more like colleagues and leaders of the same organization to her. It was not like now, when the other party was clearly trying to seduce her. Well, as a female emperor who indulged in pleasure, she should enjoy herself while she could. Of course, no matter how stupid she was, she had to figure out who this person was and what he was doing. Fortunately, her own system gave her a hint. Otherwise she would have to rack her brains to maintain her character. So the most difficult thing for everyone to enter the breakthrough world is to maintain her character. This information is incredible. This handsome man in front of her, who looks like a large hound, but has an expression like a cute small dog, is actually the grandson of the left prime minister, and her childhood sweetheart. The information is all about the background of this person, and there is no introduction to the relationship between the two people, so she doesn't know the details of their past. Lin looked at him unhappily. What are you going to do? Assassinate me? No. 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 Of course not. I heard that the king was going to have a harem, and I was anxious, so I resorted to this desperate measure. He looked very regretful. Lin Keqian looked around. Where are your clothes? Just when Lin Keqian glanced away, the grandson of the left prime minister lost his eyes for a moment, but he retracted them when Lin Keqian turned his head. I threw them under the bed. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Lin Keqian was speechless, and had to use the whip that he had been wearing to get the clothes out from under the bed. Hurry up, and put on your clothes and leave. Who did you learn this ridiculous thing from? Lin Keqian rolled her eyes. During this period, she didn't feel embarrassed. After all, in the interstellar era, it's really hard to have such emotions, especially for people with her experience. The grandson of the left prime minister deliberately put on his clothes at a slow pace. Seeing that Lin Keqian didn't have any interest, He felt even more disappointed. So he quickly put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Just when he was climbing the window, he was stopped by Lin Keichen. He thought Lin Keichen was interested again. His eyes lit up. Wait a minute. Lin Keichen frowned and looked at him. No. How did you get in? Just. I came in through the secret passage that one told me before. What kind of messy foreshadowing is waiting for her with this identity? Okay. Let's go. Aren't you angry? Lin Keichen raised his eyebrows. Said nothing. Did not look at him. And prepared to undress and go to bed. The grandson of the left prime minister immediately turned his head away. His cheeks flushed. I know I'm wrong. I promised you last time that you don't need to use the secret passage unless it's an emergency. But I'm sorry. He was so sad when he heard the news. Who told you this? She couldn't see from the memorial that he was going to have a harem. The grandson of the left prime minister was not stupid. He reacted immediately after hearing what Lin Keichen said. His face darkened. He said goodbye to Lin Keichen without saying anything. This time he really left. Lin Keichen used his mental power to scan the surroundings. He only saw some guards. Then he laid down to rest. Oh, it was really exciting. Host deviated from the route. Please complete your goal. His eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened. Oh, yes, she should be a pervert now. What a pity, let's talk about it tomorrow. He closed his eyes again, turned over. At this time, in the outside world, Ji Zhuowen and Dr. Gu were guarding Lin Chuechen's body. Both of them were doing some other work while guarding. At this time, Ji Zhuowen glanced up during his work, and saw Lin Keichen suddenly smiled. She must have encountered something good, she smiled. Ji Zhuowen wondered, how could someone who entered the breakthrough world still be in the mood to smile? Dr. Gu glanced at the data on the screen. Everything is normal. Ji Zhuowen glanced at Dr. Gu, and just felt bored. This person is so serious all day long. No wonder he can't find a partner with such good conditions. He doesn't know how to find his own problems. He just complains about being single all day long. At this time, he received Bai Qianqin's message, and his expression immediately turned cold. Gu, strengthen the security. Wu Tianji is ready to take action. Okay. Lin Keichen was immediately wrapped in a beam of energy light. Ji Zhuowen was still worried, so he planted plants all around her. At this time, Lin Keichen looked like a princess in a crystal coffin, surrounded by flowers. Lin Keichen was called up, and had to go to the morning court before dawn. She was reluctant, because she had been used to sleeping late recently, and it was uncomfortable to stop sleeping late suddenly. Besides, the class started too early. As expected, being a wise and powerful monarch was not her style, and it would tire her to death. However, she had just arrived, so she still had to observe and understand these people. So when she returned to the palace after the court session, she had already covered up all the details of the court officials. She didn't know about the more private details, but she knew about the general situation. What was more annoying was that they spent 1/3 of the morning court session asking her to open a harem. I really don't know what these guys are doing. This dynasty was different from what she thought. It was not a purely female-dominated dynasty, but a dynasty where women had a higher status, and men could also enter the court. But because she was an empress, her harem would naturally expand to include men. Well, of course, it is not impossible to have a woman. It all depends on the emperor's preference. The more problematic thing now is that this system cannot help her handle official business. After all, it is to assist with supernatural powers, not to assist in becoming an empress. Fortunately, as an emperor, he has his own library. She plunged in without saying a word, ready to take a look at the information inside. Unexpectedly, it really made her take the right path. Chapter 104. There is a dark room in the library. When she entered the library, the language of the Wansheng tribe suddenly appeared in her mind, telling her about this. It must be said that knowing a language is really important. She immediately opened the dark room and entered it. Only the emperor can enter this dark room, so she must know the existence of this dark room. In other words, the Wansheng tribe will tell her some rules or information that she must know in this breakthrough world, and the Wanji tribe will also tell her some of it. For example, the background information at the beginning, which is that I don't know what the categories of the Tianin of these two races are. I didn't expect that she had a good relationship with the Wansan tribe. How could ordinary people have the opportunity to come into contact with these three tribes? The language of the Wanji tribe is much easier to learn than that of the Wansheng tribe, but it is limited to basic words. The language of the Wanji tribe only has the simplest words, but even if you learn these words, you can't use the power of the Wanji tribe. So, the language of the Wanji tribe has a requirement, that is, you must let the Wanji tribe know your existence, so you can really learn the language of the Wanji tribe. Maybe the game will have another compulsory learning method, but it's just a guess. Now the Wanji tribe must not know her existence, so she can't learn the language of the Wanji tribe, theoretically speaking. When she approached the dark room, she found that it was full of items related to the Wanji tribe, various props created by the language of the Wanji tribe. Among them, in the middle was a book. There were some names written on the book, but she couldn't see these names. They were all processed. As long as she wanted to see them, she couldn't see them clearly, but when she didn't look at them, she would know that there were names written there. This book is the book of knowledge of the Wanji tribe. As long as you write your name, you can also learn all kinds of knowledge. That's right. This thing is, as long as you write your name, the Wanji tribe will know you. Lin Kachin stood in front of the book, looking left and right. She was a little curious whether she could write other people's names. Can a person only write once? Although she was curious, she did not write her own name immediately, but instead turned her eyes to the props around her. Props that can distinguish between loyalty and treachery, good and evil, and abilities, props that can know the disasters in the world, props that can find talented people, and so on. If these things are used, even a pile of shit can become an emperor. Fortunately, after she looked at it for a while, she found that it was not the case. The props here cannot be used as they are for her. It consumes mental power and supernatural powers, but I don't know how those who don't have mental power and supernatural powers can use them. After a circle, she found that if she wanted to use this prop, she had to find a way to sign her name, and get the opportunity to learn the language of the Wanji tribe. But she was a little hesitant. This is not the game world now, it is her superpower breakthrough world. Before this, she learned about the principles of the construction of this world. Although there is not much research in this area, the Huaxia group is still a big family with some relevant information. Although it has not been specifically confirmed, some of the conjectures are indeed thought-provoking. The superpower potions of previous generations are all the same, including the current superpower development potions, which have no big difference in ingredients, so the blood of related races in everyone's bloodline is also similar. At most, there is some emphasis when inheriting. Just like you inherit your parents' looks, it's still random. This information speculates that perhaps everyone's supernatural power breakthrough world is constructed by the characteristics of several races that are more emphasized in the body. So every move in the breakthrough world may affect the supernatural power. Now the question is, what is the relationship between her supernatural power and the Wanji tribe? She looked at the small notebook of the Wanji tribe in front of her in silence, thinking about whether to write her name. At this time, a pen appeared on the book, waiting for her to write. But even if she wrote it, it might not be possible to really learn the language of the Wanji tribe. Lin pondered for a while, and analyzed some of the pros and cons. In fact, what she was not sure about was whether her ability would change after signing this thing. But the Wanji tribe was one of the 3 tribes well known in the game field, and it was as famous as the Wansheng tribe. It was obvious that they were very powerful. How powerful the language of the Wansheng tribe was, it was unnecessary to say, and all her previous experiences could tell this point. Therefore, if she could really get in touch with the Wanji tribe, then the advantages would definitely outweigh the disadvantages. She took a pen and wrote down her name. A light flashed above her name, and the language of the Wanji tribe immediately appeared in her mind. A strange word. She couldn't understand it. But the moment this word appeared, she seemed to suddenly understand something. She didn't understand it very well, but she was sure that something had changed. She turned her head to look at the props on the shelf next to her. The usage methods of all the props appeared in front of her, including the range of use, cooling time, etc. There were also methods for non-superpower users to use them. The so-called sacrifices, and some large-scale sacrifices, can all activate these props. She learned from Fuan that the Wanji tribe has a core value, which is, in order to pursue knowledge, everything is worth it. Therefore, in front of the Wanji tribe, only the value of knowledge is supreme. And the so-called life? It is not worth mentioning. The sacrifices mentioned by these props are not simple sacrifices. When ordinary animals are not powerful enough, they naturally need things with intelligence to fill the gap. For example, people. People are the easiest to obtain for an emperor. She seemed to suddenly discover some darkness in the setting of this world. But this world is not an ordinary worldview. There should be many unnatural existences. Out of curiosity, she wanted to know if anyone's name could be written on it. After thinking about it, she planned to write Fuan's name. Then she really wrote it on it. Lin Kachin curled his lips. Boring. It seems to be a fake. It's too casual to write anyone's name. She can use it to make a fortune. It seems that this thing is not that important at all. So she turned around and studied the props. Although the props were not very big, they added up to a lot. She had a space prop on her, and she had a ring on her hand. The ring looked a bit old, and it was probably used by the emperor. She stared at the ring for a while, and the introduction appeared on it. Very good. The function of introducing everything can be extended to props other than the Wanji clan, which is good. Very convenient. So she put all the props into the ring, and prepared to go to the minister who specializes in recording the emperor's events to see some of the previous events. The other party had been following her all the time. So he was still outside the door. She couldn't get into the library. But he could be outside the library. She went out and asked. The other party said that he could check it. But he couldn't see the recent ones. She didn't plan to see the recent ones. So she started to look through her previous actions. Not to mention, the details of this world are really good. And there are really her actions, which are like the real thing. But it's very dull. Yes, it was just plain. Like a person without desires. Therefore, she did not read on, but went to learn about the succession of her throne. She could only do it secretly. After all, who would not know how they got the throne? Very good. Inheritance system. After she secretly learned about all the situations, she went back to her palace to sort out the situation. The reason why the whole world is so stable is also because of the wise leadership of 3 consecutive generations of emperors and the props of the Wanji clan. People say that the emperor of the Dahlin Empire has natural leadership ability, can distinguish between loyalty and treachery, judge good and evil, and always make the right decisions. He can know the disaster thousands of miles away and save people from danger. With such prestige, other forces are also a little afraid of their country, because the magic power is too omnipotent. She is the only child of the previous emperor, and the previous emperor is also the only child of the previous emperor. How to say it? Their family seems to have the habit of passing on the family lineage to a single person. She couldn't help but think of her route of having many children and more blessings. And she felt funny for no reason. In fact, she had not been on the throne for a long time. And most of her ministers were former emperors. So she still had to cultivate her own team. Of course, the court officials naturally hoped that they could continue to work for her. But people's hearts would change. You have to know that a loyal minister to the previous emperor might not be a loyal minister to her. However, after understanding these things, she should have been able to complete the first goal. But the system guidance did not change at all. It seems that this is not the reason. Or not all the reasons. Other reasons are probably not easy to know. Lin Kachin decided to use the props on all his ministers to see what the situation was. So in the next 3 days, Lin Kachin did nothing else. And the only thing he did was to call the ministers one by one for a talk, causing a lot of discussion in the court. The ministers were all guessing the intentions of the new emperor Lin Kachin. Lin Kachin really got a lot of unexpected information. Among these ministers, there were some who were not so good, and they could be replaced if they were slightly capable. Of course, these people were not in the most critical positions. She couldn't help but think of a saying, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Perhaps this is the wisdom of the emperors of all dynasties. The ministers are all very talented. Why not let them use up their energy and expand the territory first? As a result, before he could make any move, an envoy from another country suddenly came. The envoy probably meant that they would hold a grand event soon and wanted to invite the Dahlin Empire to participate. He also said that they were looking forward to her participation. Lin Kachin was confused. Why? Why must an emperor go to a grand event in person? Why? She thought about her own character. Her character was not a diligent and wise monarch, but one who played cards unconventionally. So she might as well go and have fun. However, she still had to be prepared. In the game world, Fuan, who was discussing interesting things with Principal Yangwang, suddenly froze, and a red light flashed across his body. Fuan immediately knelt on the ground and spit out blood. Principal Yangwang immediately looked around seriously, with a vigilant face. What's going on? You were attacked in school. No. Fuan waved his hand. I seem to have been forcibly pulled into the book of knowledge of the Wanji clan. Chapter 105. Ha! Principal Yangwang looked at Fuan in disbelief, with a look of incomprehension. Fuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up from the ground, raised his hand, and many characters appeared in front of him, and the shadows of these characters were reflected in his eyes. He sighed faintly. It really is, and it was Chuchin who pulled me in. I really don't know what she was thinking. He waved his hand to disperse the floating characters, and held his forehead, and couldn't help laughing. What is this? A pot falling from the sky. It is indeed a pot falling from the sky, but it is not completely useless. After you are registered, it is estimated that it will not be so easy for the game to target you. You can also stay safe if you leave school. In this case, it is worth it for you to be slightly injured by the Book of Knowledge. It seems that she is indeed your benefactor. Even if she can't learn that song, don't be angry. The principal teased, and patted Fuan on the shoulder. Fuan smiled, brushed the principal's hand away. I wouldn't be angry anyway. The principal looked at him steadily, laughed twice. Yeah, okay. Fuan was feeling a little unwell now, and the principal left without saying a few words. Fuan fell on his back in the garden, and the flowers and plants under him immediately wrapped him up. The surrounding land sank slightly, completely wrapped him up, and people passing by from outside could not see the school's gardener lying in the flower bed. Fuan, who was lying in the flower bed, thought of Chen's every move. In fact, when she first came to Sun Moon High School, he noticed her. After all, such a player who did not play by the rules was too conspicuous. So he and the principals immediately confirmed that the other party was a game-friendly player. Later, after he really met this player, he saw some shadows of his past in the other party, very similar to himself and completely different. He was very clear about the fact that the other party had learned the language of the Wansheng tribe. At the beginning, he was shocked by her language talent, and that's why he made up his mind to let her try to learn that song. He was still thinking about finding an opportunity, but the other party took the ingredients and gave him the opportunity. However, he was not in a hurry to ask the other party to fulfill this promise. Obviously, the other party had forgotten it at first, but later, when the other party remembered it, he took the initiative to bring something to make amends, which was somewhat cute. After all, he just agreed to an unfamiliar NPC's inexplicable request. The Book of Knowledge of the Wanji clan. Tsuchin could even touch this thing. How long has she entered the game field? Sure enough, she has a high affinity. It should be related to the other party's superpowers. After all, the other party has been preparing for a superpower breakthrough recently. Being related to the Wanji clan, he should be able to activate more power of the song. But his clan is related to the Wanji clan, which is really too arrogant. He should be able to hold on until Tsuchin learns the song, and then he will dissipate. Even if he can't learn it, Tsuchin should help him find someone who can learn it. Only the human race can be related to all races without scruples. It is really an enviable clan. However, it is precisely because of this that the heavens and the worlds want to suppress the human race. Lin Kachin still doesn't know that she has tricked Fuan. At this time, she has already formed her own small team to participate in diplomatic activities. She would not show her true identity. She sent a relatively young court official. Although this official was a civil official, he was quite capable and could be considered as a face. He was also in charge of diplomatic affairs in the court. Perhaps those who were engaged in diplomacy had to be both civil and military. In addition to this person, there were naturally some guards, including several of Lin Chuechen's personal guards, who were specially assigned to protect her. In order to express sincerity, they would generally send princes and princesses to participate. But she didn't have any. But it didn't matter, because other court officials had children. So they asked the court officials to sign up and let their own diplomats select people. It was not until the time of departure that Lin Kachin discovered that the grandson of the left prime minister was also there. And there was also a general's daughter. The two seemed to dislike each other, and had a bit of a happy enemy style. They naturally did not go on a long journey in an ordinary carriage, but a flying boat. How to say it? This thing is quite shocking. But this flying boat also looks easy to shoot down. This world has a sense of magic and technology being off. Along the way, Lin Kachin also understood the situation of the general's daughter and the grandson of the left prime minister. The general's daughter is named Fei Luana. Yes, these people's names are also very varied. Anyway, it's just a combination of East and West. I don't know how this world was created. The grandson of the left prime minister is called Zui Yu. These two people are noisy. They grew up with her. They are of similar age, and they don't like each other. But it seems that the elders on both sides hope that they will be together. The diplomat is named Wang Yichu, and her personal bodyguard is called He Sherwu. The diplomat is a man who has a unique character and looks a bit like an immortal. However, Zuiyu looked at him with some caution. Lin Keichen was speechless. Could it be that she could fall in love with a man as soon as she saw him? This was her great diplomat. Soon, a group of people arrived in the South Country. The climate here was a little hot, but the supplies were abundant. The people were very warm, and the clothes were very cool. Of course, this so-called coolness was for her diplomats and others. In Lin Chuechen's opinion, it was nothing. It was just some short-sleeved shorts, short skirts, tube tops, etc., which were quite common. In the interstellar era, it is common to be naked. The receptionist from the South Country had been waiting at the post station for a long time. When the other party greeted her with a smile, she noticed that the other party seemed a little disappointed. What was he disappointed about? The other party immediately explained her doubts. Sir Wang, your king. The king is busy with affairs, so it's a pity that he can't come. I can only do it for him. This time the two of them exchanged polite words, and the other party didn't doubt it, and took them to stay in the reception hall. Lin Keichen turned around, and took his guards out to play. As for Zuiyu and Fei Luana, they naturally had to follow Wang Yichu. Zuiyu looked pitifully at Lin Keichen, who was very interested in leaving with his guards, and sat down on the chair in a frustrated manner. Fei Luana rolled her eyes at him. Wang? No. The young lady doesn't like you at all. You're wasting your time. How do you know that she definitely doesn't like you? Maybe the young lady just doesn't understand. Zuiyu said stubbornly. She has no one around her now. I still have a chance. You are not the only one who wants this opportunity. Fei Luana glanced at Wang Yichu, who was silent on the side. It was obvious that she didn't have to stay in the same space with them. Wang Yichu smiled, drank a sip of tea, and said nothing. Zuiyu naturally knew who Fei Luana was talking about. He frowned, but didn't say anything unmannerly. For a moment, the room fell into silence. Finally, Fei Luana, a straightforward lady, couldn't help but say, Hey, we follow the lady out, and we can get the moon first. Why don't you take any action? The lady has such a good temper. Even if you are abrupt, she won't do anything to you. Why don't you take this opportunity to get ahead? Fei Luana actually wanted to watch the show. But that being said, if these two people really took action to improve their favorability, she would report it to Lin Keichen as soon as possible. So you couldn't think of this, and neither could Wang Yichu. No. Whoever the lady likes is her own will. What we think is not important. It's better to do our own job. After that, he left. Zuiyu said, TSK. Coward. Fei Luana glanced at him, and secretly said, Idiot. Wang Yichu seemed not to fight or compete. But who knows if he would really not take action at that time. This kind of person is the most dangerous. He obviously has no background. But now, he has become an indispensable minister in the court. He has his own skills. Even though he was extremely talented, he was still too young when he followed the former emperor. Lin Keichen and his son, He Sherwu, strolled around, bought a lot of local specialties, and had a great time. However, halfway through, he actually met someone who came to chat up. My dear lady, my son fell in love with you at first sight, and wants to invite you to dinner. Are you willing? The servant came up to ask with a very respectful attitude. But it still aroused He Sherwu's vigilance. The other person had traces of a warrior on him. Lin Keichen blinked. Then let your young master come to me. I heard there is a very good restaurant here. I will wait for you at the restaurant. If someone comes to treat her, she will be very happy. Well, she must learn to be a dissolute lady, passing through a group of flowers without getting a single leaf on her body. Lin Keichen told the truth and went to the famous restaurant to find a private room to wait for the young master to come. Since the other party has a servant, he is naturally a person of status, and will not be unable to afford the consumption in this private room. Just treat it as making friends. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and the servant pushed the door open, followed by a handsome young man. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he was intimidating without anger, and his whole body revealed the majesty of a superior. This was not pretended at all, nor was it deliberately displayed by the other party, because it was as simple as breathing. On the contrary, as a female emperor, her aura might be too gentle. Well, she seemed to have never changed her mentality. She knew rationally that she was already very strong, and had become a high-level superpower, but in fact, her underlying psychology still belonged to her original weak self. Although her previous life was also affecting her, she had experienced too much in this life. In a flash, her aura changed. He Sherwoo and the servant both felt it. But the man with extraordinary temperament seemed not to feel it at all. He sat opposite Lin Keichen. His face softened, and he smiled. This smile was really small, but it made him feel less distant. The servant next to him was stunned for a moment, but because he quickly lowered his head, he couldn't tell what he meant. Long time no see. Achin. Lin Keichen. Wait a minute. This person knows her. She raised her eyes, focused her attention a little, and immediately the Wonji clan's induction was activated. She knew the other party's information, and the system also popped up the other party's introduction. Combining the two, she immediately knew what was going on. The person in front of her was the Emperor of Nandu, Nanchi. This celebration was probably held to invite her to meet her. Since she didn't change her appearance too much, she was naturally recognized by the other party when she came here. Chapter 106. The relationship between the other party and her does not seem innocent. At least it is definitely not the kind of insignificant stranger, otherwise there is no need to go to such great lengths to lure her here. Could it be that the other party wants to lure the snake out of its hole, directly hold her hostage, and take down the Dahlin Empire? The more Lin Keichen thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case, and she had been alert in her heart for a long time. Even if the person on the other side made any unusual movements, she would attack in the language of the Wansheng tribe. However, from Nanchi's perspective, the whole thing is another scene. When he saw that Lin Keichen had not come, he was very disappointed. Fortunately, he had observed the people who came, so he immediately saw Lin Keichen hiding among them. With that kind of appearance and temperament, he could not be a servant. He suddenly felt funny in his heart, and he thought Lin Keichen was very cute. Knowing that the other party was disguised, he certainly did not want to come here openly, so he waited for the other party to leave. In fact, he fell in love with Lin Keichen at first sight many years ago, but unfortunately he never had the opportunity to express his feelings. However, every time they had the opportunity to meet, he tried his best to make a good impression on the other party. I don't know if it worked. As expected, just as his people left, Lin Keichen brought people out. He thought that he sent people to make contact, but the other party would either refuse, or come to his house to ask him what he was doing. But the other party asked him out instead. He was very excited, because the other party was actually inviting him. He was quite nervous when he entered the room, but he saw that Lin Chuechen's aura had increased, and he was obviously different from him. So Lin Keichen thought Nanchi wanted to mess with her. Nanchi thought Lin Keichen had feelings for her. The two of them had a meal in such a weird atmosphere. After the meal, Nanchi said that he had something else to do, and he would go back to the palace first. After Nanchi left, Lin Keichen looked at He Sherwoo with some confusion. Sherwoo, what exactly is this person doing here, just to have a meal? He Sherwoo paused, nodded. I think so. Lin Keichen pouted speechlessly. Even if he knew I was here, there was no need to have a meal. I came here to hide my identity, it's not. Wait, this person is not trying to say, even if I hide my identity, he can know, so let me be careful. Bah! You are quite scheming. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he felt that it would offend the king. Finally, he shut up, but he couldn't help but tremble his lips. Although she didn't like the Emperor of the South, and didn't want her king to like him, it was rare for her king to be so slow, and the other party had clearly expressed it. But maybe it was because of this that the king was the king. Which man would not like the king? Thinking of this, he sure couldn't help but think of many rumors. It was said that the Emperor of the Southern Kingdom, the Regent of the Northern Kingdom, the Prime Minister of the Yin Kingdom, the General of the Moro Kingdom, these people who were in power in various countries were deeply in love with their king. Others didn't know, but the rumors about the Emperor of the Southern Kingdom should be true. Although Lin Keichen was very happy to eat this meal, she was not very happy after eating. However, she had too many things to rely on, and she shouldn't be afraid of the other party's test this time. If she was moved by the other party's little behavior, it would be a loss of dignity. The other party was the Emperor of the Southern Kingdom, and she was also the Emperor of the Great Lin Empire. So she took He Sherwoo shopping again. On the other side, after Nanchi returned to the palace and finished his work, he thought about it and felt that today was not bad, and could not help asking his personal servant, "How did I perform today?" Very good. It can be seen that His Majesty King Lin was very happy during the meal. And you recommended delicacies to her many times. I believe she can feel your kindness. Just kindness. Servant. Otherwise. But he had long known that his own king loved the king of the Great Lin Empire very much, so he certainly couldn't say that. Maybe you should get in touch with His Majesty King Lin more. In the next few days, Lin Kachin spent all her time eating, drinking and having fun, and meeting Nan Chi by chance. And all kinds of romantic encounters. Yes, she had quite a lot of romantic encounters, so she soon realized that she seemed to have a setting, which should be related to attractiveness. She probably had some kind of setting like charming, which made it easy for others to like her, and the same sex might only be limited to liking, and the opposite sex, But her character is not so serious. Whenever she wants to be a Lu Xiaohui, her system will start to remind her. Therefore, she still does not refuse the good-looking and capable young men, and will travel together. After sending off a reluctant young man, she turned around and saw Nan Chi with a bad face. The other party seemed a little angry. He Sherwu walked silently to her right front, as if he would help her block the attack if there was any disagreement. But she didn't feel the murderous intent from the other person. Why are you like this? Nan Chi's words were questioning. Lin Kachin had several question marks in her head. She couldn't help but look down at herself, and then looked at the food in her hand. What's wrong with me? I didn't know Miss Lin likes to play so much. Nan Chi's words were inexplicably sarcastic. What do you mean? You hold this celebration just for fun? Lin Kachin felt puzzled. Nan Chi wanted to say something, but saw that Lin Kachin had some impatience, and immediately calmed down. No, it's just. Now during the celebration, there are mixed people, there might be some danger. I'm on the territory of the Southern Kingdom. The Southern Kingdom will protect me. Lin Kachin meant something. If something goes wrong, it will be blamed on the Southern Kingdom no matter what. The Emperor has to protect her just to avoid trouble. Nan Chi didn't think this was the case. He thought that Lin Kachin trusted him. And his ears turned red. Only Lin Kachin didn't see it. He Sherwu beside him breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was resolved. He is worthy of being the king. He calmed people down with just a few words. With this ability, it doesn't matter if he is slow and doesn't understand emotions. Our king is simply natural. After that, Lin Kachin and Nan Chi walked around together for a while. He Sherwu followed behind his master, looked at the back of her head, and listened to the irrelevant conversation between the two people. He really wanted to find someone to talk to. The South Country is really rich in resources. The resources consumed by the celebration should not be a big deal. Your family is really wasteful. As long as you like it. Ah-Chun likes it, and is happy. Ah-Chi doesn't seem to be very busy these days. We are destined to meet each other many times. You are really free. Why do you always come to me? We are indeed destined to be together. Ah-Chun felt that we were destined to be together, and was happy. He Sherwu suddenly felt a strong gaze next to him, and immediately looked over with vigilance, and immediately met the gaze of the servant of the Southern King, and his eyes were also indescribable. The two instantly found resonance at this moment, and they reached a confession just through their eyes. He Sherwu, your master is really in love. The servant, why doesn't your master understand? When the celebration was about to end, people from the Northern Kingdom, envoy, etc. came and gathered at the Southern King's side, which prevented the Southern King from meeting Lin Kachin again. But Lin Kachin found that she would meet some important people from time to time in the past few days. How to describe it? If she was playing an Otome game, it would be equivalent to going through all the playable characters in the past 2 days. Lin Kachin had just separated from the genius doctor of Baiwa Valley that day, and after returning to the resting place, she suddenly realized something. The reason why the Great Lin Empire has no internal or external troubles is probably because her character is too attractive, which makes everyone love her. And then no one fights. Congratulations to the host for completing the first step of the goal. Lin Kachin was shocked by this system prompt, and she had a lot of complaints, but nowhere to vent them. It was really because of this. She said, isn't the structure of this world too frivolous? Why is her supernatural power breaking through the world like this? Also, this kind of Mary Sue setting where everyone in the world likes me is really quite cool, very suitable for her to be an emperor who lingers in the flowers. However, this setting is quite easy to fail. What if someone wants to monopolize her, directly conquers the Dahlin Empire, and then... wait a minute. Previously, it was said that the time limit for finding the cause of Mingwu's internal and external troubles is 1 month. If the cause is not found within 1 month, There will be turmoil. I'm afraid that this is the turmoil. The host has revealed the truth. Lin Keichun, you are really much smarter, and now you can reply. Then she should go and learn about the strength of her own armed forces. She even found a few capable people in the South Country. She wondered if she could kidnap them. Lin Keichun had a hunch that she couldn't wait until the celebration was over. Otherwise she would probably face Shira Field. She had been playing with many people these days. And these people were not simple. And they were all acquaintances. So she left her diplomats here. And went back with Zuyu, Fei Luo Na, and He Sherwu. The diplomats still have small flying boats to use. When the big flying boat they were using took off, a small flying boat immediately caught up. This small flying boat was quite reckless and directly stopped them. Lin Keichun looked at a certain general standing on the flying boat, dressed in military uniform, and was speechless. This general was really difficult to deal with. She had met a lot of people in the past 2 days. This general really impressed her. The general of the Morua Kingdom was so powerful that he had a high prestige. Morua Kingdom was quite special. In this country, strength was respected. They did not have a so-called emperor. The highest existence was the sage. This general is the first person under the sage, serious and powerful. After meeting her, he stuck to her like a piece of sticky candy. His style was overbearing but still within her acceptable range, because whenever she was unhappy, he would change his ways. Lord Lin, are you going back? The tall and mighty man seemed a little aggrieved. Lin Keichun was stunned by the question. Isn't it obvious? Yes. What, are you going to start a war? The other party stopped talking and fell silent. Lin Keichun waited for a while, and saw that he had no intention of speaking. I wonder if the general has something to say. Are you going to come to Morua to play? Lin Keichun narrowed his eyes. What does this mean? Could it be that this person likes her and wants to invite her to play? No. 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 You can't be so love-minded. Even if she has the physique of a charmer. But these people must value the country more than love. Chapter 107. After Lin Keichun declined the offer, she hurried back to China. As for what the people thought after she returned, she didn't know, but now she was ready to start unifying the world. Under the pretext of inspecting various departments, she got to know the situation of each department in her family. What shocked her was that her own armed forces were really not weak at all. It might be because they had enough training resources, plus many good generals, and some soldiers with great fighting and commanding talents, so the atmosphere in the army was clean and hardworking. Even if there was no war, they worked very hard. It was really a bit beyond her expectations. The foundation of this setting is really good. It's almost like it was set up to help her break through successfully. Is this the benefit she got after successfully resisting the whispers in her ear? That's too good. But it's not okay to fight directly. You have to persuade them to rebel first, and there are resources and economic suppression. When she was in the south, she spotted a few seedlings, but if these people want to come, they have to come with their families, because they are not alone. She really can't separate them from their parents, partners and children, but if she brings them all, she can't bring them with her. Lin Keichun asked the maid and the waiter to give her a massage, while thinking about how to do things. She had made a plan in her mind, and planned to directly hand over the relevant matters. As an emperor, she only needed to control the general direction, and the appointment of people, and she didn't need to worry about the details at all. So she directly called the left and right prime ministers, whose positions were specifically to assist her, so naturally they had to be used to the fullest. When the two saw Lin Chuechen's enjoyment, they were interrupted by Lin Chuechen's next words before they could say anything. Lin Keichun threw all his thoughts to them. He immediately confused the left and right prime ministers, and they felt as if they had heard wrongly. Your Majesty, this is... The left prime minister was a little old, and trembled a little in shock. Your Majesty, this war is not a good thing. Lin Keichun raised his hand to stop him from saying the next thing. I know, that's why we have to win by wits, and it would be best if we could win without bloodshed. We seem to be safe now, but there are no such good things in this world. The right prime minister was a little younger, and was a very imposing woman. She was usually quiet, but she was very steady in her work. Although some people might think that the right prime minister was a little old-fashioned and inflexible. Lin Keichun liked her after getting to know her. There were many flexible people, and not everyone had to be flexible. The right prime minister would not think too much, but would start analyzing right after she gave the order, and would discuss with her on the spot. The left prime minister stood alone on the side, watching his own king and the right prime minister chatting back and forth, and felt a little helpless for a while, secretly cursing the right prime minister for being so pedantic. and wondering if he was really old, and was actually unable to follow the king's ideas. After all, the new king is about to be enthroned, and naturally he wants to do something. The left prime minister lowered his head and thought for a while. Could it be that he could not keep up with the times? Or should he retire? Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing to wait for the new king to say it directly. So he immediately began to think about who else could take his place. And after thinking about it, he found that there seemed to be a few people who could be trained. After Lin Keqian finished talking with the right prime minister, he found that the left prime minister had been daydreaming. And then a message appeared on the other party, waiting to retire. Retreat. What is the left prime minister thinking about? Lin Keqian's mouth twitched. Left prime minister, do you have any ideas? The king's foresight is naturally beyond our reach. After what I just said, I suddenly felt that I had lost my positive and enterprising mentality. I am very scared. I want to return home, so that my remains can return to my hometown. The left prime minister said a lot of things in a flowery way. Lin Keqian was not surprised because she had already known it from the information, but before she could say anything, the right prime minister next to her spoke. Old Zhua, you finally realized that you are old. Lin Keqian. Left prime minister. Left prime minister, you are so good. Right prime minister, I have never heard a good word from you in my life. Lin Keqian looked at the left prime minister's face, which turned red instantly and wanted to curse, but he could only hold it in front of her and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, left prime minister, then I order you to train a successor and then leave. Of course, you can train more, and we will choose one from them. Yes, your majesty. The two left because they were full of things and forgot to talk about Lin Keqian's image. As soon as the two left the palace, the left prime minister threw his sleeves and snorted. How am I old? Didn't you say it yourself? The right prime minister looked sincere. The left prime minister's lips trembled, and he left angrily. Forget it. I won't argue with this fool. The left and right prime ministers acted quickly. Regarding the successor, the left prime minister had already thought of someone, so he chose it all at once. And the right prime minister directly started to deal with the military affairs. Such a big move naturally made everyone in the court nervous. Those who knew the inside story kept silent, and those who didn't know wanted to inquire, but were afraid to know what they shouldn't know. During this period, the system has given Lin Keqian the next goal, which is to spread her reputation for pleasure. So she gradually showed more indulgence in front of her ministers. Food, rare things, beauties, these are all what she likes. When she showed this intention, at first there were ministers who tried to persuade her, but they found that although Lin Keqian liked it, it did not interfere with the work at all, so they could not say anything in the end. During this month, several ministers, who often discussed things with Lin Keqian, already thought that their king was a black-hearted monarch. At the beginning, they fought a war of public opinion. Before they could make any move, the other party's country was in chaos. They took advantage of the situation and took over several small countries. A big country has its own capital. Some chaos was basically suppressed. Then Lin Keqian asked them to find these suppressed people and continue to agitate. It is better to prevent people from speaking than to prevent rivers. It seems easy to suppress it at first, but when it reaches a certain level, it will be very deadly when it explodes. They crushed several countries with overwhelming force. This month can be said to be a bloodless battle. They directly suppressed the surrounding countries. As for the public opinion, Lin Keqian played it to perfection, and silenced all the ministers involved in this matter. They just thought that it was a good thing that their king liked to enjoy himself. If he was just doing business, it would be really terrible, since the territory has expanded a lot. In order to expand the territory better in the future, Lin Keqian asked them to slow down their pace. First, the new territory should be sorted out a little bit. Lin Keqian also found some good seedlings from the local area to cultivate. These people have local friendship and will be moved by her kindness. They are the most suitable to be local officials. After that, they can deepen their sense of belonging through education. These routines, she was very skilled in playing them in her previous life. Even if she was not a professional in this field, she knew a lot from what she had seen and heard. Although technology was much more advanced in this life, there were not so many ways to manipulate public opinion. Everyone was just struggling to survive, and the internet was restricted. Even in the game field, a lot of information was blocked. The means of mass public opinion manipulation were very basic, and the main thing was to block. Recently, Lin Keqian had become more and more adept at controlling her own personality, and became more and more willful and reckless. But because of what she did in the previous dynasty, no one dared to say anything, because no matter what Lin Keichen did, it could not affect her own ability. Of course, not everyone is so smart. There was a minister who was not so smart and had average ability. He became someone else's target and told her all sorts of things, asking her to pay attention to her behavior. She smiled and agreed, and said nothing. The next day, the news of the unrest in the harem spread throughout the empire. Then she established a relevant rights protection mechanism based on this incident. In the Dahlin Empire, no matter whether it was a man or a woman, as long as they had the ability, they could build their own harem. This was not a monogamous country. She did not want to forcibly change everyone's ideas and concepts. But some things could be done step by step. After the establishment of the Harem Supervision Agency, many people immediately became obedient. He hadn't even taken care of his harem yet, and he still had the mind to manage her? Because of this incident, the court officials knew that their emperor didn't like to hear this now. And the emperor was really powerful, so no one mentioned it again. Some people even thought she was very charming and had her own personality. The actions of the Dahlin Empire were still covert at first, but later they were too obvious, and immediately attracted the attention of all forces. Some countries heard that Lin Keichen liked beautiful women and delicious food, which were things that could wear down his will, and began to offer these good things, and even spread rumors where such good things were, and set traps for her. Could she still be fooled by this? She just likes it, not that she has a hole in her brain and is addicted to it. So she took advantage of the situation and merged many countries. That day, Nguyen sent a crystal stone. The envoy said that his emperor wanted to communicate with her directly. This crystal stone was a communication crystal found by Nguyen, but because it was so big, it has not been shared with everyone. Everyone knows why. It is just a half-hearted excuse. Lin Keichen sighed that it was the right time to come. Immediately, the multinational conference began. They didn't start to criticize her behavior right away, but they were still sarcastic. Even the Southern Emperor and others who liked him, not everyone was willing to be recruited by her. Lin Chuechen's recent system progress was stuck, because the character setting was done well, and all that was left was to unify the world. But the rest were hard bones to chew. Even the borders were already tightened, and those small occupied places could easily become battlefields if they were not careful. In order to avoid problems, she did not recruit soldiers immediately. The Wanji tribe's props in her hand can be used. She has sufficient supernatural energy and mental power to use. She does not need those troublesome pre-programs, and can exert great power. During this period, she also learned some of the Wanji tribe's language in the library. Although it was not much, she did learn some, which could increase the power of these props. She had a hunch that once unified, the supernatural breakthrough would basically be over. It was obviously a meeting of emperors and those in power. But at this moment, Lin Keichen felt like he was in a vegetable market. A bunch of people were noisy, but they could not get to the point. Everyone, please talk about the key points. Chapter 108. Instantly, the sound in the communication stone disappeared, and everyone fell silent. Lin Keichen tapped her armrest gently. This communication stone can see expressions. Everyone's expressions were quite complicated at this time. Her face remained unchanged, and she thought a lot in her heart. She couldn't just say that she wanted to unify the world, so she had to say something high-sounding. In fact, she didn't understand why Nguyen wanted to hold this meeting. Did they think that opening this meeting would stop her from taking action, or that they could team up to deal with her together? But the problem was that once this communication stone was opened, everything would be opened. No one was left out at all. Of course, Onwood could have refused to give her the stone. But the problem was that Onwood gave it to her. No one spoke first. But Lin thought for a moment and said, I believe everyone loves peace. I don't like war. And I don't like bloodshed. But everyone's resources and specialties are completely different. I like to play. And I like things that I don't have. So can we trade? King Lin is really at the age of playing. And for this reason. Ahem. King Lin is right. We all love peace. And trade is naturally a good thing. But King Lin's previous behavior doesn't seem to be peace-loving. Now that they have started to talk about business. The other people in power are not vegetarians either. Lin Keichen found the talk boring, and couldn't help looking at a powerful tool at hand. After thinking for a while, he said, I want to travel to various countries recently. I wonder if you will accept my invitation. Yes. When King Lin comes, we will welcome him. Seeing everyone welcoming him, Lin Keichen proposed to end the meeting. since there was nothing else to do. Everyone agreed. Because in this meeting, once someone leaves, everyone else will be disconnected. It is simply a mandatory public conversation. So it is impossible to say anything more secretive. A powerful, but rather useless gadget. After the meeting, Lin Keqian planned to develop her own weapon technology. Although hard technology was difficult, the background of this world was not purely scientific. So as long as she gave the direction and used props to boost the energy of these people, she would be able to produce results soon. Lin Keqian's previous travel around the world was not just for fun. She really planned to travel around. Firstly, to understand the situation in those countries. And secondly, to use herself to delay the entire war. She was not putting herself in danger. After this period of time, she was very sure that she was invincible in this world. But she was definitely a top-level existence. As long as she brought a few guards, there would be no problem. There were indeed some dangers in the open and above-board mission. But these dangers could bring better benefits. Since she was not afraid of being harmed, she could just go straight to the face and attack. Especially this world was not a real world, but a constructed false world. It was abnormal to follow common sense too much in this world. And she had another vague idea, which was to see if there were anything related to the Wanji clan in other countries, or the Wansheng clan would be fine, as she always felt that these two clans were very important in her supernatural bloodline. Of course, when Lin Keqian said that at the meeting, not many people actually believed it. But when the emperors received the information that Lin Keqian was going to visit them one by one, they were all shocked. What is she doing? Isn't she afraid of being assassinated? Lin Keqian made cannons while traveling to various countries. As she thought, the world had been stable for a long time after all, and no one wanted to go to war. She showed some friendliness, and didn't push them too hard, so these people didn't mean to tear each other apart. However, she also discovered that her admirers also had some influence in this. Although not big, but it did exist. When Lin Keqian returned home from traveling around the world with a lot of luggage, those cannons had already been built. And then Lin Keqian started the so-called military exercise. It directly shocked all countries, and even used the Wanji tribe's props to perform a big move, which directly flattened a mountain. This scene not only shocked all countries, but also shocked the country. No one could have imagined that their empress actually had such a big move. And she looked calm and relaxed, as if she could throw another one the next moment. Lin Keqian did not exhaust her strength when using this prop, but it was basically used up. She didn't dare to think about how many lives would be lost if it was used by an ordinary emperor. She was afraid that she would kill 1,000 enemies and lose 1,000 of her own. After this military exercise, everyone's attitude towards Lin Keqian changed completely. Foreign countries fell into silence and panic, which meant that the Great Lin Empire had the so-called right to speak, and even held a special meeting to congratulate her on the success of the military exercise. In China, people believe in Lin Keqian even more. Lin Keqian's prestige is very high. Now she is basically the one who has the final say, and everyone has awe of her. Many people think that she is the chosen emperor, because they have never seen or heard of such a person in the past emperors. After that, many things seem to be logical. The morale of the country is greatly boosted, and naturally they will go to war in one go. Even many people hope to go to war, who would not want their powerful empire to have a better future, and because this is a virtual world, Lin Keqian didn't think too much about the future. In order to promote this unified pattern, she also made some inducements. That is, the sooner you become a citizen of the Dahlin Empire, the better the welfare, and the higher the authority you have over some things. Then it will naturally lead to instability in some countries. Then she will carry out some economic suppression. Anyway, the whole map will be ruined by her. After the south and north were taken over, Lin Keqian directly rushed into the other side's treasury, and saw what he wanted. Some things related to the supernatural bloodline race. There were all kinds of things scattered around, but the most were the things of the Wansheng clan and the Wanji clan. On the day when she achieved great unification, she obtained a special thing from the last sage of the Muruik kingdom, a mirror of the Wanxiang clan. The Wanxiang clan, the Wanji clan, and the Wansheng clan were called the Wansen clan, and these three races had different characteristics. The Wansheng clan could convey thousands of languages in the world. The Wanji clan could know thousands of knowledge in the world. And the Wanxiang clan could see thousands of images in the world. In general, it was a monitor, a bug, and an analysis processor. No matter which of these three is obtained separately, They are all very powerful. She didn't expect that she could encounter all three at the same time. Moreover, this mirror is not an ordinary prop. It is something similar to the Book of Knowledge of the Wanji clan. It is a prop that can introduce her to the fate of the Wanxiang clan. The reason why her Wanxiang clan does not need this kind of fate is that it is given directly by the game field, and it directly skips this stage. However, the fate of the Wanji clan is to write your name in it. This mirror means that as long as you can reflect yourself in the mirror, you will succeed. Lin Keqian. It really depends on fate. But she didn't care much about it. After all, the Book of Knowledge was in front of her. The props in this world were very random and completely fake. As the tester of this world, she was naturally the protagonist, and the mirror would probably be able to reflect it. So she stood in front of the mirror casually, and it was reflected as expected. Look! Look! That's it. Lin Keqian was bored. But she did feel that she had changed again. When she wanted to look into the distance, she could see some inexplicable pictures. The sage beside him was shocked, seeing Lin Keqian's indifferent expression. He was even more awed. Is this the chosen one? After the great unification, Lin Keqian carried out the measurement of the degree of unity, and so on. She also learned to do what the first emperor did before, and was praised in various ways. Then she reformed the education and promotion system. Finally, the dust settled, and the supernatural power breakthrough was completed. Lin Keqian was in a trance when he opened his eyes. After all, he had been in the supernatural power breakthrough world for a long time. At least 2 years. And it felt a little unreal to suddenly return to this world. After a long pause, the feeling in that world in her mind gradually faded, as if it was the body's own treatment to protect her. Then, the energy in her body surged. Her mental power began to surge wildly, and her temples throbbed. An alarm sounded immediately beside her, and then a robot placed her in the nutrient solution. She immediately felt the feeling of being blown away, and her body gradually eased. She slowly closed her eyes, using this energy to regulate the energy in her body. Little did she know that Dr. Gu, who had been observing her outside the clinic, had a serious face. What's going on? Ji Zhuoyin frowned, looking at the data on the table. A little bit unbelievable. How could there be such a big change in the data? Has our database ever had such a historical record before? No. This is the first time such a big change has occurred. The prepared nutrient solution is not enough, and more must be prepared. Dr. Gu did not have time to explain more, and quickly asked his assistant to prepare the nutrient solution. Lin Keqian's recovery time after this breakthrough in supernatural power was very long, and it took 2 days. Although Dr. Gu was used to enduring major operations, he still felt a little tired. After confirming that Lin Keqian's data was completely stable, she breathed a sigh of relief. When Lin Keqian woke up, she was in a familiar ward. This room was her exclusive ward. She blinked and slowed down her thoughts. Maybe the surroundings gave her a sense of security, so the reaction was not very big. She glanced at her ability system, and it took her 3 seconds to react. She broke through to level 62. What? How could there be so many? Didn't she just make a breakthrough as a 6th level ability user? How come she became a 7th level ability user after coming back? Although her perception of the world of superpower breakthroughs was weakened, many of the things she learned were still rooted in her bones. Although she was shocked, her mentality was very stable. The experience of 2 years still made her temperament and mentality change significantly. However, it didn't take long in this world. Just more than 2 weeks. After reading the information about her superpowers, she also felt the power of her current data. At this time, the ward was opened and Dr. Gu walked in. How do you feel now? Dr. Gu helped Lin Keqian up. Chapter 1093 Skill Books. Not bad, I'm full of energy, but I haven't recovered yet, my body is a little out of control. Lin Keqian looked helpless. She could feel the power in her body, but her limbs didn't seem to belong to her. This is normal, you reacted a lot after the breakthrough. Your body data is like a roller coaster. You'll see how much nutrient solution you use later. Normally you only use a quarter of your amount, and those who use less may not even use a quarter. Dr. Gu couldn't help but tease. Maybe you have made too many breakthroughs. I can feel it. Lin Keqian was not completely ignorant of supernatural breakthroughs. She had never heard of anyone who had made a breakthrough to a major stage like her. Yes, your situation is too special. Let's do a thorough physical examination first. Dr. Gu helped Lin Keqian move to a medical cabin next to her. Don't worry. Let's take it slowly. It's normal that your body can't adapt to the increase in strength. Lin Xuechen's physical examination took a long time. During this period, Bai Shu and Xiao Kuang came to see her. But it was obvious that everyone was very busy. So they left in a hurry. Since I had nothing to do lying down, I couldn't help but think of some of the powers of the Wanji clan and Wanxiang clan that I had obtained in the world of supernatural breakthrough. What a convenient setting, if it could also be done in reality. What are these words that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes? At this time, she looked at the medical cabin in front of her, and a line of words appeared on it. X789334, a Hug Model Comprehensive Medical Cabin. She blinked, and blinked again. Damn, what is this? At this time, Dr. Gu was surprised and asked, Xuechen, what are you doing? Why is your mental strength decreasing so quickly? Lin Keichen paused, and the handwriting in front of her eyes disappeared immediately. She realized belatedly that she had just used the ability of the Wanji clan. What's going on? This ability was brought out. Isn't it fake to save lives? Could it be true? Lin Keichen took a breath. She felt something exploded in her mind. She didn't dare to think deeply about what she had learned. Wait, she had written Fu An's name on the Book of Knowledge before. She would let Fu An thank her later, for giving him such a great thing. It's okay, maybe I can't control it well enough, Lin Keichen said. Then we really need to be alert. It's still very dangerous if we can't control our mental power. Dr. Gu's tone became serious. After the examination, Lin Keichen was transferred back to the bed and rested in the hospital for a few days. While resting, she also figured out what changes had taken place in her ability. How should I put it? It was actually quite easy to know, after all. She had a growth assistance system. It's just that Dr. Gu had to reveal it to him slowly, and couldn't tell him everything at once. In fact, the direction of her ability has not changed much. But the ability has changed a lot. Instead of calling it garbage collection, it is better to change the name to collection. Because as long as it meets the judgment of her ability, now everything can be collected. Not only is the upper limit much higher, but also the ability of collection has been greatly improved. It is even possible to collect some things that do not exist in the world, which is the so-called fantasy product. Speaking of which, now she can directly collect living things. Of course, if the vitality of this living thing is too strong, it will not work. She is only level 7, not level 10. She has not reported her ability level yet. At her age, if her ability of this level is announced, it will definitely cause turmoil in many parties. Of course, her current age and level are also very talented. But the Chinese team can still be saved. If it reaches the 7th level, it is hard to say. Her ability can still collect in a certain direction to a certain extent. That is, among the things collected, she can directly collect a certain item in a targeted manner. But in this case, sometimes there will be no surprises. For example, sometimes you want something unexpected, but you can't get it this way. When Dr. Gu finished analyzing her ability, he was shocked and immediately carried out some follow-up training. Half a month later, Lin Keichen had returned to her peak state. During this period, she was really bored and played games several times. Anyway, there was no problem with her state after entering the game field. But her body in reality could not synchronize with the power. The good news is that Ji Zhuan recovered and led the team to clear the game field in the hospital, obtained very advanced props, and even improved her ability. What others don't know is that his inheritance has also been optimized. In short, everyone is very happy recently. But the problem now is that the game festival is getting closer and closer, and there are less than 2 weeks left. Lin Keichen went to Sun Moon High School. It was evening at this time, and he went to the thin chef's place for a meal. During this time, Fu An also came over. I'm in pretty good shape. Do you want to try to learn it? Lin Keichen asked with a smile. She always felt that it would be better to learn it before the game festival, and she would have one less thing to worry about. Fu An nodded, smiling modestly, looking at Lin Keichen with stars in his eyes. You have improved a lot. Yes. It's a coincidence. Is it because of the breakthrough of supernatural power? Fu An saw it at a glance. Yes. Lin Keichen nodded. It was indeed a little unexpected. Otherwise, I might not have come to you so long ago. It's okay. No rush. But, Fu An hesitated to speak. Why? Lin Keichen raised his eyebrows. Just say it if you have something to say. I suddenly realized a while ago that I had something to do with the Wanji clan. Fu An was silent for a moment. Lin Keichen immediately knew what he was talking about. And then he fell silent. The two of them stared at each other for a while. And Lin Keqian raised a smug expression. So, how are you going to thank me? Fuin paused, lowered his head and laughed. And he was really happy. Lin Keqian was puzzled by his laughter. What's wrong? Fuin stopped laughing, but his eyes were still slightly red with a smile. Qi-chen, you are a human. Yes, but I'm not. What do you mean? Lin Keqian was stunned. You may not know that the human race can tolerate everything and is the race with the most possibilities. But other races are not. Then, will it cause you any trouble? Fortunately, it can be solved. Fuin smiled. Lin Keqian didn't know what to say. Originally, she thought it was a good thing for Fuin. But now she accidentally pitted him. Although she didn't mean to. Don't show that expression. It will be good for me. Seeing that Lin Keqian was a little embarrassed, Fuin distracted her attention. I am from the #### tribe. Oh, let me think about your language. I am from the Wood Spirit tribe. I belong to a race that is born and raised and worships nature. But unfortunately, I think I will never see the real nature again. Lin Keqian was stunned for a moment. Can't you leave the playground? Of course you can't leave. So you have to work hard. If you can't beat the playground, you must find a way to escape. Fuin's eyes were filled with deep sadness. What kind of existence is the playground? Lin Keqian couldn't help asking. Fuin looked up at the sky, shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about this. Principal Yanwang told you part of it last time. And it's not time for the rest yet. Lin Keqian nodded. Then after eating and drinking, should we go to learn songs? Okay. The two of them arrived at a flower house. The whole room was planted with various rare and precious plants. In the middle, there was a table and chair woven with vines, and a scroll was floating on it. The two walked over side by side. This is the song. Fuin pointed, but did not touch the scroll. It's just that it's not time to open it yet. You have to learn the language inside first. Turning around, several books appeared in front of Lin Keqian. Lin Keqian. It's a skill book. This is a language skill book. See if you can learn it. Fuin handed 3 skill books to Lin Keqian. The 3 language skill books were much thinner than the skill books of the Wansheng clan. She took a look. They were, with spirit language, light language clan language, general knowledge of the language of the popular races. This shallow language is not the best choice. But I can't get you a skill book for the Wansheng language. Although there are Wansheng language learning methods and courses in the school. It is too difficult. If you can't even learn the shallow language, let alone other things. Fuin said helplessly. Lin Keqian paused and nodded. He didn't say that he knew the Wansheng language. As for the skill book, any player can learn it. Lin Keqian didn't understand. He already had the skill book. But he couldn't learn the language? He might not be able to learn this song. But not the language. No, language skill books are not as simple as you think, or any race-related knowledge skill books are not that simple. You may not have learned them, so you don't understand them. Fuin explained. You will fail in the learning process. Lin Keqian, who had used the language skill book, nodded seriously. I understand. What? You can still fail, luckily. She was lucky and didn't fail. Which one is the easiest to learn here? General knowledge. Okay. Lin Keqian picked up the skill book and used it. 3 seconds later, a light flashed, and the learning was successful. Lin Keqian, confused. Fuin, confused. This should have been learned. She already has this skill in her skill bar. Fuin nodded blankly. Yes. Then Lin Keqian used the light language clan skill book again. This time it changed from 3 seconds to 1 second. Because she had already learned the language of the 10,000 Voices clan, so this skill book was immediately mastered. Oh my god, does the 10,000 Voices clan language skill come with a language learning buff? Before she could think of a reason to make this matter go away, she heard Fuin's voice of sudden enlightenment. I understand. You are predestined with the 10,000 knowledge clan, so you have a learning bonus for this type of skill. How could I have forgotten this? You are simply the chosen one to learn this song. Lin Keqian nodded with a look of, I see, on his face. That's right, the Wanji tribe also has buff bonuses, so she is stronger. The With Spirit language skill book was naturally learned immediately. Fuin was excited, and took out a small ball prop, and after opening it, fragmented syllables came out of it. This is the fragmented syllables of the song after it was scrambled. See if you can learn it. I'll try. Under Fuin's expectant eyes, Lin Keqian studied some fragments very seriously, but how to say it? At this moment, Lin Keqian realized. He is a super tone deaf. Chapter 110 Research Results. Fuan looked at Lin Chuechan singing in disbelief. He suddenly felt that he was too happy too early. He couldn't help but cover his chest. This kind of ups and downs was not a good feeling. He was so surprised that he almost went to heaven. But now, he was stuck in a step he had never thought of before. In the past, everyone was stuck in learning languages. But now, he realized that not everyone can sing. However, Fuan did not get impatient after he figured it out. He patiently taught Lin Chuechan to sing. Although it was a little difficult, it was always right to work hard. In recent days, Lin Chuechan came here every day to learn from Fuan. The 2 principals and 2 chefs came to see her. The chefs also made some throat-soothing food for her. Every time they left, their expressions were very difficult to describe. Lin Chuechan took a sip of juice, and her expression was hesitant. Have I really made progress? Fuan's expression was gentle. Yes. Believe in yourself. Okay, then I'll leave today. Since the game festival is about to start, I won't come here for the time being. The countdown to the game festival has begun. Before the real festival, Ji Zhuan and the others want to take her to play the game to get used to it. Okay, see you later. See you later. After Lin Chuechan left, Fuan straight back relaxed slightly, and he exhaled slowly. Principal Yang Wang, who had been silent and had not come over, came out from behind a tall plant at this time. His expression was really hard to describe. If it doesn't work, why don't we change someone? No, she is talented. She learned all languages quickly. Fuan shook his head firmly. Yes, she learned languages very quickly, but she learned this song very slowly. The principal said in confusion. This speed is not much better than those who can't learn languages. When he heard Chuechan speak for the first time that day, he was controlled for half a minute, and that was because she only sang for half a minute. After he went back, he had a dizzy debuff. Speaking of this person's singing voice, it is simply a super control skill. I don't know if the other party has discovered it. Fuan was so stupid. He insisted on teaching, and he was very patient. How did he endure the debuff? He was so strong. He was the guy who almost overturned the playground. Fuan put away his learning props and said nonchalantly, "My teaching method is wrong. I just need to change it." After saying that, he left without looking around, with a face full of assent. Ha! The principal made a sound of incomprehension. He quickly took 2 steps to catch up with him. You are kidding. Because of the other person's extremely poor singing voice, I think it's my own problem. Fuan, you were not this kind of person before. You used to want to blame everyone who was incompetent. What's so funny about this? Fuan glanced at the principal. The principal's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Lin Chuechan didn't expect that his singing would be so bad. I wanted to learn it earlier, but now he has to wait until after the ceremony. I feel a little sorry for Fuan. I waited for her for so long before, but now she can't learn it. Wei Wei was a little annoyed. She walked out of the room skillfully. When Ji Zhuan entered the room, Xiao Quanquang and Bai Shu were already waiting for her inside. And there were also Ran Yu and Xin Yu. Regarding the game festival, I don't need to say much. And everyone here knows what's going on. But I got first-hand information, saying that this time the game festival can be entered in a team. And everyone will have a hidden identity. The maximum number of people in a team is 6. And they must enter from the same entrance. So the 6 of us can enter together, Ji Zhuan said. As for whether there are other requirements for teaming up, I don't know yet. But what I know is that no matter what kind of invitation you get, you can team up together. What do you think? Do you want to team up to participate in this game festival? Ji Zhuan is naturally not someone who doesn't care about other people's ideas. He mainly asked Lin Chuechan this question because the others have already been decided. Lin Chuechan has been busy recently, and we haven't talked about it. So I don't know her specific ideas. Before, she just said that we should enter the game field together to get used to each other. But she didn't mention teaming up. Of course I agree. But can we really form a team if we don't have the invitation? The problem is that her current identity has changed from a player in the game festival to a supervisor. Now she can't not form a team. It will make her look weird. If she can't form a team, it can be said that it's a problem with the special invitation. And it can be directly pushed to the game field. It should be possible. But the players with special invitations are in special circumstances. And it may not be possible to form a team, Ji Zhuan said conservatively. This was exactly what Lin Ke wanted. I first explained, I have a special invitation letter here, so there are really problems. Ji Yanwen thought for a while, speaking in advance. He looked at others, mainly Lin, but died. Dai said, I am low level. The body has just cured. There is no such courage to get advanced. Ji Yin nods, look at Lin, but sink. Lin Shan looked at Qiao Yin at this time, so Qiao Yin immediately said, I am senior. Bai Shu, similar advanced. Xin Yu, intermediate. Lin Shan said embarrassedly, I am also a special invitation letter. The others were silent. Ling Kaichen scratched his face in embarrassment. Anyway, let's get used to each other first. If we can't form a team, maybe we can cooperate when we meet at the ceremony. Yes, I thought so too. Ji Zhuan nodded. Because although Lin Kaichen had already reached level 6 by playing in the game field a while ago, he had not officially been to a high difficulty game field. After the specific matters were discussed, Xin Yu and Ran Yu left, leaving Lin Kaichen and the other four, Qiao Quangquang, and Bai Shu set up a shield in the room. Lin Kaichen could see that Ji Zhuan had something to say to her. Xiuchen, I'm afraid your identity will soon be exposed. You are now level 6. When you enter the high-level game field, you will definitely be found to be very capable. But your name is not on the list. If someone wants to check, it will be very easy. Ji Zhuan threw a bomb to Lin Kaichen as soon as he opened his mouth. Although she felt that everyone seemed to have noticed something, because no one said anything, she pretended not to know. She didn't expect Ji Zhuan to bring it up on his own initiative. Without waiting for Lin Kaichen to say anything, Ji Zhuan added, we tell you this just to hope that you have some psychological preparation, and mainly want to tell you about the situation in the high difficulty game field. Although the situation in the high difficulty game field is similar to the other two difficulty levels, there are sometimes some essential differences. For example, the medium difficulty game field can start live broadcasting, while many high difficulty game fields are forced to live broadcast. The content of the entire game field will be more complete. For example, in the low-level game field, the game is very fragmented and the rules are straightforward. But the high difficulty game field is like a small world. Of course, you have played many mutated game fields, so you should know what I am talking about. Therefore, high difficulty game fields can easily make players lost. There is another very important point. The external life core is not at an advantage in high difficulty game fields. Ji Zhuan said this very seriously. If you are an external life core, you have to find a way to change it. There are also related props in the organization. You can exchange them if you need them. If you don't have enough points, you can buy them on credit. The external life core is not at an advantage. Ling Kaichen was a little surprised. What I know is that the external life core is at an advantage. That's right. But this is for most players. Because most players will find it difficult to enter the high difficulty game field in their lifetime. So the external life core is more advantageous. Therefore, no matter how everyone attacks the medium and low difficulty game field, we have not guided the public opinion in this regard. Because players who can reach the high difficulty game field must also be able to change the state of their life core. Ji Zhuan explained. I see. In order to ensure the majority of players, there is such a saying. Can you tell me why the external life core is not advantageous? Because all external life cores need a place to store. And most high difficulty game fields will sense and destroy them. That's really terrifying. In a high difficulty game field, we may even forget who we are. This situation may also occur. In short, we should never take it lightly. Okay. Now that we have finished talking about the game field, let me tell you about the things you gave me before. Do you still remember those waste papers? Ji Zhuan looked at Bai Shu. And Bai Shu immediately took out a pile of papers that he had prepared long ago and handed them to Lin Kaichen. Lin Kaichen took a look. These were the restored waste papers, all of which were design drawings, talismans, etc., and some other things. They did not look like what she had obtained before. Our people also collect these things after each game, but the quantity is very small. But there is still progress. The design inside is something that can limit the game. A bit like a minor protection device. Lin Chuechen's eyes widened instantly. So, the minor protection device was given by foreigners. It is not something that humans have. And the principle of this thing is incomprehensible. Yes, just as you think. If we can succeed in research, we can turn on the protection device for all humans. Ji Zhuan laughed. You are a hero. Ling Kaichen was excited for a moment, and shook his head. No, I am not. Everyone who fights for humanity is a hero. Ji Zhuan was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face deepened. The talisman in your hand? I have also studied it clearly. It is indeed an ancient thing of blue star, and it is very powerful and very restraining. The problem now is that we lack such inheritors. But we will not give up the search. Also, do you remember the mechanical parts before? This is indeed something beyond our technology. But it can really help us improve our technology. Maybe we will not need to rely on foreign technology to travel through the stars in the future. I really heard a lot of good news today, Lin Keqian said. Of course. There is one more thing, Ji Zhuoing continued. There is also, at this time, Bai Shu came over with a familiar book. Chapter 111 Entering the Advanced Game Field. Bai Shu's ability is the book in his hand. Lin Keqian didn't quite understand why the other party handed the book to her. But she still took it. The pages of the book turned by themselves, and finally unfolded on a certain page, which contained a white seed. It looks a little familiar, but she was sure she had never seen it before. This is the contaminated seed we blocked before, Bai Shu said. Contaminated seed. Lin Keqian looked at Bai Shu in disbelief. But there is no pollution on it. This is too amazing. How did you do it? This is purified by talismans. Talismans. Lin Keqian took a deep breath. She was deeply shocked by the power of the talisman. She thought it was some advanced technology, or some powerful supernatural power, but she didn't expect it to be a talisman. Although we haven't found the inheritor of the talisman now, we have still studied the way to use the talisman. Bai Shu was also very happy about this. The most important thing is, this purification seed can purify the environment. Lin Keqian looked at the white seeds in the book in disbelief, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and returned the supernatural book to Bai Shu. I will find a way to collect these things in the future. In the future. You can collect more things when you have nothing to do. That's perfect, try this. Bai Shu took out a small paper bag from the space button. He carefully opened the paper bag. Inside was some small black powder. This is the ashes left after the talisman was used. Lin Keqian immediately understood, and reached out to collect. Collection successful. Get Advanced Purification Talisman *1, experience value plus 10. The ashes disappeared. A brand new talisman appeared in Lin Keqian's hand. Everyone's breathing became rapid. Yeah! Bai Shu clenched his fist excitedly. Great! It can be obtained again through collection. But the ashes obtained after using this talisman cannot be collected again, Lin Keqian explained. She still had to make this clear in advance. The collection technique could not become a perpetual motion machine for the time being. Well, that's also a surprise, Bai Shu said helplessly. After that, Ji Zhuoing led the team and everyone into the high-difficulty game field. Because it was just for running in. They just found a more popular game field. The difficulty was not particularly high. And there was no forced live broadcast. A very safe game field. The content is also very direct. It is a pursuit game. The fight with the natives is so fierce. Ji Zhuoing said, such a game field is more suitable for running in, because the rhythm is tense. You need to use your brain to a certain extent, but not too much, and you can also explore everyone's combat strength to a certain extent. Lin Keqian agreed to this. So before entering the game field, she used the points in the Huaxia group to exchange herself for a weapon. After all, her current weapon is only the branches of the sacred tree. The characteristics of this thing are really a bit obvious. There are still many unconventional weapons in the Huaxia group. Xiao Quanquang told her before that she could ask someone in the organization to customize them. But after thinking about it, she already had a branch of the sacred tree. So there was no need to get another birth weapon. The weapon in her hand now is a brooch. This brooch is quite powerful. But there is a problem. That is, it requires very strong mental power, which will bring some burden to the mental power. People with insufficient mental power dare not use it. But the problem is that people with strong enough mental power have more useful weapons to choose from. So there is no need to choose this one. Because this brooch is highly variable. It tests the user's skills. If you are not careful, you can easily get yourself into trouble. But Lin Keqian has the abilities of the Wansan tribe. A pair of twin summoned spirits. Branches of the sacred tree. Various skills and titles. And even the status of a reserve supervisor. He is so confident. In a certain game field. On a section of the Black River. Xiao Quanquang looked at this whiter and more transparent goo worm that had swallowed countless other goo worms. His big round eyes were full of greed. At this moment, Xiao Quanquang suddenly took out an old stone knife. Without any hesitation, he directly stabbed the stone knife into her almost dry arm. Her body had long turned pale and dry due to blood loss. If she continued like this, she would die. Dark red blood gushed out from the wound in an instant. Come! Xiao Kuang had a creepy and weird smile on his face. His shriveled cheeks and a pair of protruding and huge eyes formed a strong contrast. As Xiao Kuang's voice fell, the white poisonous insect with blood-colored lines flew in front of her. Xiao Kuang stared at the poisonous insect with her eyes. And then, her black and red blood that was originally flowing downwards suddenly flowed in the opposite direction. All of it fell on the body of the poisonous insect. As Xiao Kuang's blood was infused, the body of the poisonous insect seemed to gradually turn black. Xiao Kuang inexplicably began to recite incomprehensible spells. At this moment, in the dark night sky, a strange flow seemed to appear. As the flow became clearer and clearer, an evil that could almost be sensed began to slowly appear in the sky. And then it had some mysterious connection with the black color of the insect in front of Xiao Kuang. A black light in the sky fell directly on the insect. Everything fell into a state of stillness. At the same time, the mysterious and evil aura appeared from the insect. At this time, Lin Kaichen in the distance killed the monster in front of him, and suddenly turned his head to look over. What's going on? Is Xiao Kuang completely crazy? The plants around Ji Zhuowen suddenly rose up and attacked Xiao Kuang. Xiao Kuang has been bewitched. That's her forbidden move. Xuchen, go find Bai Shu. Ji Zhuowen had no time to explain, and sent Lin Kaichen out of the surrounding encirclement with plants. At the other end of the Black River, Sun Yu, Ran Yu and Bai Shu were fighting with some guys in black robes. Ran Yu was not particularly good at direct confrontation. She stood behind the two of them to buff them. They were able to hold on. Lin Kaichen pulled out a bolt of lightning from his brooch, and directly grasped the tail of the lightning. He ignored the wound on his hand caused by the lightning, and used the force to kill directly into the battlefield. He also killed several black-robed enemies around him. Bai Shu, go over there. I'll hold on for you. Xiao Kuang has a problem. Okay. I know. A huge phantom stood on the Black River. The blood-red veins on his body seemed like burning flames. Xiao Kuang seemed to be exhausted from the previous sacrifice, but her face was filled with joy, and she was completely unaware that she was dying. The huge shadow, with every step forward on the Black River, caused ripples to spread across the Black River. Ji Zhuowen rushed forward without saying a word, but was directly blocked by Xiao Kuang. Boss, what are you doing? This is a god. How can you blaspheme against him? Even a well-educated person like Ji Zhuowen couldn't help but want to swear. K, your god, are you fucking poisonous now? The whole thing started when they entered the game field. The goal of this game field was to kill the Black Wizards. The Black Wizards in this world were set as a group of crazy and evil beings. Originally, there was no problem with the entire game field. After 5 days of fighting wits and courage, they came here, which was the opponent's lair. As a result, Xiao Kuang was tricked without saying a word. At first, his brain was not very good, but it was okay. Who knew that in a moment of not seeing, he directly helped the opponent to successfully promote the sacrifice. The problem is that the reason why Xiao Kuang was hit was because of her bloodline. This bloodline was too deeply integrated with her. The blood race would be attracted by the dark power. Now it is even better. She lost control directly. Ji Zhuowen was angry and sad. Ji Zhuowen ignored the guy with a hole in his brain and looked at the shadow. Who are you? How dare you come here with such dirty means? Ha ha ha. The shadow in the air. The face could not be seen clearly, but the mouth suddenly made a loud laugh that made people feel uncomfortable. As the laughter sounded, the huge shadow rushed towards Ji Zhuowen in the air with the momentum of thunder. Ji Zhuowen did not dodge or avoid, and directly faced the attack head-on. However, with a loud bang, Ji Zhuowen was shot down from the air. Although he landed steadily on the ground without injury, he was still one step behind. When the situation was stalemate, Bai Shu arrived and attacked Xiao Kuang directly. His ability was able to restrain Xiao Kuang, so he would take action every time Xiao Kuang had problems. At this time, the Black Wizards, who felt that they seemed to have the upper hand, showed excitement on their faces. They screamed and rushed towards Lin Kaichen and the others without fear of death. Lin Kaichen believed that he still had some strength left, and was not afraid of a single fight. But he could not withstand a group attack. Once he ran out of strength, he would be defeated. She directly summoned the twin summoning spirits and let them rush in. She even summoned a huge spider and pulled Ran Yu and Sun Yu onto the spider's back to a more advantageous position. Amazing. She still has a trump card, Sun Yu said with admiration. They had no objection to Lin Chuechen's keeping a trump card. After all, keeping a trump card is everyone's instinct. It's normal. And now that she has used it, it can be seen that she has good character and didn't wait until they died to use it. Ren Yu quickly drank the medicine to recover, and just nodded, unable to say a word. Her ability is related to language. She has to talk all the time, and her throat is about to smoke. The twin summoned spirits were still very powerful, mainly because they were very gluttonous, and they could eat anything, which paralyzed many black wizards at once. The black wizards who lost their fighting power were all killed by the big spider and Xinyu. Standing in a favorable position, Xinyu took out the bow and arrow to attack from a distance. Since ancient times, archers have been very powerful. Many of their sneak attacks before were because of Xinyu's archery skills, which made Lin Keichen want to learn it himself. Lin Keichen was not idle either. All the dead black wizards became the dead souls under her supernatural power. Collection successful. Obtain the Black Wizard Secret Scroll. Experience value increased by 10. Collection successful. Obtain 10 energy points. Experience value increased by 1. Collection failed. Obtained experience value increased by 1. Collection successful. Obtain the Black Wizard Disguise Props. Experience value increased by 20. Chapter 112 The Mermaid's Voice. In this chaotic battle, there are such objects with superpowers that are easy to collect. Lin Keichen naturally enjoys it, and frantically brushes materials. She is now at a high level, and the superpower energy is very huge. As long as it is not collected from living bodies, the collection speed is very fast, and the consumption is much less than before. However, Lin Chuechen's behavior soon attracted the attention of some big guys in the back of the Black Wizard. After all, there is nothing to do. Lin Keichen and his behavior is too blatant. Immediately, two big black wizards broke away from the battle in front of them, and approached Lin Keichen. Lin Chuechen's mental power was very strong, and he had already learned how to use mental power to sense the surrounding situation. When the two men were less than 10 meters away from Lin Keichen immediately positioned Xinyu, and asked her to shoot special arrows directly at these two places. She even drew special thunder from the badge and attached it to the arrows, and then shot them out. Lin Keichen was quite disappointed to see that the two black wizards, who were obviously dressed differently, did not die immediately. At this moment, the two great wizards were also angry. This man was so arrogant that he wanted to kill them directly, and he almost succeeded. Suddenly, these people rushed towards Lin Keichen with strong murderous intentions. Lin Keichen was not panicked in his heart. To be honest, as long as they were not ambushed by the mysterious witchcraft of these people, the real combat power of these black wizards was just a scumbag, and they were easy to kill. And it was as if there was no killing intention just now. No matter how furious these great witches were, Lin Keichen would not care about their thoughts now. She had just collected a very special thing from those corpses. Because she now had the ability of the Wanji clan, even if the ability was still relatively basic, it also gave her some basic knowledge of some special things. In the past, after collecting items, she still had to study what they were, and at most use the identification provided by the system. But now it was different. She had her own identification ability. She had a wisp of witchcraft energy in her hand. This thing was not rare, and its use was simple, such as infecting people with witchcraft energy. But according to the information of the Wanji clan, this witchcraft energy could actually counter the Black Wizard. She immediately asked Xinyu and Ran Yu to help her, and she wanted to develop it. The most important thing was that she had all the materials she needed. And the first thing was the blood of the Black Wizard. This thing was everywhere on the battlefield. The last thing that could make it work was to recite the spell. She had learned language literacy before. It just came in handy. The so-called spell is just the basic language of the Black Wizard. The counter-witch spirit in his hand was made, and he was about to ask the twin summoned spirits to come back and cover her to a favorable position, but one of the great wizards had already taken the lead. A poisonous insect suddenly crawled out of his arm, and then the insect went directly into a blood vessel on his forearm. The next moment, as the great wizard muttered something, his arm suddenly turned into a strange green color, and then a bunch of blue-black veins, like blood vessels, grew on his arm, and these veins intertwined, and rushed towards Lin Keichen frantically. Above the Black River, the dead monsters around gave birth to countless blood mists. As the blood mists were constantly absorbed by the shadow in the sky, the shadow became more and more solid, and the aura became more and more fierce. At this moment, Ji Zhuan seemed to be completely at a disadvantage, and could only passively resist everything. Xia Kuang was flying in the air, with his eyes wide open, and a piercing laugh came out of his mouth, making people feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Bai Shu, who was still diving in the Black River, was full of sarcasm in his voice. The idiot is still laughing. This time his brain is really going to be eaten by the poisonous insects, muttered, and dived near Qiao Kuang Kuang. At this time, Ji Zhuan was hit by the phantom again. Fortunately, there were countless plants around him that could be used, so he could relieve 80% of the force. This was also the reason why he was very good at protracted battles. Plants not only have strong self-recovery ability, but can also provide defense and protection. That power is endless. Qiao Kuang was still laughing wildly at this time, finally approaching Qiao Kuang's Bai Shu. She couldn't help but curse, "Laugh at your father." Qiao Kuang's laughter stagnated. She lowered her head, looked at Bai Shu in the river. Her eyes were full of terrifying coldness, and she said, "Bai Shu, I have tolerated you many times on weekdays. Now I will let you see how powerful I am." As she spoke, Qiao Kuang's face suddenly flushed abnormally. Her voice suddenly became hoarse, and she began to recite a language that came from nowhere. Then the Black River surged, and many black and red leeches appeared around, attacking Bai Shu. Damn it! The light of the supernatural book in Bai Shu's hand grew brighter, and he directly cleared the small leeches around. His face was slightly tired. "You really don't want to die. You still use this trick in this situation. What do you care about me?" Qiao Kuang had completely lost her mind. Bai Shu threw something at Qiao Kuang without saying a word, and she shook, revealing a flaw. Bai Shu immediately pulled her into the Black River. "No." Qiao Kuang had no time to resist, and was directly dragged into the Black River by Bai Shu. Bai Shu had already laid a net under the Black River waiting for Qiao Kuang, and immediately sealed her blood. The blood characteristics of Qiao Kuang gradually faded, and she was so weak that she seemed to disappear in the next moment. Bai Shu directly gave her a high-level recovery potion, and threw a lot of dark supplements on her. This made the dry Qiao Kuang return to her fleshy appearance. Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh. I didn't expect that you would be the one in the most trouble in the end. If your aura wasn't connected to that phantom, the boss wouldn't have to be so restrained. Temporary blocking should be useful." He also had a headache. When Ji Zhuan saw Qiao Kuang being pulled into the Black River by Bai Shu, he knew that the matter should be settled. When he raised his head again, the gentleness on his face faded, leaving only determination and murderousness. Unfortunately, the phantom was busy swallowing the blood mist, and did not see the scene. Bai Shu, who saw Ji Zhuan's expression underwater, was a little nervous. He swam farther with Qiao Kuang. "Hurry up. Hurry up. The boss is going to use his big move." At this moment, on the Black River, Ji Zhuan looked calm, quietly looking at the shadow. His pupils gradually shrank, and turned into two vertical pupils. Behind him appeared the shadow of a towering tree, which finally merged with Ji Zhuan. The shadow suddenly roared, and a huge energy ball appeared in his hand, which he threw directly at Ji Zhuan. At this moment, a green light appeared around Ji Zhuan, swallowing the energy ball silently. The phantom looked at Ji Zhuan in disbelief, and threw more energy balls at him frantically. As the energy balls were swallowed one by one, Ji Zhuan's momentum and breath suddenly became terrifying at this moment. The phantom seemed to be a little bit unbelievable, and went crazy, and ran away instantly. The phantom that had not run away before could have punched Ji Zhuan and made him stagger repeatedly. Not to mention the violent phantom at this moment. But the fact is not like this. When the shadow's fist was less than an inch away from Ji Zhuan raised his hand calmly and punched out. It was just such an ordinary punch. A powerful energy wave exploded in the surroundings. Like a hurricane, the shadow let out a painful wail, and then his whole body began to twist. Ji Zhuan hit the shadow, and everything he hit was scattered. Bai Shu, who had already fled far away, looked at the huge energy field that suddenly appeared behind him, and couldn't help but sigh. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He is so strong. Qiao Kuang was also hit by the sudden energy, and woke up slowly. "I am?" He suddenly remembered what he had done halfway through his words, and suddenly hugged his head in annoyance. "Ah! Help! Why is it like this?" Bai Shu looked at her angrily. "Why do you say that? I've told you not to have too high a blood fusion degree, but you just wouldn't listen." Qiao Kuang wanted to refute something, but thinking of the trouble she had just caused, she finally shut up. "I'll find a way." It's better if you can think of one. Bai Shu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xiao Kuang didn't say anything else, knowing that he was in the wrong, and didn't think it was a big deal before, but this time when everyone was getting used to each other and entered the game field, this kind of thing happened. It means too much. For no reason. There was a trace of sadness in my heart. Do players with blood fusion never have a good ending? Lin Keqian solved all the black wizards, looking at the black shadow in the distance, just about to go to help. He saw Ji Zhuan directly disperse the phantom with his own strength. Lin Keqian was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help muttering. It turns out that he was pretending at the beginning. Sinew, who knew what was going on, explained, at the beginning, Captain Qiao was controlled, and Captain Ji didn't dare to act casually. That's it. With the defeat of the phantom, everyone received a clearance notice. Lin Keqian and the others left the game field one by one. Although he knew that he didn't have as many points as others, he still opened the mall to take a look, and then saw a magical item at a glance. The mermaid potion, which would make you sing like a mermaid after drinking it. Good stuff. It's not expensive, only 10 points. After all, this thing is a purely decorative potion, and it's not permanent, but has a time limit. One bottle lasts for 1 hour, and there are 5 bottles in stock, so I'll buy them all. Good stuff, good stuff. Lin Keqian looked through the garbage without any grade. As an excellent environmental ambassador, she still had to look at the garbage pile more often. She had not encountered any useful garbage in many game fields. She didn't know if there would be any this time. As it turned out, it wouldn't. It was broken. She felt that the game field was a little wary of her. This game field was not a thing that treated everyone equally. It had some special logic in it. After Lin Keqian closed the game mall, she began to settle accounts. Settlement completed. Mental power increased. Well, mental power again. Lin Keqian observed her little sacred tree with satisfaction. It was obviously more energetic than before. The twin summoned spirits were also much bigger, and even awakened new abilities. Witchcraft. Chapter 113 about blood fusion. To be precise, witchcraft is a kind of inheritance, and this inheritance is now in the twin summoned spirits. As long as these two little guys don't betray her, then it is equivalent to her also having half of the inheritance. Thinking about it this way, in fact, it is quite good to let the summoned creatures accept the inheritance, not only to ensure that they don't go crazy, but also to have a powerful helper. The two little guys have also found the direction of growth. Before, they could only rely on eating as a weapon, but after learning witchcraft, they will have their own offensive and defensive moves, thanks to the ability of the Wanji clan. She also knew that the reason why the two little guys were able to obtain the witchcraft was because they were very compatible with the witchcraft. And the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. And they had consumed too much energy from the Black Wizard. If the degree of compatibility was not so high, they would not have obtained this inheritance. There was nothing worth reviewing in this game, which was basically a matter of cooperation. The only accident was Xiao Kuang. If possible, Xiao Kuang's current state was not suitable for participating in the game festival. There were many surprises in this game festival. Xiao Kuang could easily fall over if he wasn't careful. Lin Keqian took care of the sacred tree, and then looked at her own big spider. This big spider was hatched from the egg that the giant spider gave her before. Actually, it didn't care much about it, but it wasn't cruel enough to throw it away directly, or collect it with the collection technique. So it was placed under the sacred tree, and let the vitality of the sacred tree nurture it, just in case it was born. As a result, she didn't enter the game field for a while, and when she entered the white world again, the little spider was not only hatched, but also grew up. It was well fed by the sacred tree and the twin summons. Really well, this big spider is now the child of these three guys. She glanced at her information. Lin. Game level, level 6, 1/5, physical fitness, 125.9. Strength, 118.4. Spirit, 279.4. Others, blessing of the sacred tree, favor of the sun and the moon, honored guest of the chef of the sun and the moon, honored guest of the boss of the flower, prayer of the gourmet, hunter nemesis, game supervisor, reserve, friend of the forest. Skills, mastery of the language of the 10,000 voices, wind perception, flame curse, fully activated, no learning materials, whispering language, with spirit language, common knowledge of the languages of the common races. After she returned to the real world, she went to review the game with Ji Zhuan and the others. Xiao Kuang said nothing during the whole process, looking as if she had done something wrong. However, during the whole review, Ji Zhuan did not say anything, even Bai Shu, who always quarreled with Xiao Kuang, did not say anything. Until the review was over, after Sun Yu and Ran Yu, who were not members of the Huaxia team, left, Ji Zhuan looked at Xiao Kuang. What do you think of this game? I have to admit that I was too deeply affected by my bloodline. I just thought it was a period of emotional outburst before, but now it seems that I was careless. Xiao Kuang did not avoid this question at this moment. She officially faced the situation. Seeing that the three of them were silent, immersed in a faint sadness, Lin Keichen could not help but take the initiative to speak. I have a doubt. Tell me. Ji Zhuan looked at Lin Keichen. As an organization as large as our Huaxia group, there is no way to alleviate the problem of Xiao Kuang's bloodline? Lin Keichen was really asking seriously. Because such a large organization should have access to more things. In fact, this is already after the relief. But the problem of bloodline is a problem that all humans with fused bloodlines have to face. Ji Zhuan shook his head and said helplessly. But as far as I know, humans have the most inclusive physique and can integrate any foreign power. So it will collapse like this later, is it normal? Lin Keichen asked. Ji Zhuan paused, looking helpless. Sorry, I don't know the answer to your question either. I wonder if doctors, like Dr. Gu who specialize in studying superpowers know this. Lin Keichen thought so. After the meeting, Lin Keichen went to Dr. Gu for a physical examination and asked about the situation. Dr. Gu did not expect Lin Keichen to ask such a question. He shielded the surrounding environment and turned off the electronic equipment that might cause data leakage. Regarding the question you asked, there is actually a related conjecture. But this conjecture is not widely accepted in the academic circle. So it will eventually sink to the bottom, and no one cares. Because I like these strange stories. In the early years, I have studied this kind of conjecture. Oh, by the way, another thing to mention is that the reason why no one continues to study this is that once it is studied, it will be considered as wanting to conduct illegal experiments. Human experiments have always been taboo. Although genetic research is open, it is easy to think of human experiments when it involves blood. Although Lin Keichen knew that human experiments were prohibited, he did not expect Dr. Gu to be so shy. I thought human experiments were only banned on the surface. But in fact they were rampant in private. This is a chaotic era. It cannot be rampant, because it involves some very important technologies. When the foreign races completely block us, it is impossible for us to explore these mysteries of life. Dr. Gu said. Lin was silent. The foreign races completely block human technology. Although she knew it a long time ago, but when she really heard this cruel fact, she still couldn't help but feel angry. Why? Logically speaking, humans should be able to integrate those foreign bloodlines very well. In fact, in the early years, we had some guesses that the so-called superpowers and the bloodlines obtained from the game are of the same origin. After all, the so-called breakthrough of the sixth order superpower is also to further integrate these abilities obtained from the bloodline. But even those who have broken through the sixth order superpower will soon fall after obtaining a bloodline with a high degree of compatibility. Because there is no experimental data. There is no way to confirm these conjectures. So these conjectures quickly disappeared in the academic circle. Therefore, I suspect that there is something wrong here. Dr. Gu's eyes flickered slightly. Lin Keichen was a little stunned. But this is just a conjecture. There is no way to confirm it. Of course, what I said now is all just speculation. We have no evidence. Dr. Gu expressed Lin Chuechen's helplessness. But I have heard that in the game world, there is a library where everything can be found. If I were a strong player, I would definitely go to this library to have a look. The word library touched Lin Chuechen's slightly sensitive nerves. Didn't Boss G find the library? I have been looking for it, because it is rumored that this library can answer everyone's confusion. Most high-level players are looking for it, but no one has found it yet. There has also been a lot of false information during this period. Many people flocked to look for it, but in the end they found that it was not there at all. Dr. Gu said. Dr. Gu himself is not a high-level player. But he is not a low-level player either. He just became a doctor because he has no special powers. Does not want to awaken through genetic drugs. And is good at medicine. After bidding farewell to Dr. Gu, Lin Keichen went to the library of Sun Moon University. She walked around the library, but could not see anything. She went to find Fuan. Recently, she learned to sing with Fuan, and she knew the layout of the whole school very well. By chance, She met the principal of Sunshine University at Fu-En's place. The principal said that there was delicious food at the fat chef's place. And the three of them immediately went to eat together. At the dinner table, Lin Keichen asked about the largest library. I heard that there is a library in the game world that knows everything. Do you know where it is? Fu-En and Principal Yang Guang looked at each other. The principal said with a smile, Don't you go in to read books every day? Ah? Lin Keichen couldn't believe it. We were quite shocked that you were able to enter the library. The key to the library is difficult for ordinary people to obtain. So far, only Principal Moonlight and I have one each. And the previous school director has one. The other one is you. The principal said. Lin Keichen opened her mouth slightly. His breathing slowed down, and she felt numb all over her body. Why did everything on her have such a history? I originally thought it was just a key to an ordinary library. But, She wanted to say that she didn't feel that this library was so special, but she had no reason to support it, after all. She hadn't learned everything in the library. You want to say, why doesn't it look so powerful? The principal said with a smile. Lin Keichen nodded. Because you are only in the open area of the library now, the non-open area can only be entered by key holders. The principal explained. There are also non-open areas. Of course, I'll take you to see it after dinner. Fu-En's situation is special. Although he can enter the non-open area without a key, he cannot check the information. Because he belongs to the sightseeing quota authorized by the school directors before. After dinner, the three of them entered the non-open area library. In fact, it is very easy to enter. Just use the key to open a door in the library at will. The library in the non-open area really looks magical. It is a space like a starry sky. There are no so-called books, nor square spaces. Each star is a piece of knowledge. When Lin Keichen was learning the language of the Wansheng tribe before, he felt that some knowledge was very special, and not the traditional knowledge. Whatever you want to ask, just ask directly. But the library has restrictions. For example, I can ask a small question every week, but if I ask a big question, I have to wait for a month or even a year, the principal explained. Then how do I know whether I have a big problem or a small problem? Lin Keichen didn't understand. I'll tell you here, the principal said with a smile. You just need to silently ask this question in your heart. Okay. However, Lin Keichen wanted to test the two people around him, so he asked the question directly, the overall situation of humans after blood fusion. Immediately, the evaluation of this question appeared in her mind. It was just a small problem, which surprised her. Without waiting for Lin Keichen to make a decision, Fu-En beside him said in surprise, You asked me this question. I know it. Woohoo! Took the bait. Sure enough, they knew it. Since they could not waste this opportunity, they naturally did not waste it. Fu-En said that they had asked this question before. This happened to be the right time. She knew that these two people knew a lot. For safety reasons, the three of them set up a safe zone to talk about this matter. Chapter 114 The Truth About Blood. Fu-En and Principal Yang Guang really know about human blood. They talked a lot with Lin Keichen. For example, normally there is no obstacle for humans to merge with foreign blood. That is to say, even a 6th level superpower should not have that breakthrough. In this regard, they also said that it is because foreign races do not want humans to merge with foreign blood so easily, so they set up some obstacles. Normally, as long as you complete a certain test, you can slowly complete the fusion. But now it is obvious that humans cannot complete the fusion. Are all of you unable to fuse now? Fu-En asked. Lin Keichen nodded. Yes. Regarding this, she did ask Dr. Gu and Ji Zhuan. In recent decades, as far as they know, all those with highly fused bloodlines did not have a good end. Of course, there are those who linger on, but they can't do anything in the game field. There are many people who suddenly fall from the top. That's what those foreign races did, Fu-En said firmly. You may not know that human blood is the most inclusive of all races, and it has infinite possibilities. Such blood is very attractive to many races. Therefore, by the way, there are many human races in the world, and not all of them are as lucky as you to encounter the playground. The principal next to him added, many of them died in the life research of foreign races, and they were even imprisoned to produce offspring of your race, so that your characteristics will be preserved. Because of this, in this vast world, humans don't have much say, because you don't have the strongest. No, it's not that simple. Fu-En looked helpless, with some reluctance in his eyes. You may have been an NPC earlier than me, so you don't know. In fact, humans have the strongest, but in the end, their personalities were affected by their blood, as if they had become another existence. They were like puppets that had been fabricated, and suddenly lost all their memories and preferences as humans. Lin Xuechen's heart was trembling, and countless sad emotions appeared in her heart. Is it related to blood? Inheritance and blood. Both are possible. It was like a sword of Damocles, suddenly hanging over her head, and she felt a sudden pressure on her. Fuan and the principal talked to her a lot, and she was a little dazed. But fortunately, she could still ask questions in the library. So Lin Keqian asked without hesitation how to eliminate the negative impact of inheritance and blood on humans. This is a big question, so she can't ask new questions for the next 3 months. A star fell on her hand and turned into a scroll. She was about to open it, but Fuan held down her hand and said, "No hurry. Go back and open it." Lin Xuechen's expression changed slightly, nodded, and left. Fuan's head ached slightly, and his face turned pale in an instant. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground, but he didn't make any sound even so. The principal had no choice but to give Fuan a simple treatment, but it was just some psychological comfort, and it didn't really help. Fuan began to show the characteristics of a wood spirit. His ears were pointed, vines appeared on his head, and his legs floated in the air and turned into an energy tail. The principal did not leave. This place was quite safe. No one else could come in. After a long while, the characteristics of a wood spirit on Fuan gradually faded away. It seems that I don't have much time left. The principal did not know what expression he should make. He was angry at his boldness, helpless at his perseverance, and even admired his courage. You also know that you don't have much time left, but you used your ability to help her cover up the information just now. He still couldn't help but scold the other party. Although he was optimistic about Xuechen, he was just a player. After becoming an NPC, as long as the game field was not destroyed, they would not die. He had such high authority now, so it was not unacceptable. So he would help Xuechen, but he would not risk his life to help him. But Fuan was different. Fuan was very determined to leave the game field. Even if he could not leave, he would cause trouble to the game field. This was also the reason why Fuan had been targeted by the game field and had not even become the highest level NPC until now. Otherwise, with his ability, he would have become one of the managers of the game field long ago. If we divide high-level NPCs into different levels, he is the second highest level. There is a first-level NPC above him, so he is below a few people and above 10,000 people. There are not many first-level NPCs. Only 2. Now one is missing and one is sleeping, so no one will care what he does. Although Fuan looks much weaker than before, his eyes are very bright, with a rare eagerness and hope. With this, she should be able to solve the problem of human bloodline. I think it has brought a big trouble too. Yes, this is the first time I used the power of the Wanji clan. How did it feel? Not very good. Then you'd better remember this: not very good. It's your own choice. Yeah, but I feel very good, Fuan said with a smile. After Lin Keqian returned to reality with the scroll, she suddenly heard the voice of her own system prompt. There are traces of other Wanji clan power. Lin Keqian looked at the system prompt and found that it was talking about the scroll in her hand. Immediately thought of Fuan's action of not letting her open it just now. She had pulled Fuan into the Wanji clan's book of knowledge before. In theory, he should be able to use this power. Even if there is repulsion between races, but other people, she can't think of it. So Fuan used his ability to let her come out and open it. Is he trying to hide something? Playground? Lin Keqian found a safe room, turned on the shield, and even used the fire spell to lay it around. System, record all the situations of the scroll, Lin Keqian said. Host, please choose the energy consumption method. Now the system has many additional functions, and the consumption method is quite humane. There are 3 kinds of energy that can be used: mental power, superpower energy, and other comprehensive energy. The third category refers to the energy points she collected. So she chose, first consume the energy of the supernatural power, consume energy points after consuming more than 60%, and consume mental power after the energy points are consumed. Set successfully, you can start recording at any time. The moment Lin Keqian opened the scroll, he started recording. After the scroll was opened, some words appeared immediately, and then the ability of the Wanxiang tribe she possessed was activated, allowing her to see the pictures directly, and these pictures even came with explanations. because the growth system is directly bound to her soul. She can record what she sees if she wants, but it will consume a lot of energy, so there is no need for it, because as long as the recording is successful, the ability of the Wanxiang tribe can be activated at any time. After all the images disappeared, Lin Keichen didn't know what to say. The things involved here are a bit complicated. She just wants to know if there are any props that can solve it, or if there is hatred with a certain race. It can be solved directly. As a result, the other party gave her a set of genetic knowledge, which she couldn't understand at all. It was really life-saving. The scroll was not disposable, and it could be read twice. However, without the ability of the Wanxiang people, even if she saw the text, she couldn't see the picture. Could it be that she had to record it? No. When she was in doubt, she would find the leader. She went to find Ji Zhuan without stopping. In the middle of the night, Ji Zhuan was estimating the game's celebration. And then, he heard a crazy knock on the door. He took a look and saw that it was Lin Keichen. So he asked the robot to open the door. Boss! Lin Keichen rushed in a hurry. Ji Zhuan had expected this, and stopped thinking early. Recently, Lin Chuechen's personality has become more and more free, which means that he is also opening his heart more and more, which is a good thing. What's wrong? I found a good treasure. Lin Chuechen's eyes sparkled. What is it? I'll send it to you. But it's a first-level encrypted file. Boss, please check it. Okay. She immediately transferred the information from her own growth system to Ji Zhuan. Ji Zhuan saw the file from unknown sources, and secretly thought that Lin Keichen had strong confidentiality skills and had the potential to be a hacker, and then encrypted it and opened it. Lin Chuechen's recording was still modified, and there was only the content of the scroll, and it was completely impossible to see what it had to do with her. After Ji Zhuan took a few glances, his expression gradually became serious. Where did you get it? Ji Zhuan's eyes were like torches, and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. In the game. I just didn't know the specific situation before. When we were reviewing today, we talked about Bloodline, and I suddenly remembered it. Lin Keichen said vaguely and bluntly. All I know is that it was obtained in the game. But how it was obtained, and what happened after it was obtained, were not told. Ji Zhuan felt that he was excited, and a little dizzy. The health management robot next to him sounded an alarm. Warning. Warning. A flower next to Ji Zhuan suddenly exuded a fragrance, which slowly stabilized Ji Zhuan's emotions. Lin Keichen looked at the panic in front of him, and suddenly felt that his heart was quite big, and it was actually quite stable. Well, she is worthy of it. After Ji Zhuan forced himself to calm down, he held his forehead and said, I'm sorry, you saw my loss of composure. It's nothing, after all. This is a matter of life and death for mankind. Lin Keichen still understood, after all. Ji Zhuan had been looking for this thing. From now on, you can get everything in China for free, and you can find me anytime if you have any questions. A complex energy array suddenly appeared in Ji Zhuan's hand. We can sign a contract. Lin Keichen was a little surprised, but still attached his mental power to it. This is a contract that cannot be betrayed. It is a contract that the other party has given her his life. It is something that is rooted in the soul of every superpower. Once the superpower is awakened, he will know this thing. But no one will use it. At this moment, she actually saw it. But she would not be polite to say that she would not use it. After all, what she gave to the other party was a treasure related to human affairs. After the contract was established, Lin Keichen understood that she had become the boss behind the Huaxiao group, because the boss of the other party had become her contractor. In this case, boss, I want to go to planet number 3 to investigate the secret of the universe. Ji Zhuan had not yet recovered from the information he had obtained in the last second, and heard Lin Keichen directly throw him another big one. Chapter 115 Game Festival. Ji Zhuan paused, first put aside the things about blood in his mind, and focused on Lin Chuechen's situation. Why do you want to investigate Tianji? The revenge for killing my father and mother. Ji Zhuan was stunned for a moment, nodded. I understand. I will arrange for you to contact them later, but Tianji cannot be an obstacle to your progress. No matter what you want to do, I support you, but the premise is that you cannot harm your own future, and the future of the Huaxiao group. Lin Keichen lowered his eyes, pursed his lips. I will not let the Huaxiao group have any problems. Ji Zhuan frowned, looked at Lin Keichen without blinking. What about you? Facing Ji Zhuan's further questioning, Lin Keichen could only remain silent. In fact, She had not thought much about this. If there was such an opportunity, she would be willing to do it if she could exchange one for one and directly replace the other organization. Originally, this world was not a place that she was so nostalgic for. It's not that there are no good memories in this world, but compared to the previous life, this is really nothing. When she was being hunted, she had thought about giving up, but her parents wanted her to live so much, and she didn't want to disappoint their love. After that, all her will to survive came from the subconscious of life itself. Because her life was protected by her parents with all their strength. She was bearing the weight of her parents' love. So she had to live, and didn't lose hope of survival. Lin Keichun could answer Ji Zhuan to protect herself. But this was too fake. And she didn't think so in her heart. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Ji Zhuan naturally saw what she was thinking, and rubbed his brow helplessly. Aiken, protect yourself? Even if it's for me. Ah! Lin Keichun suddenly realized, and made a short sound. Sorry. I forgot. There is also a restriction in the contract. That is, once her life is in trouble, Ji Zhuan will also be seriously injured. And if things go wrong, he may also die. Ji Zhuan said with a smile, I hope you will consider my life more next time. Although I am not so easy to die because of the inheritance. The energy array I chose is the most powerful one. I can even help you bear the damage. I know. Lin Keichun inexplicably felt a sense of urgency again. Now that you know, go and rest. I will continue to study blood. Ji Zhuan looked at Lin Keichun with eyes that looked like his younger sister who had not grown up yet. Oh! Lin Keichun turned and took 2 steps, suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Ji Zhuan. Call me by my real name from now on, you should know. Her real name was not a secret after all. After joining the Huaxiao group, these were logged into the system, but everyone still called her by her online name on weekdays, the fake one. Well, okay. Ji Zhuan smiled. Besides, I am Lin. Lin Keichun left after saying that. Ji Zhuan blinked, and after Lin Keichun left, he laughed alone in the room, very happy. Thank you for your trust. Ji Zhuan and the others had long guessed that Lin Keichun was Lin, but they just hadn't gotten Lin Chuechen's confirmation, but they all knew it. So after being happy for a while, they began to look at the information sent by Lin Keichun. The game festival kicked off, and Lin Keichun and the others were fully prepared. They had been waiting in the holographic cabin early. When the time came, the invitation letters on them brought them all into the game. Lin Keichun opened her eyes, and her expression immediately changed from alert to speechless. She was standing in the office of the principal of Sun Moon High School. It was daytime now, or more precisely, the office of the principal of Sunlight High School. There was no one else in the office at this time, except Principal Sunlight and Fuan. When the two saw her appear, they were also shocked. Lin Keichun was about to ask what was going on, when the game system prompt suddenly popped up in front of her. Welcome to the game festival. Your identity is Game Supervisor. Your responsibilities: maintain the order of the game. Good performance can get rewards exclusive to game supervisors. You are now in the birthplace. The birthplace of the supervisor can provide recovery treatment for the supervisor. Please be sure to protect the birthplace. Game supervisors can accept tasks in the game festival. The completion of the task will affect the reward. You can develop your own identity gameplay. Maybe there will be surprises. After the game celebration begins, you will get the specific content of the celebration. The celebration will start in 1 hour. After Lin Keichun read the information prompt, he took another look at his personal information. Indeed, the game supervisor has changed from a reserve to a formal supervisor. She looked at Fuan and Principal Yang Wang. Hi. Long time no see. It seems we just met yesterday. The principal's mouth twitched. Please don't tell me. This is your birthplace. This is not something that can be changed if I don't tell you. Lin Keichun looked helpless. The system asked me to protect my birthplace, saying that I can be treated and restored here. The principal let out a long breath and looked at Lin Keichun with resentment. Fuan next to him couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I was afraid that you would make trouble and destroy my birthplace. The principal wanted to cry, but had no tears. Please protect your identity as a player-turned-supervisor, otherwise I will be marked here, and they will attack me then. Seeing that Lin Keichun was a little confused, Fuan immediately explained with a smile. Now you are the only supervisor who has changed from a player. Once you are exposed, NPCs will find a way to obtain the location of your birthplace, and then destroy it. Because once your birthplace is destroyed, they can snatch your identity. And you will also lose your recovery ground. Lin Keichin. She showed a lovely smile. Looked at the principal. Oh, please. I will find delicious food for you later. The principal looked at Lin Keichin with resentment. If I had known this, I would not have given you the offer letter. That can't be helped. I didn't accept it at the time, but you insisted on giving it to me. Lin Keichin raised his eyebrows. Please work hard for your own office. I don't want my office to be destroyed. It's all my hard work. The principal wanted to cry, but had no tears. If another NPC encounters this situation, as the owner of this place, they can take the lead in destroying this place, snatch the player's supervisor identity, or find a way to kill the player. Although the player turned supervisor, it is basically impossible for ordinary NPCs to kill, because there are rules to suppress it. But other supervisors can. But the principal, as a person above 10,000 people, is a supervisor himself, and a high authority one. What's more, Suchin is still on their side, and it is impossible to move. So you must protect your hard work. Lin Keichin looked at the principal encouragingly. The principal waved his hand. You should go to the ceremony as soon as possible. It's useless to stay here all the time. You won't get anything good. Your current identity is not stable enough. If you can get an identity that cannot be taken away, it will be safe. I'll go now. Wait a moment. I'll prepare. Lin Keichin took out a black wizard disguise prop from the space. I got a lot of this stuff in the previous game field. She turned into a black wizard in an instant. She even adjusted her appearance, which was completely different from her own appearance and the appearance in the game. Although few people have seen her in-game appearance, Lin Keichin transformed herself into a tall, big-faced queen, heroic and valiant, which was what she wanted to be. In order to make herself look less like a player, she added some features to her body, such as the small horns hidden in her hair. How is it? Isn't it good-looking? Lin Keichin glanced at the two of them with pride. The principal nodded. Yes, your disguise props are good. You shouldn't be discovered as a player for a while. Fuin, who had always supported Lin Keichin in everything, did not say anything. Lin Keichin did not care, waved his hand and left. I'll go shopping. After Lin Keichin left, the principal looked at Fuin with a teasing look in his eyes. Why, is it not pretty? Fuin nodded seriously. The principal was confused by his reaction. Ah, what kind of aesthetic is this? That's right, you are good-looking, you have high standards. Fuin glanced at him. I think she looks better the way she is. The principal looked at Fuin as if he had seen a monster. No, you can still see what she originally looked like. Isn't she using a disguised identity now? Wait, you used your innate ability? Mu Ling's innate ability is to see the true self. Fuin showed a smug expression. What are you so proud of? Who knew you could use this ability to see what the other person looks like? Do you know that you are now very scary, like a different person? Lin Keichin avoided the crowd and left the school quickly. Before the game celebration began, there was a preparation phase, during which all players could move freely and make any preparations they could think of. After the celebration started in 1 hour, the rules would change and the danger would increase. In this hour, players should also pay attention to protecting their identities, because in previous game celebrations, there were many game rules for NPCs to hunt players. She was now in Sun Moon City. Because she was favored by the sun and the moon in this city, she could travel freely. She can immediately identify which are players and which are NPCs, even if she is not a supervisor, because players can see each other's player ID. But supervisors can even identify players who use disguise props. However, because she has changed her identity to a supervisor, other supervisors can't see through her. This is the problem of game identity. Although she is a new supervisor, her authority is not low. If the authority is divided into 10 levels, and the principal is at level 9, her current level should be level 3. Normal new supervisors can't even reach level 1. And level 3 supervisors are usually supervisors who have been around for many years. This makes it easier for her to disguise her identity. In the game festival, supervisors at level 6 and above do not participate, because they are responsible for maintaining the operation of the game festival. Rather than calling them supervisors, they should be called managers. Lin Keichin had nothing to do, so he strolled leisurely on the street, trying to see if he could find anything rare. And then, he saw an acquaintance. Baiyu? Chapter 116. Baiyu Dog was sneaking around the street buying things, fearing that others would not notice that she was abnormal. Lin Keichin changed her mentality to that of an NPC. She found a coffee shop and sat down, ordered a cup of coffee, and started drinking. The currency used by NPCs is mental power. All things are traded with mental power, and when it really doesn't work, some substitute energy can be used. Because mental power is the most fundamental power to build this world, all NPCs want to improve themselves. The best thing to use is mental power. This is why when everyone gets the settlement reward, it is not so easy to improve mental power. People like her who often improve their mental power are special cases. The mental power to buy a cup of coffee is just a drizzle for her. Of course, it may also be because she is favored by the sun and the moon, so the discount is the maximum. NPCs recover their mental power slowly, but players recover quickly. This is the difference. No matter how strong the NPC is, there is a limit. If a round-robin battle can be carried out, the winner must be the player. But the problem is, players don't know that NPCs have such shortcomings. And once some NPCs' actions consume their mental power, they can't recover, which is equivalent to lowering the upper limit. So NPCs are likely to become weaker and weaker. But the unknown is the most terrifying thing. Because players don't know the upper limit of NPCs, they will be afraid, and unable to plan their strength and strategy reasonably. Lin Kachin sipped his coffee, which tasted pretty good. Actually, if you become an NPC and accept your fate, no, you may not live a good life. The principal and Fuin are both special cases. They have already stood at the top of the pyramid among NPCs. So they can enjoy life naturally. But other NPCs don't have such a good life. If she becomes an NPC, she probably won't accept her fate. After all, it's better to make a big one and leave this world brilliantly than to live in this game world without freedom for who knows how many years. Recently, she vaguely realized that Fuin seemed to be the same as her. That song was definitely used to stir up trouble. Fuin looks gentle, but it's just an appearance. He is the craziest in his bones. On the contrary, the principal looks majestic and even aggressive. But he is actually a more conservative person in his bones. Not very crazy. At this time, the waiter brought her a dessert to the table. Lin Kachin looked at it in confusion. I didn't order this. It's for you. You are a distinguished guest, the NPC said respectfully. And after putting down the dessert, he also bowed slightly and left. Lin Kachin looked puzzled. At the same time, a figure suddenly approached and sat opposite her. Lin Kachin looked at Fuin in surprise. Why are you here? Isn't this guy allowed to leave Sun Moon High School casually? The ceremony hasn't started yet. I'll sit with you, Fuin said with a smile, ordered a cup of coffee, and looked at the dessert on the table. This one is not bad. You can try it. Lin Kachin raised his eyebrows. The store owner said it was given to me. After all, you are the supervisor, and a distinguished guest of Sun Moon City. Isn't this normal? It's just a small piece of cake. From Fuin's words, it seems that this is not a big deal. Wow. Is this gift-giving so real in the game world? This is very stressful. And I don't want to be an NPC anymore. Lin Kachin took a bite. And it tasted really good. But not as good as what the chefs made. As expected, the chefs are the best. How long do you plan to stay? Lin Kachin raised his eyebrows and looked at Fuin. An hour is no problem. I finally came out. And you just sit here with me. Isn't it a pity? She felt that she could do a lot of things in this hour. She finally came out for a walk. Shouldn't she look around and play more? No. It's good to be with you. Fuin leaned on the sofa with a relaxed look, looking comfortable. Then let's go around. Otherwise it would be a pity. She still felt it was a pity. Fuin's expression moved slightly, glanced at Lin Kachin, lowered his eyes. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, took a sip of coffee, and hid the excitement in his heart. Suchin is so cute. He is just an NPC. But he is so nice to him. He agreed gently. Yeah. The two chatted casually. After about half an hour, they got up and went out. With you here, I feel more like it, Lin Kachin said to Fuin beside him. With an NPC following him. Who would believe that she is a player? Ha ha ha. Then do you want me to follow you all the time? Until the ceremony is over? Fuin raised his eyebrows and said. Although his tone was relatively light, he sounded very serious and serious. So is it possible? How can I invite you? Lin Kachin immediately got Fuin's hint. Hire me. Let me accompany you to the festival. Fuin suddenly pulled out a contract for employment. This thing is a real contract for employment. Not a contract, it's really a contract. Okay, then what do you want as a reward? Lin Kachin walked to a corner of the street with Fuin, talking about this matter, showing a look of great interest. His eyes were bright, and looked very lively under the sunlight. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Even if someone knows it, it will further prove her identity as an NPC. Give me a kiss. Okay? Fuin looked at Lin Chuechen's expression, and suddenly lost his mind. He unconsciously said something that shocked Lin Keichen. Ah? What is this person talking about? Fuin came back to his senses, shocked by what he blurted out. But his expression was well concealed, with a little shyness. Since the customer asked me to play with him, isn't it because he is attracted by my beauty? I also like the customer's appearance. Give me a kiss, and everyone will be happy. Lin Chuechen's doubts immediately turned into admiration. Awesome, this character, this acting, this reaction speed. Yu Guangzhong, Lin Keichen found Bai Yu nearby, looking at her and Fuin with a gossipy face, like a gossip reporter. Good guy, I didn't notice this guy just now, but now he's here, and he just happened to hear them talking. She glanced at Fuin. Could it be that this guy noticed Bai Yu approaching? That's why he acted like this. Awesome, she lost, completely. No. She had to improve her acting skills. This reward is indeed good. But I feel I'm at a disadvantage. You said I'm pretty. Shouldn't you give me a kiss? Lin Keichen raised the corners of his lips and reached out to pinch Fuin's chin. Because her disguised identity was taller. She was about the same height as Fuin now. She hooked his chin to bring his face closer, and their breaths touched each other's faces. The atmosphere around them suddenly became ambiguous. Lin Keichen didn't feel it at all. He was always observing Bai Yu from the corner of his eye, fearing that he didn't act well. Fuin's pupils slightly dilated, a green light flashed in his eyes, and his ears slightly pointed. Mu Ling had no heart, only a simulated heart. At this moment, the simulated heart suddenly dissipated, and all the heartbeats disappeared. Even the cohesion of the heart could not be maintained. Lin Keichen found that Bai Yu was getting more and more excited, and knew that she had acted well. At this time, she heard Fuin's voice suddenly in her ear. Good. Then, without waiting for Lin Keichen to react, Fuin pulled her to complete the contract employment. Lin Keichen, no, she was just joking. Fuin is really at a disadvantage. After the contract was signed, Fuin leaned on her and whispered, let's go to the hotel next door. Lin Keichen immediately went to the meeting, and went to the hotel with Fuin, and checked into a luxury suite. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Keichen let go of Fuin, looked around. The construction is really good. Fuin looked at Lin Chuechen's back quietly, refocused his heart, and changed his ears back. Chuechen's attraction to him was a little more than he expected. Is it because he hasn't been in contact with players and humans for too long? Otherwise, why would he react so strongly? Could it be that Chuechen has a charm-like skill? He used his innate ability to observe and confirm that. No. Confused. However, he did not forget the main business. I didn't have time to say it just now. After hiring, you have to divide a part of your mental power to maintain my existence. Through the abilities of the two Wanji people, you can build a bridge, and let me move freely outside. This is what the principal asked the library yesterday when he saw that he was not in a good condition. Originally, they wanted to keep this question to find a destined person to sing with. But now that Chuechen is here, it doesn't matter who is destined to sing with. Okay. As long as it can be within my recovery ability. Lin Keichen nodded. Yes. Your recovery ability is enough. Fuin said. I must be with you at that time. And I can't leave you too far. That's perfect. I can hide my identity. So if I want to experience those games, what will you do? Lin Keichen suddenly thought that some games would definitely separate them. It's okay, I can join too, as long as we don't join the single-player game. Okay. In the game festival, not only players play games, NPCs can also play and get rewards. Time passed by, but what Lin Keichen didn't know was that there was a player named Quan Xingtong with Bai Yu. Quan Xingtong had been seriously injured after he and Lin Keichen participated in the game of the corpse ghost. He had been recovering for a long time. During this period, he accidentally met Bai Yu and was hired by someone in Bai Yu's organization. Now he is Bai Yu's bodyguard and buddy. Bai Yu's ability belongs to suicide ability, a powerful one-for-one ability, and intelligence gathering ability when Quan Xingtong is connected. The survival ability of the two people has increased sharply. If it were just like this, she would not be deified. As a result, the organization behind Bai Yu gave her a super recovery plus bloodlock item, which resulted in Bai Yu having an extra life in the game. Even more than one. But only Quan Xingtong understands that. Bai Yu does not like her own ability, nor does she like to use it. Although the superpower is very strong, it won't really kill you, but it will be very painful. Even though Baiyu has used it more than once, it still feels painful every time. Not everyone can adapt to the feeling of facing death, and it is not a good thing to adapt to it, no matter how the organization treats Baiyu. After entering the game, they can no longer control the behavior of Baiyu and Quan Xingtong. With Quan Xingtong, Baiyu is finally not so averse to the game field. You can't imagine what I just saw. Baiyu excitedly told Quan Xingtong what he just discovered. Quan Xingtong fell into deep thought. Chapter 117. Baiyu and Quan Xingtong talked about the situation of NPC Lin Keichen. Quan Xingtong figured out a lot of things from this seemingly gossip information. For example, he believed that the NPCs during the game festival were obviously more intelligent, with richer personalities and character settings. Although Quan Xingtong noticed that some of the game NPCs were too intelligent, he did not expect whether they were independent lives, so he only thought that the difficulty of the game festival was higher, so he was more vigilant. Lin Keichen and Fuan were creating their personalities here, looking relaxed. Ji Zhuan was not in the same mood. Although they were separated after entering the game, they were not far apart, and soon gathered together. But I couldn't contact her, and thought something had happened to Lin Keichen. The names in the friend column were directly grayed out, and could not be used. Because during the game festival, everyone could send messages to each other at certain times. Now the festival has not started yet, so it should be possible to send messages. Xiao Kuangkuang did not attend the ceremony this time, but transferred his invitation to Mianpu, which meant that Mianpu took over directly. Originally, he could have asked the Huaxiao group to join, but unfortunately, the Huaxiao group members who participated in the ceremony had already formed a team. If they changed it again, there would inevitably be some mistakes. Anyway, Ji Zhuan was leading the team, and everyone thought he could cover the bottom line. So they found Mianpu, of course. Because Mianpu had almost recovered, and it happened that there was such an opportunity this time, and they were very positive. Mianpu and Ranyu have cooperated many times before, and they are more familiar with each other. It is just right for the two of them to cooperate with each other. Bai Shu frowned. Could it be that she didn't come in? Ji Zhuan shook his head. It's impossible. If there is no invitation letter, Xiuchen will tell us directly. But now it is obvious that the other party knows that she has an invitation letter, but can't contact her. If it is a special invitation letter, it is very likely that she is in a special state and cannot be contacted. For special invitation letters, we know too little information. Only that there is high risk and high return. And it seems to have something to do with the NPC who gave the invitation letter. Bai Shu was a little worried. He already knew that Lin Keichen had signed a contract with Ji Zhuan. So if there was a problem with Xiuchen, Ji Zhuan would not feel good either. For him, it would mean the loss of two people at the same time. A genius teammate and a genius boss. Although the boss might not die, Ji Zhuan used his contract to sense it slightly. It's safe. It should be in the game field. It seems to be a problem with the invitation letter. Let's take care of ourselves for the time being. It's good that it's safe. Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that Lin Keichen was really strong. Everything he did was not something that ordinary people would do. His powerful supernatural talent was unmatched. And his sensitivity in the game field was also very strong. He even got a disguise prop when he first entered the game field, and directly established a second game identity. This thing, even he doesn't have it, only the boss and Sister Bei have it in the entire Chinese group. Not only that, this girl can also get something that is vital to the entire human race. If these things are scattered, and those already famous strong people get them one after another, it won't be so shocking. But she has only been an adult for a few months. Now entering the game festival is even more unique. Is this the chosen one? Bai Shu couldn't help but have some doubts about his ability. At this time, Ji Zhuan suddenly received a system prompt. I was asked to go to a place. Do you have it? No. Others said. It seems that it is my own setting. You guys should pay attention to safety. Even if you don't get anything good, you must not get yourself involved. The ceremony is different from the past. The mortality rate is extremely high. And even if the life core is hidden, many people will die. Lin Keichen also received a prompt. Please go to the opening venue of the ceremony and wait for the opening ceremony to start. It's time. I have to go to the opening venue. Lin Keichen glanced at the system prompt. It's still early this year. Let's go. Fuan had already calmed down and said to Lin Keichen. He knew that Lin Keichen knew nothing about many things, so he would naturally take Lin Keichen to familiarize himself with some things in the playground. The two of them went out together. It seemed that they were walking side by side. But in fact, every time they reached an intersection, or needed to change the direction of travel, Lin Keqian would slow down by about half a step, which was very small and could not be seen, so that Fu Wen could lead her smoothly. They occasionally chatted along the way, but not much. Overall, Lin Keqian played the role of a quiet Queen Black Wizard, mainly because she was afraid that she would reveal some information if she said too much. What shocked Lin Keqian was that they did not need to leave Sun Moon City to go to the opening venue, but through a transfer formation in Sun Moon City, they directly entered a special space, or a city, built specifically for this celebration. It really shocked her. But fortunately, she controlled her expression, and did not show anything unusual. There were many platforms for resting at the opening, just like a large gymnasium. She found a more secluded place, and sat down with Fu Wen. Fu Wen did not give any hints, indicating that this was okay. The two of them waited quietly for the opening. Some NPCs came in one after another, but these NPCs were scattered around, and they did not greet each other, as if they did not know each other. The NPCs who came in now were all supervisors. So Lin Keqian used the notebook he had prepared in advance to ask Fu Wen why these NPCs did not look familiar at all. This notebook was prepared by her just now. Sometimes, the words are really hidden, which is very suitable for disguise. It's just that communication is not very convenient. That is to say, sitting here now, it's not abrupt for her to write and draw. If she writes and draws while walking, it will be quite abrupt. After reading what Fu Wen wrote, she realized that the changes between these supervisors are quite fast, so it's normal that everyone doesn't know each other. Only powerful supervisors can have a stable position. Also, those who have obtained permanent identities are also very stable. That's why the principal hopes that she can perform well in this ceremony and obtain a permanent identity. Some supervisors even disguise themselves, so it's normal that they are not familiar with each other. This makes it easier for her to disguise her identity. If all the supervisors know each other, she will really vomit 3 liters of blood. After all, she is new here. As time passes by, the time for the ceremony is getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the venue is full of participants. It's full. Lin Keqian took a glance and found that the newcomers were ordinary NPCs and players who were participating in this ceremony. At this time, everyone received a message. This year, there is a supervisor from the player community who will definitely bring a more exciting working environment to our supervisor community. This message instantly excited those who knew about it, and the uninformed players could also feel that a player had done something incredible. Some perceptive players immediately realized that this tip might not be a good thing. Lin Keqian pretended to be excited and curious and looked around, which was the same as the performance of those NPCs. He glanced at Fu Wen from the corner of his eye. This guy is also a good actor. He was looking around excitedly. But after this reminder, there was no time for everyone to breathe. The opening ceremony of the game festival officially began. A familiar NPC walked onto the stage and began to host. Welcome everyone to... Lin Keqian narrowed his eyes. Isn't this the principal? Good guy, this is the host? After the principal finished his introduction, which had no real content, Lin Keqian had already looked around several times within the range he could see. We found Bai Shu's group, but we didn't see Ji Zhuan. Why didn't he join us? During the entire festival, everyone's activities were limited to this newly built city and 6 other cities. The celebration lasted for a week. In addition to the fixed stalls and games in each city, a big event was held in a city every day. Everyone was required to participate in the event. Winners could get special rewards, but the specific rewards were not disclosed. Outside of the event, everyone could move freely. The purpose is to obtain the festival coins. The festival coins can be used to purchase items from a special prize pool for this festival. There is everything in it. As a supervisor, Lin Keqian can directly view all the items in the prize pool, and then she saw something she needed. The soil of the land of gods fall. Very good, she will never get this thing. Because the items in the reward pool are not available to supervisors. Supervisors can only get items other than rewards. At first glance, the rules of this festival sounded harmless. But now that she has obtained the festival manual, she has discovered many hidden traps in it. For example, some dangerous goods, some subtle psychological hints, some dangerous games, and the celebration coins that you can lose if you are not careful, and finally, if you want to leave the celebration on the 7th day, you need to use the celebration coins to buy the teleport ticket to leave. If you don't have money, you can imagine. Lin Kachin pursed his lips, thinking about how to reveal this news to the players. Of course, no matter how crazy the game field is, there will be a way out for people, so there must be a place in this festival where you can get the hint information about this matter. At this moment, Lin Kachin had countless possibilities flashing through his mind. After the principal finished explaining the rules of the entire celebration, the opening ceremony officially began. It was actually just some advertising, some large stalls or projects for display, and it didn't take long. Less than half an hour in total. It was also a way of giving everyone some recommended projects. Half of these projects were safe welfare projects. After the opening ceremony advertisement ended, everyone left one after another. At this time, what Lin Kachin didn't notice was that someone in the crowd looked at her a few times. If she turned around, she would find that the look was very familiar. Lin Kachin didn't notice it, but Fuin did. He looked at him for a few times and wrote it down. After leaving the opening ceremony, Lin Kachin started to wander around the street. Since the opening ceremony, he has used wind sensing to capture some information. Most of this information is related to the player's supervisor. But there are still differences. I became a supervisor this year, so I have to have a good meal. Chapter 118. The information Lin Kachin obtained through wind perception made her a little confused, so she kept using wind perception when she was at ease, and even mixed it with the power of the Wanji tribe. Then she found out that these supervisors can devour the mental power of the players who lost the game. This kind of devouring will directly lower the upper limit. Oh my goodness, part of the risk of the game festival actually comes from the supervisor. But this is not a violation of the supervisor. Lin Kachin discussed with Fuin. Which game should we go to? Or should we go eat something first? Let's eat something first. The activity starts at 12 noon. There is still some time before 12 o'clock. Eat something first to accumulate physical strength and participate in the activity later, Fuin suggested. Good idea. So Lin Kachin introduced Fuin to the game, wanted to eat something, but the two of them suddenly remembered that after the celebration started, these things had to be purchased with celebration coins, and mental power could not be used. In an instant, the two people went from being rich people with tens of millions to being paupers. Lin Kachin held his forehead helplessly. It seems that we still have to play games. Instead of playing big games, let's play something small first. Okay. Supervisors are no exception in the ceremony. They also need to use celebration coins to buy things. However, supervisors have other privileges, such as buying things very cheaply, etc., knowing more information when playing games, and even being able to pass the level directly. So for supervisors, it is relatively simple to get celebration coins. But supervisors have to hide their identities. Players don't know that supervisors will not do anything special. However, NPCs can report supervisors for improper work, and supervisors will be punished at that time. Anyway, it is quite troublesome. The two people were like ordinary participants, carefully selecting the appropriate items and going forward to play. First, they found a shooting game, with very simple rules, which was to knock down the things on the shelf, and the things would be theirs. As a supervisor, Lin Kachin naturally knew what the game was all about. The things on the shelves were all equipped with mechanisms, and once they were hit, they would enter a fantasy world. Even if they stared at a prize for a long enough time, they would be involuntarily affected by some mental factors, such as hallucinations, or deviations in control, etc. But as long as the mental power is high enough, or if you notice this, you can resist. Lin Chuechen's own mental power is absolutely fine. The settings of these games will weaken the supervisor, so she doesn't plan to go directly, but let Fuin go. The problem is that Fuin's mental power is also strong enough, and he won't be affected. There are many customers around this stall, but few really participate. For games like this, there is no charge, but you need to wait a while before playing again. In other words, small games can earn celebration coins for free. But big games are not necessarily the same. Some big games require ticket money. Several guests tried before, but none of them succeeded. Although there was no danger, other guests became cautious. Lin Kachin didn't even need to raise his eyebrows to know which of these people were NPCs and which were players. At this time, as participants of the ceremony, all of these people were standing at the same starting line. Fuin stepped forward cautiously, picked up the gun, aimed at the object he wanted, and shot. As a result, the bullet, hit the wall next to it directly. Fuan looked regretful, but at this time, the bullet bounced back, hit something next to it, and knocked it off the shelf directly. The stall owner had a proud expression just now, but now he was stunned for a moment, and was slightly surprised. Customer, good luck. Fuan smiled embarrassedly. I didn't expect it. The boss stepped forward and picked up the box that fell on the ground and handed it to Fuan. All the box-like items were wrapped tightly, only the appearance and size were different, and no one knew what was inside. In addition to the box, there are some things that can be identified at a glance. Various dolls, toys, ornaments, etc. These things can be returned to the boss and exchanged for celebration coins. Everyone has 10 bullets. Good luck did not continue to befall Fuan, which made the boss relax a lot. It feels that Fuan just got lucky, and is not a big boss pretending to be a newbie. In fact, it is a big boss pretending to be a newbie. Lin Keichen thought that Fuan is really good at acting. However, after firing 4 bullets, Fuan exhaled. Strange. Why can't I hit the target? It seems that I need to adjust my feel. The next moment, his momentum changed when he picked up the gun again, and everyone around him became nervous. Bang! Instantly, a doll fell. Bang! 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 3 more dolls fell. The 4 bullets were fired very quickly, and the boss didn't react before seeing 4 dolls falling to the ground. Everyone around was silent, quite shocked. The boss opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he said nothing, and picked up all the dolls and put them in front of Fuan. At this time, Fuan moved the muzzle of his gun and shot at a shelf on the right. The bullet bounced back instantly and hit the item on the second row of shelves. As a result, when the item fell, the bullet hit the bottom of the shelf in the upper row and brought down a box, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the end, Fuan brought back 7 items. Everyone was stunned. Some customers were eager to try and felt that they could do it. The boss asked Fuan if he wanted to exchange it for celebration coins. Fuan looked at Lin Keichen and hesitated for a moment. Let's discuss it. Then the 2 of them took the things to the side, because the 2 of them were NPCs at first glance at this time. Some players quietly noticed what the 2 of them were discussing. Fuan, should we exchange them all? Lin Keichen, on the exchange list, the value of the dolls is relatively low, and they are useless. These dolls can be exchanged, but these 2 boxes, one of the unopened boxes is 20 coins, but after opening it, there may be nothing, or it may be very valuable and more profitable. What do you think? Fuan, anyway, I have found the feel of this game. When the time limit is up, I can play another round. Why not just open the box? Lin Keichen, you are right. So the 2 of them opened the 2 boxes without hesitation, which made the players and NPCs, who were secretly watching them, dumbfounded. But what they said was fine, they can play another round later. The strength is there. After understanding the difference in their own strength, everyone stopped paying attention to Lin Keichen and Fuan. The boxes of both people were not empty. Fuan opened the box, and found a celebration coin exchange card with a face value of 50. This time he made a fortune. Lin Keichen had a game celebration coin doubling card. In other words, if you play big games, this thing is quite valuable. The 2 thought about it and converted all of them into celebration coins, leaving the doubling card. Because Lin Keichen still had a shooting quota that he hadn't used, Fuan whispered to Lin Keichen how to shoot. Of course, in front of other people. Lin Keichen, under everyone's attention, stepped forward and shot. As expected, she took down 6 items with 10 bullets. The main reason was that Lin Keichen didn't want to stand out. She was not affected by those things at all. It was too easy to hit the target. The same was true for Fuan. She just needed to maintain a hit rate of 60 to 70%. But this time she mainly shot at the boxes, because there might be some small surprises in the boxes. Half of the 6 boxes this time were waste boxes, and the celebration coin exchange coupons inside were 3 or 5. Not many. But they finally opened a box and found something different. A compass. To be precise, it was a treasure hunting needle, which could be used 3 times to find the treasure the user wanted most. However, this search was only for this type of treasure, not necessarily for what was really needed. It was quite random. But there was a surprise. So after Lin Keichen left the stall, she used it without hesitation. She was thinking of the divine element of earth. The 2 followed the compass's navigation, and arrived at a small botanical garden, the kind that required a ticket to enter. This small botanical garden looked safer but it only looks safe. There is no entrance fee. But there are some other products that can be purchased. If players are good at observation, they will find that these products can help them to move freely in the botanical garden. However, Lin Keichun and Fuan do not need to rely on this. Lin Keichun is resistant to poison, and he also has the ability of the Wanji tribe, which can avoid many dangers. Fuan is originally a wood spirit. If he is still afraid of the botanical garden, he really has no life. The two people looked around the door for a while, then walked in cautiously. Some guests watching nearby did not stop them, wanting to see what would happen after they entered. However, one NPC said with some unknown mood just before they entered, "A lot of people went in just now, and none of them came out. I don't know what it looks like inside, and I'm quite curious." Lin Keichun, are you trying to add insult to injury, or to warn me? After Lin Keichun and Fuan entered, they found that they could not see outside. The gate had a shielding barrier. There was a very fresh smell in the botanical garden. After taking a sip, Fuan immediately had a flower bloom on his fingertips, and pressed a finger on her cheek. The flower turned into a mark on Lin Keichun's face. Okay. The toxins in the air will be filtered out. Lin Keichun, are there a lot of toxins in the air? She used the ability of the Wanji clan to take a look. And it really was. This fresh smell is a kind of poison. These days, the smell of toxins is really refreshing. After the two came in, they didn't see anyone in front of them, so they continued to follow the compass. They encountered various attacks from plants along the way. How should I put it? It was quite eye-opening. First of all, plants have very strong ability to release life, which is simply impossible to defend against. There are also some smells that cannot be smelled and some invisible spores, which are all good means of assassination. Fortunately, Fuan was there, and she felt very relieved. At this time, Fuan pulled her and whispered, "There is someone in front." Lin Keichun released his mental power, but did not sense it, so he activated the power of the Wanxiang clan. As expected, he saw a figure in the distance. Lin Keichun. Chapter 119. Lin Keichun stopped his steps, and used the ability of the Wanxiang clan to check the situation remotely. It turned out that it was not one person, but two people. The problem was that both of them were familiar people. Aren't these the Corpse Ghost and Ji Zhuan that I had seen in a certain game field before? Why is Boss Ji with this guy? Did he subdue the other party? Or disguised as an NPC to cooperate with the other party? That's amazing, worthy of being Boss Ji. Lin Keichun and Fuan followed quietly, and fell far behind. What they didn't expect was that, before the NPC Corpse Ghost discovered them, Ji Zhuan noticed it first. It must be said that Boss Ji is really amazing. Fuan whispered in Lin Keichun's ear, "This player is really capable. But there is something interesting." Lin Keichun glanced at him. "What?" Fuan pointed at the other party, pointed at himself, and said, "He has the inheritance of the wood spirit." Lin Keichun. What a coincidence. Fuan became a little interested in Ji Zhuan. After observing carefully for a while, Fuan suddenly realized something. "I think. Yes. I remember it." Lin Keichun looked at him in confusion. "What?" "I gave it to you." Lin Keichun. Fuan wanted to say more, but the Corpse Ghost suddenly turned back at this time, so he had to stop talking, and just watched the Corpse Ghost pacing back and forth in front of him quietly, and was very anxious. Lin Keichun thought for a while, and signaled Fuan to continue walking forward, since any customer could shop here anyway, and there was no reason to give way to them. I didn't know why these two people were wandering here, and I couldn't hear what they said clearly, and they were obviously hiding. Fuan understood what Lin Keichun meant, and nodded, indicating his agreement. So the two of them walked out openly, and ran into the two people head-on. The Corpse Ghost girl immediately hid behind Ji Zhuan vigilantly. The moment Ji Zhuan saw Fuan, his pupil shrank, and he immediately said respectfully, "Sir?" Lin Keichun was shocked by this title, and looked at Fuan meaningfully. Fuan accepted it and nodded, looking at the Corpse Ghost girl hiding behind Ji Zhuan. "You are so timid. And you are hiding behind the player. Shameful." Lin Keichun's mouth twitched. Good boy, this taunting value is full. But the boss really knows Fuan. Fortunately, her identity is completely disguised now, and it has nothing to do with anyone here. The Corpse Ghost girl was ridiculed but dared not speak out. This did not surprise Lin Keichun. This Corpse Ghost had always been timid in the game field before, although the other party can breed for elephant meat. Fuan and Lin Keichun did not deal with the two people for a long time. They just passed by and left. On the contrary, The corpse ghost girl was quite surprised that the two people walked forward directly. They passed by. The corpse ghost girl was a little bit unbelievable. It seems that their mental power is very high. Ji Zhuan said helplessly. There is a small barrier in front of it. If the mental power is low, he will be attacked. He will not be attacked. But the NPC who invited him will be attacked. Although he doesn't care whether the NPC will be attacked. He has a mission and cannot violate it. If I had known earlier, I would not have asked for this guy's special invitation letter. Who knew it was so weak? But the special invitation letter is not easy to find. Damn, I don't know what's going on with Xuchen. Lin Keichen and Fuan met some players and NPCs in the botanical garden later. There was no conflict between them, because they didn't want to have a conflict. When they saw the corpse ghost and Fuan before, they didn't think anything was wrong. These guys behind were struggling for survival. This led to the two people bypassing these people very easily, and quickly approaching the place where the compass pointed. Finally, the two stopped at the moss. At a corner, Lin Keichen frowned, shook the compass in his hand, and exhaled in disappointment. It's really here. What does this have to do with? Lin Keichen was about to use the ability of the Wenji tribe to take a look, when he heard Fuan say, there is actually nether moss growing here. It's quite rare. Since he knew it, Lin Keichen didn't waste his mental energy. What is nether moss? A kind of moss that grows in dark corners. Fuan said deliberately playfully. Don't give me that, Lin Keichen said with a smile. How should I put it? The preciousness of this thing is that it is difficult to plant it. Even if the conditions are met, it may not grow. It is very capricious. But where they grow, there must be netherworld soil, which is the treasure you want. Fuan smiled and bent down, preparing to reach out and take off the whole piece of moss. Ah! Lin Keichen was a little surprised. Don't be so surprised. You have to believe in your affinity with the playground. If you want to get something, isn't it very simple? It's just that the amount of soil is a little small, and it needs some cultivation, which also consumes a lot of good things. Fuan naturally knew what Lin Keichen was surprised about. Although they had not spent a lot of time together, he still knew Lin Keichen very well. Oh, okay. Lin Keichen nodded happily. Then the ultimate goal of this grand ceremony was achieved. After putting away the nether moss, Lin Keichen used the compass again. This time she wanted to find a way to solve the mutant game field. Then, the compass performed a I cracked. On the spot. Lin Keichen looked at the scrapped compass in his hand in disbelief. Didn't you say it can be used twice? It means that what you are looking for has exceeded the range that this prop can bear. Fuan said. Okay. It was just a small prop. After visiting the botanical garden, Lin Keichen went to eat with Fuan. During the time, she also sensed that many NPCs were looking for her. The player turned supervisor. To this, Lin Keichen said, come on. The first day's large-scale event was a real-life gunfight, but the gun was not a gun, it was a bow and arrow. All the members were archers. If you don't know how to use a bow and arrow, you can be eliminated directly. The entire event prohibits special powers and skills. It can be said that everyone is weakened directly. The only difference is the difference in everyone's attributes. In the entire newly built city, all NPCs were instantly cleared, and all the things were cleared. Everyone began to appear randomly on the map, because teammates can be bound to each other. Lin Keichen and Fuan were not separated. The two were still very lucky. They got protective gear and medicine at the beginning. Lin Keichen put on the protective gear, and the two began to hide and look for things. How to say it? It was quite exciting. Lin Keichen strangely discovered that the power of his Wansan clan could still be used. Why? If skills and superpowers can be blocked, why is the power of the Wansan clan not blocked? Does this mean that the power of the Wansan tribe is above the game field? Or that one of the fundamental powers of the game field is the power of the Wansan tribe, which is why it cannot be blocked? Once blocked, it will cause problems in the operation of the game field. Suddenly, Lin Keichen felt a huge pain all over her body. But this pain was like being electrocuted by something. But because she suddenly felt an indescribable trance, she was away from the pain all of a sudden. Her mind told her that this pain existed, but her soul seemed to be separated from her body, and could not perceive this existence. Because such a strange state appears, Lin is stiff in place, she holds the wall without squatting, both eyes have no god. Fuan immediately discovered her strangeness, she held her. What's wrong? Hello, what's going on? Fuan immediately discovered that Lin was lost to consciousness. It looks normal, in fact. I don't know where the soul is going. Make a prompt decision, Fuan took Lin. But he went to a hidden loft. Vault and frowned, looking at the forest sink like a puppet. I can't help but feel uncomfortable. The power of Mu Ling burst out, falling into Lin's body's body. He doesn't know if it is useful, hope to play some role. The ability of the wood spirit is the power of the race, so it should not be used. However, he has some special means to extradite some of them. And there is also the power of the Wanji tribe to cover them. But it is useless. Fuan can't help but sweat a little. He is now in no mood to care about this activity. His mind is full of Lin Chuechen's trouble. But he also knows rationally that he can't act casually. It's okay to expose his identity. But it's not okay to expose Lin Keichen. He has to think of a way to withdraw from the competition reasonably. Fuan thought for a moment. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. And he placed Lin Keichen in a safe place. And went out to search for weapons. And was determined to kill everyone. So, Lin Keichen, who was in a trance, watched Fuan leave with a murderous look on his face, which she had never seen before. She tried to use the power of the Wanxiang tribe, and watched what Fuan did remotely. Fuan's combat power was really strong, and he did not forget to disguise his appearance and whereabouts when he was strangling people. As she watched, Lin Keichen suddenly felt that this scene was very familiar. She felt a chill in her heart. This was just a live broadcast. The entire ceremony was forced to be broadcast live. But there was no trace of live broadcast around. No bullet screen. Nothing. What does this mean? The entire game field is a camera. Fortunately, the audience cannot interfere with the things in the game field. So it is not a big problem for her identity to be exposed to the audience outside the game field. The power of the Wanxiang tribe equals live broadcast. The Wanxiang clan and the Wanji clan can build a system by working together. So, the power base of the game field is the Wansen clan. Lin Keichen watched Fuan's battle for a long time. This guy is really good at fighting. Not only can he fight, but he also fights desperately. Finally, he made it to the finals. The opponents all formed a team and wanted to wipe out Fuan together. At this time, Fuan stopped and came back to find her. She planned to stay alive until the time was up. At this time, Lin Keichen suddenly felt a trance, and when she came back to her senses, she met Fuan's eyes that were so beautiful that they were hard to describe. Are you okay? Fuan asked. Lin Keichen blinked, smiled, and said, I feel good. At the same time, countless system prompts rang in his ears. Congratulations to the player Tsuchen for obtaining the permanent supervisor status. And officially promoted to the game field supervisor. The status cannot be taken away. Congratulations on the supervisor's authority being greatly improved. And officially becoming a senior supervisor. And can choose responsibilities. Congratulations on receiving the gift package from the game. ## gift package. Spying on the relevant truth. And obtaining the key to the truth. Please give yourself a name as a supervisor. Chapter 120. The sudden appearance of the system prompt shocked Lin Keichen and forced him to focus on it. Because of the sudden shift of attention, Fuan immediately became nervous again. Lin Keichen patted his shoulder. It's okay, I just saw some prompts here. That's good, what happened just now? Fuan frowned and looked at Lin Keichen with some concern. It seems that some game field mechanisms have been triggered. Don't worry, it's a good thing. It's probably some transitional reactions after the mechanism was triggered. Lin Keichen said, and then pulled Fuan out of hiding. Let's go directly to the line. Okay. Fuan looked at Lin Keichen steadily, to make sure she was not lying. Although she was worried. She thought it was better to hide. But Lin Keichen said they wanted to fight. So she went. Their strength was not enough to just give up. Lin Keichen had no weapons. So Fuan gave her his. Without waiting for Lin Keichen to refuse. Fuan went to collect some weapons. The other party insisted that she take better weapons. So she had no choice but to take them. The two of them went up to the roof side by side, scanning for other people who might be nearby. As soon as Lin Keichen got on the roof, she saw a big fight in the distance, because after Fuan left, they started fighting among themselves, and began to attack each other. And finally they all fought. Lin Keichen hid upstairs, and began to shoot cold arrows, which were the kind that others could not detect. After sending 3 people away, the number of all participants was reduced to a certain extent, and the system suddenly prompted to limit the map range. It began to shrink the circle. Lin Keichen looked at the center of the shrinking circle, which was right next to them. It was not known whether it was really lucky, or she was high-ranking. So the circle was directly located around her. So the two of them did not move. and stood on the rooftop, sending away anyone who approached. Soon, someone discovered that there were 2 NPC participants standing on the rooftop. Lin Keichen did not know how high her authority was, but now she could see the identities of everyone present at a glance, and the supervisors were all visible. However, after her observation, she found that the supervisor's martial arts value was not necessarily very strong, but the supervisor with higher authority was generally stronger. When they noticed Lin Keichen, they also noticed Fu Wen beside her. This was simply a combination of new and old hatreds. In an instant, these people ignored everything else and attacked the 2 of them. Lin Keichen and Fu Wen cooperated very well. They killed one for each one, and killed a pair for each 2. After someone died, they could loot the loot. The arrow resources were endless. It was like these guys delivered the goods to the door. Later, those people failed to capture Lin Keichen and Fu Wen. Some of them retreated slightly, and some wanted to reap the benefits and hid in the dark. As the fight went on, the surroundings became quiet. Lin Keichen and Fu Wen retreated back to the building. There are not many people left. Besides the 2 of us, there are 5 left. We all have some brains and know how to hide, Lin Keichen said. I'll lure them out. Fu Wen and Lin Keichen exchanged a glance, and immediately the 2 made plans for the future. Let's move to a building first. The place here is too obvious. As a result, when they moved, they killed a participant directly, leaving 4 people. At the same time, someone killed 2 more, leaving 2 people. Lin Keichen went to the roof. Fu Wen led people downstairs, and he actually led one out, who was killed by Lin Keichen. At this time, a very tricky angle attacked Fu Wen. If Fu Wen hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been eliminated. Lin Keichen wanted to attack the opponent, but the opponent hid well, and she couldn't hit him at all. Lin Keichen, if you can't hit him from a distance, you can only fight him in close combat. When she went downstairs to find this guy, he was already fighting with Fu Wen. Boss Ji, why are you here again? Well, it's not surprising that Ji Zhuoying can survive to the end with his strength. Lin Keichen glanced at Fu Wen, and directly took the dagger, and went forward to fight with Ji Zhuoying. It seemed that he was helping Fu Wen, but in fact, he directly took Fu Wen's fighting position, and went forward to fight alone. Fu Wen's expression slightly changed, and he immediately retreated to the support position. Lin Keichen could not beat Ji Zhuoying in terms of attributes, but she had been sparring with Ji Zhuoying for too long, and was already familiar with many of his moves and reactions. This also led to Ji Zhuoying's shot that the NPC in front of him could see through him completely. However, as the moves became more and more, Ji Zhuoying suddenly hesitated. Lin Keichen made a very familiar move at this time, pressing down with one leg, and hooking the other leg directly, trying to give Ji Zhuoying a high kick. This action is not special. What is special is that when Lin Keichen did this action, he placed both hands on the thigh of the leg that was pressed down. This is Lin Chuechen's habitual action. Ji Zhuoying told him several times before that he changed this habit. Ji Zhuoying immediately retreated, turned around and attacked Fu Wen. Lin Keichen knew that the other party understood his hint. They knew the other party's identity. So Ji Zhuoying's first reaction was to kill Fu Wen, the NPC next to Lin Keichen whose friend or foe was unknown. Fu Wen, so I am the biggest enemy. Fu Wen looked at Lin Keichen helplessly, pretending to log off due to a mistake. And finally only Lin Keichen and Ji Zhuoying were left. Ji Zhuoying walked carefully with Lin Keichen, pretending to be very wary of Lin Keichen. I'll give you some benefits, and you withdraw from this event. Lin Keichen raised his eyebrows, smiled disdainfully. Why don't I give you some benefits, and you withdraw? I don't lack celebration coins, and other things. Do you have anything worth asking for? Ji Zhuoying pursed his lips. Then I don't know what you will give me. Then it's up to you to take it or not. Anyway, you don't have anything I want, Lin Keichen said calmly. The dagger in his hand was not idle at all. The meaning was very clear. If we can't reach an agreement, we'll just fight. Ji Zhuoying showed a trace of hesitation. He pursed his lips and said, Wait a minute. Then let me make a bet. If you lie to me, I will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth in this game celebration. Believe me, I have the ability to do it. No problem. Lin Keichen smiled. The message is very simple. You need tickets to participate in and leave the celebration. You shouldn't think that you only need tickets such as invitations to participate. However, the rules this time were indeed added temporarily. And not every event is like this. But it has happened before. But I don't know if Ji Zhuan knows it. Ji Zhuan's expression changed slightly. I voluntarily give up this event. After Ji Zhuan finished speaking, the event ended, and the winner was Lin Keichen. In fact, at the end, Lin Chuechen's words reached everyone's ears. Instead of simply telling Ji Zhuan, because although everyone was eliminated, they could still see the situation in the field. At the beginning, when there were many people, the camera might not be comprehensive enough. But in the final one-on-one showdown, the camera naturally captured the whole process. Therefore, the negotiation between Lin Keichen and Ji Zhuan was also seen by everyone. Immediately, the NPCs and supervisors who knew about these things secretly cursed Lin Keichen for having a hole in his brain, and said it out loud. Some people also doubted whether this NPC was the supervisor, or the supervisor transformed by the player. But such thoughts were just some doubts. And there was such a small thought. But it was not certain. It was really that Lin Keichen pretended too well. Although the principal and Fuan who were watching the live broadcast were not in the same place, they frowned a little, knowing that Lin Keichen wanted to pass on the message to the player. But this was too dangerous. Soon, they knew why Lin Keichen suddenly became so bold. After the event, Lin Keichen looked at her doubled celebration coins and felt that she had become rich overnight. She had used the double card before entering the event and happened to be the first. The doubled reward made her rich. After the event, she pretended not to know that she was being broadcast live, and was shocked. Then she ran away in shame. Some people chased after her and wanted to beat Lin Keichen up. As for who beat whom in the end, it was hard to say. But before Lin Keichen could make a move, Fuan killed these guys, and the two returned to the hotel in Sun Moon City to rest. Lin Keichen had time to take care of the system prompts she received. Lin Keichen glanced at the system prompts that she became a permanent supervisor, and then opened the management interface and selected her own duties. This duty is the best to have, because only with your own duties can you have resources and power. And you can build your own power. She was going to work in Sun Moon City. In fact, even if there were no vacant duties, she could create new duties herself. The biggest power in Sun Moon City is Sun Moon University. Besides that, there is no other power. No matter how big or small, the other powers are not as good as Sun Moon University. Lin Keichen thought about it for a while. She planned to build an amusement park with a hotel, amusement area, and a leisure area. The manager's authority is really strong. You can even directly collect part of the original buildings and make them your own. You can transform them however you want. The NPCs who originally lived there will not say anything. So she selected a piece of area, including parks, hospitals, restaurants, small playgrounds, and directly integrated them, and then further renovated them. After she had drawn all these things, she located them not far from Sun Moon High School. The name is Sun Moon Paradise. When Sun Moon Paradise was located in Sun Moon City, everyone received a new prompt. Player Tsuchen, disguised identity, became a senior supervisor, permanent identity, served as Sun Moon Paradise in Sun Moon City. Let us congratulate her. Some fireworks even exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Keichen, Fuan, all those who know Tsuchen, immediately, both NPCs and players, were in an uproar. When Ji Zhuan saw this prompt, his hands couldn't help shaking, and he felt as if he was under an illusion. At this time, he heard the corpse ghost next to him say, "TSK, I thought this guy was a bit capable at first, but I didn't expect him to be so capable." Ji Zhuan couldn't help but think of the game field where he first met Lin Keichen. That is the playground where the corpse ghost is. At the beginning, he learned that the corpse ghost had a special invitation letter, so he entered the playground, but he didn't expect to meet Lin Keichen. Fortunately, he was also disguised as Quan Han at that time. Senior supervisor, I don't know what kind of identity it is. There are too many questions in Ji Zhuan's mind. Chapter 121. No matter what Ji Zhuan and those who knew Lin Keichen thought, Lin Keichen was relaxed. Then she said her own name. In fact, after the establishment of Sun Moon Paradise, the name was very easy to determine. She was called the Lord of the Paradise, that is, the director of Sun Moon Paradise. Just when she wanted to take a look at the mysterious unknown gift package, she looked up and saw Fuan looking at her. What's that expression? Lin Keichen looked at Fuan's strange expression, and was a little amused. I'm a little shocked. How did I suddenly get a permanent status? This status is something that many people can only dream of. And even if you perform very well in this celebration, you may not be able to get it. Fuan asked in confusion. Lin Keichen, was actually receiving messages from some senior supervisors. Because there were too many messages, she sorted out her growth system into categories. When she heard Fuan ask this, she suddenly felt that she was not a simple senior supervisor. Let's go back to school first. Lin Keichen did not explain and decided to go to Sun Moon High School first. Soon, the two of them went to Lin Chuechen's birthplace. At this time, the birthplace had disappeared, and there was no need for the principal to guard it. So now the principal was drinking tea leisurely, knowing that Lin Keichen would definitely come. He had been waiting here early. Come! You got the permanent status right after the celebration. I guess those supervisors will be mad. They don't have permanent status yet. But you? A newcomer. Got it later. Principal Yang Wang smiled brightly. His office was saved. He was so nervous just now. Lin Keichen looked at the principal. With your supervisor authority, you should know how to obtain a permanent identity, that is, without going through the celebration. The principal looked up at Lin Keichen, unable to hide his doubts. Ah? You don't know? Lin Keichen frowned. If I knew, I would have told you earlier. The principal thought it was outrageous. Lin Keichen looked at the principal's expression, and it didn't seem fake. She frowned and fell into thought. The principal suddenly took out a prop and swore directly. I really don't know how to obtain a permanent supervisor status except through the celebration. The prop was used successfully, showing that he did not lie. The principal looked at Lin Keichen. Let me confirm, I did not lie to you. Lin Keichen held his forehead. Can you see my level of authority? The principal shook his head. Senior supervisors cannot see each other. Wait, you are not going to say, you can see mine? Lin Keichen nodded. The principal took a breath, and did not know what to say for a moment. What's wrong? What do you know? Lin Keichen raised his eyebrows. So you are the new, first-class authority. Huh? Lin Keichen was puzzled. The principal sorted out his thoughts, and calmed down his emotions. That's right. There is a supreme existence among the supervisors. Supervisors of this level of authority are omnipotent, which is the so-called first-class authority supervisor. But there are only 2 supervisors so far. One is missing, and the other is sleeping. You should be the third one. So, did you build Sun Moon Paradise yourself? The principal suddenly reacted. Lin Keichen nodded. Yes. Didn't we have our own responsibilities? The principal didn't know what to say to Lin Chuechen's explosive speech. It's to have our own responsibilities. But it doesn't mean you can create a big force directly. By the way, why don't you become a director of Sun Moon High School? Wouldn't it save the cost of building a new one? Do you look down on it? Ah? None of you directors have resigned. How can I take someone else's position casually? No. The principal and Fuan were surprised, and their voices couldn't help but rise slightly. Yeah. What happened? Lin Keichen was confused. It's okay. Although we said she was missing, we thought she was dead. The principal rubbed the back of his head. Fuan nodded. But what's more important now is congratulations on becoming a senior supervisor. Thank you. Lin Keichen laughed. The principal glanced at Fuan and couldn't help laughing. He always felt that Fuan's plan seemed to be able to be implemented. But if it was implemented successfully, Fuan would probably be gone. Lowering her eyes, a trace of sadness flashed across her. Because they wanted to celebrate Lin Keichen becoming a senior supervisor, everyone had a meal together. Because it was a little late, Principal Sunshine and the fat chef finally became Principal Moonlight and the thin chef in front of her. They were 2-in-1 NPCs, which roughly means one person's personality was divided into 2, but they influenced each other. After the celebration banquet, Lin Keichen and Fuan went to Sun Moon Paradise. The moment she entered Sun Moon Paradise, Lin Keichen felt that her condition was getting better and better. This was her domain, a place where she had the final say. After giving Fuan some permissions, she went to rest and set the rules of the park. Fuan walked around and returned to the university, saying that he wanted to cultivate the netherworld soil for her, and she could use it directly when the time came. So Lin Keichen gave him all the celebration coins and asked him to spend them on buying something. When she was left alone, she was finally able to calm down and study what was going on, and absorb the information recorded by the system. After Lin Keichen set up the park, it was already the next day while he was looking at the information. But he also roughly knew what was going on. She became an administrator by a sudden enlightenment, when she possessed the 3 powers of the Wansen clan and realized that the Wansen clan was the cornerstone of this game field. She would directly become the highest authority supervisor. However, it is not the normal way to be promoted. The normal way should be to obtain the supervisor status first, and then improve the authority through celebrations, etc. If possible, directly obtain permanent status, and wait until the 6th level to start accumulating your own supervisor prestige, and improve step by step. She reached the top in one step, but the information clearly stated that her problem was a bug. Normal people would be scared to death when the bug appeared. Only those who persisted would successfully obtain the highest authority. In other words, when she was in a trance before, that was the most dangerous time. From her physical sense, she didn't feel any danger at all. She always felt that something was wrong. There was a lot of information, all about the game field. She felt that some things were a bit too much, and involved a lot of fundamental things. Can she, a supervisor who took a shortcut to get promoted, really know so much? Lin Keichen looked puzzled. Growth system. Is there anything abnormal during my promotion? Of course not. Lin Keichen just intuitively felt that something was wrong. But if she couldn't find any evidence, she always felt that she was overthinking. So, now she just needs to continue to strengthen the power of the Wansen tribe. And she will basically be invincible in the game field. But why did the first 2 highest level managers fall asleep and disappear? Lin Keichen planned to find an opportunity to find out the situation. She thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that she had a gift package that she hadn't opened yet. The XX gift package, whose name was hidden. The style of the gift package was very ordinary. A square box with a ribbon tied on it. She opened the box, and a small ball composed of many unclear characters appeared inside. Lin Keichen looked puzzled. He reached out and picked up the small ball. To be precise, this small ball had no substance. It was just an air ball, but it was composed of many characters. Some of these characters she recognized, in various languages, because the characters kept changing. She could not even see the same language for a long time. This thing does not look simple. Lin Keichen looked at it for a while, but could not figure out anything. He could not figure out what it was even with the supervisor's authority, but at this time, his own growth system was online again. Master, can you give me this to eat? For you to eat? Lin Keichen raised his eyebrows. Then you have to tell me what this is. This is a piece of code. Code. Lin Keichen tightened his fingers around the ball. His heart was in turmoil, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. A hidden gift, actually a piece of code. What is this code? Where did it come from? Why did the playground give her a piece of code? Is it because the playground knows that she has a growth system that can analyze the code? Or does this code have other uses? Then what is the use? What is it for? It must be meaningful to hand this code to her. She is now very sure that the game field definitely favors her. Maybe the difficulty of the game field has not changed much, but the rewards are definitely favored. That must be related to the growth system. After all, the growth system also comes from the game field. Maybe the game field already knows that the growth system is in her hands. Give it to you. Lin Keichen agreed to the request of the growth system. So the code ball in his hand disappeared. Receive special program code. Do you want to download it? Downloaded by default. Downloaded successfully. Installing. Installed successfully. Lin Keichen glanced at the system panel, and there was a small app on it. The cover of the app was X90. Why does X90 sound so familiar? Is this code from somewhere? Lin Keichen recalled. I always feel like I've heard of X90 somewhere. Master, X90 is the galaxy number I come from. Lin Keichen. I immediately looked up the system's factory information, and suddenly realized. It really is. Then the X90 in this app is probably really like this. Is the game field also related to the X90 galaxy? Or is this an exclusive app for its own growth system? After opening the software, I can't log in, saying that it can't connect to the internet. Connecting to the internet. Amazing, you have to connect to the internet for such an advanced system. System, what's going on? Master, the network of this program is locked. It can't be opened temporarily. It seems that a time has been set. Need to wait. Okay. What on earth is this game field doing? The whole celebration lasted 7 days. Lin Keichen got the permanent identity on the first day, and then spent 5 days building the park. On the last day, she had time to go around with Fuan. The netherworld soil was almost cultivated, and Lin Keichen could use it directly. Since Lin Keichen revealed the name of the second identity, she would not show her name as a disguised identity for the time being, so there would be no problem. She had a lot of black wizard disguise props in her hand, and she could hold on for another 7 days. Lin Keichen, Fuan, and Principal Yongguang, who came to join in the fun, found a milk tea shop to sit down, and the three of them chatted very leisurely, without continuing to act to cover up their identities. It didn't matter. Chapter 122. There have been a lot of interesting things in the past few days. The principal said to the two guys who were in seclusion. Since the players found out that they needed tickets to leave the celebration, they have been going crazy. Recently, they have been trying to save money to buy tickets, for fear that they would not have enough money. A lot of interesting things have happened. In the past, everyone went for the rewards, and they would be confused. Now everyone is going to leave the game field, and their brains have really improved a lot in the game. I wonder how the ratings of the live broadcast will be this year. The principal suddenly mentioned this while chatting. Regarding the live broadcast of the game field, it is one of the sources of energy for the game field, which means that the higher the popularity, the more power the game field can use to operate, so live broadcast is very important. But low-level game fields do not have live broadcasts. Perhaps because they think the ratings will not go up. Lin Kachin always felt that there was something strange in this information, because the information showed that the game field can produce energy by itself, and can even attract some external energy, but later it said that it depends on live broadcasts. Anyway, it's a mess. This game festival actually integrates a lot of abnormal game fields, so the many abnormal game fields hidden on the planet are also related to this. If you can pass the festival, then it will directly reduce a lot of abnormal game fields. The park will be officially opened after the festival, and it will take up a lot of game field quotas. She plans to directly take up the quotas of those abnormal game fields, and then force those game fields to become normal. It should be good. After all, the atmosphere today doesn't look that scary. Fuan smiled, with a little sarcasm. If the ratings were not good, many people would have to fight hard today. So, the tastes of these adults will change. They can't be the same every year. Indeed. Fuan glanced at Lin Kachin, and had to say that Lin Kachin accidentally raised the ratings a lot this year, which changed the overall atmosphere and content of the event. In the past, every late stage was simply a battle royal. Lin Kachin watched the celebration for a while, then said goodbye to the two people, and went to the school library to study. She wanted to improve the power of her Wansan tribe. After the celebration, Lin Kachin immediately returned to the real world. Just as she was packing up and preparing to go back to the dormitory, she saw Ji Zhuan rushing in, grabbing her, and pulling her to talk alone. Lin Kachin looked helpless, and followed him obediently. As soon as she sat down, Bai Shu stopped talking to the dazed Xia Kuangkuang, and turned to Lin Kachin and said, "Your disguised identity has been exposed. What are you going to do?" Oh, right. She was too busy these 2 days, and she forgot about it. Doesn't that mean that the principal and Fuan already knew that she was a player in disguise, and there was nothing unusual about the two of them, so she had forgotten about it a long time ago? Lin Kachin thought for a moment. It seems that it's okay to be exposed. If you think it's okay, we will make a plan based on your idea, Bai Shu said. Okay. It's okay to be exposed. The consequence of being too powerful is that it doesn't matter anymore. It's all a small matter. Bai Shu, leak the news. Say that we haven't decided to invite Aiken yet. Let them come to grab him. Ji Zhuan suddenly said to Bai Shu. We have to play the long game to catch the big fish. Ji Zhuan smiled and glanced at Lin Kachin. Lin Kachin immediately understood. The secret is unparalleled. The appearance of Lin Kachin has caused the entire interstellar world to change. Countless foreign forces have asked the human forces under their control to join the game, in order to snatch Lin Kachin away. Originally, they thought that Lin Kachin was in the hands of China, and it would be difficult to get her. As a result, China did not try to win over Lin Kachin at all, and was still trying to get her to join. Then, they would not be polite, and of course they would snatch her away directly. Ji Zhuan has received a lot of weird messages recently. Hey, Captain Ji, since Chuchen hasn't joined your team yet, we won't be polite. Let's compete fairly. It's said that the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Sorry. We have to get close to the water too. I heard that Planet 18 is very lively recently. Let's go and take a look. One after another. Ji Zhuan couldn't help but curl his lips. All plans are proceeding as usual. Lin Kachin was sitting on the side, watching something on the screen. Hearing what Ji Zhuan said, he couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this time it's not just Buer Tianji. The crisis of planet May 18th also be resolved. Since they want to enter this muddy water, then come directly. They were really just planning to attract Buer Tianji. But on second thought, this matter could actually be used to good effect. After all, There are still some unresolved crises on Planet 18. In addition, everyone knows her disguised identity. Even if a small number of people speculate that she is Lin, there is no evidence. More people do not associate her with Lin, because Lin has not changed, and has even been surpassed by many people. Now many people are predicting her failure. Those who followed the trend would never think about Lin Chuechen's real identity. They would only think that it was normal for a master to use a disguised identity. Although some people might suddenly realize that there were disguised identities in the game field. Lin Chuechen smiled. Since you want to find me, then wait. It's almost time. And I should also enter the game field. Ji Zhuan made a reassuring gesture to her. Leave it to me. Okay. Boss Ji. Let's see how you perform. Lin Chuechen smiled, and turned to go to the game field. Snake. One of the 5 mutant game fields that everyone is worried about. 5 game fields. One was destroyed by their boss before, after returning from the game festival. They found that Xiao Quangquang and some people destroyed another one. There are 3 left. Magic School, Snake, Amusement Park. The one in the amusement park was connected to Sun Moon Paradise by her. The abnormal situation inside was stabilized, and it is estimated that it will be destroyed soon. She chose Snake because Ranyu and Face Poo almost fell on it, and even someone died before, so she naturally wanted to go. Revenge. When countless people with unknown purposes came to Planet 18, Lin Chuechen, the core focus of this time, stepped into the game field, isolated everything from outside, and entrusted it to his friends behind him. After entering the game field, Lin Chuechen stood in the white world. We still need a few more people to gather all the players to enter. Lin Chuechen asked the void. Tianyin, 3 people. Give me 10 minutes of standby time. Even if everyone is gathered, it will be difficult to start. Tianyin, yes. Lin Chuechen looked at her sacred tree sapling. After leaving the celebration yesterday, she sneaked to the white world again and gave the sacred soil to her little sacred tree. After checking all the little guys in her family, she temporarily blocked her second identity and officially logged into her first identity. Because there was no settlement, her current identity would not allow her to be directly displayed on the leaderboard. The sacred tree split its avatar into her hand, becoming a small branch, which was exactly the same as the previous branch. So she entered the game with the branch identity. A small greedy snake with a white background and gold patterns. Number of people, the 1124th batch. 30 people. Difficulty, high live. Forced to be turned on clearance condition. Eat food at least 10 times. Note, big snakes can eat small snakes. The rules don't have many words, but the rules look very exciting. It feels like, the fewer words, the crazier the rules. The clearance condition is to eat food at least 10 times, so the same kind also counts as food. Big snakes eating small snakes. Kind of interesting. There is no time limit for the game, only the final goal, and you can't leave the game without completing the goal. Lin Chuechen found himself standing in a white space. There was nothing around him, only the changes of light and shadow. He walked a few steps and reached the edge. He knocked on the wall and heard a sound. The light and shadow on the surrounding walls looked like something was shaking. Maybe something was really shaking. She had not been born yet, but was in the egg. Although her appearance had not changed, her identity was a snake. So she smashed the wall without hesitation. And she really smashed a piece off. And the light from outside came in, before she could see what was outside. A thin and long tongue suddenly stretched out. A forked tongue. It was a snake. The light and shadow outside were all snakes. Wait. Although this game is played by batches of players, it does not mean that a new batch of players will enter only after all the previous players have exited. Lin Chuechen nimbly dodged the tongue and immediately saw through the other party's identity. However, the other party's assimilation rate into the game field was very high. At least 60%. She turned on the supervisor's perspective and immediately took in the surrounding situation. There were many snake eggs around her. No more and no less than 30. There were many big snakes and people around the snake eggs. These snakes and people were all players, but these guys were also very wary of each other, because they were also prey. People can transform into snake form, but they can't transform back to human form after the assimilation rate of the game field is too high. The success rate of assimilation of players in this game seems to be very high. Lin Chuechen found that he could open the barrage to check the live broadcast, so he opened it directly. She actually dodged it. I didn't expect her to be the first to find it. She's not at a high level, but she reacted quickly. Did you just enter the high difficulty game field? I haven't seen it before. Lin Keqian glanced at the barrage and ignored it, just leaving it there. She can do a lot of things that others can't do, such as replying to the barrage, keeping the barrage shrinking open all the time. But she still wouldn't do that in replying to the barrage. Now that she knew what was going on, she naturally took action easily, directly grabbing the other person's tongue and cutting it off. She didn't need to use any skills or superpowers, just manipulating energy to achieve this effect. She was now very skilled and solid in manipulating superpower energy. The cut tongue suddenly turned into starlight on the ground, and she walked over, and the starlight was absorbed by her. In an instant, she felt the power in her body increase. Lin Keqian frowned slightly. There was a scream outside, and Lin Keqian leisurely released his 2 summoned spirits from the gap. Looking at the chaos outside, the starlight absorbed by her was the so-called big snake eats small snake of the greedy snake. Chapter 123, the black tortoise of the 4 symbols. Lin Keqian's current strength can no longer be judged by her attribute values alone, because with the blessing of her identity, she can do many things easily, easier than in reality. The branch of the sacred tree in her hand is also a supermodel artifact. Under the increasing influence of the sacred tree, she is not sure to what extent the 2 summoned spirits have reached. Listening to the sound of fighting outside, she slowly eats the eggshell. The first step of the birth of a greedy snake is to eat the eggshell, and the eggshell is the first protection area, which only newborn snakes have. Big snakes can't attack snake eggs directly, so the little snakes have to rely on this to survive. Lin silently ate the eggshells, feeling the power accumulating in her body. This feeling made her frown a little, because this feeling of sudden increase in power can easily give people the illusion that I have really become stronger, and even make many players sink into it. This should be why the assimilation rate of this game field is so high. But for her, this is too fake. She gathered the power that entered her body, condensed it directly into a core, and let them stay alone. Of course, normally, the players can't do it. She ate the eggshells, and many of the big snakes outside died. So although they were greedy snakes, but everyone still had to look at their own strength. If the strength is high, these greedy snakes can't beat them even if they eat a lot, or after the assimilation rate is high, the strength will decrease to a certain extent, and the brain is not good. The starlight everywhere, you can see how many greedy snakes died, which made the remaining players retreat a little. But they were also envious of the energy on the ground. Some of them were calm and retreated immediately. But some of them were irrational and wanted to reach out, and were left here by the twin summoned spirits. There were too many of them, and they could pass the level directly. After Lin Keqian had eaten 10 units, he waited for the other baby snakes to come out, because the noise outside was too loud. Many baby snake players had noticed it, and some even opened their snake eggs to watch the battle. Seeing Lin Keqian sweeping a bunch of them alone, they were all shocked on the spot. They also noticed Lin Keqian's ID, Lin. It was Lin who had disappeared for a long time. They didn't expect that this player was already level 6. And was even in the advanced game field. They didn't know how he concealed his true strength on the leaderboard. Lin Keqian looked at most of the players who had opened their shells and said, "Everyone, these starlights are the corpses of the big snakes. You will become stronger after absorbing them. But this kind of strength is fake. It's just getting stronger in the game. Don't be confused. If you sink into it, you will slowly be assimilated by the game field. You don't need me to tell you what the consequences will be. Those who can enter the advanced game field are not stupid." Lin Keqian was able to kill so many big snakes right after entering the game, which has already demonstrated her strength. Naturally, no one would refute her, and they all listened to her words quietly. Seeing that everyone was so sensible, Lin Keqian was satisfied. Good communication was the best. When you feel something is wrong, log out immediately. If you can't log out, come to me. Of course, before I leave the game field. After saying that, she left and turned to the obvious road behind her. This road was clearly heading to a certain place, which was clearly the direction they were going to. You can log out of the low and medium level game fields, such as suicide, but the high level game field is different. If you want to log out, you need props. If some people don't have props, they can come to her, because suicide is prohibited in the high level game field. Of course, if you can do suicide not suicide, it is also possible. It's just that the game field will be constantly optimized. After a long time, some suicide operations have been optimized and cannot be used. Lin Keqian walked along the road into a lake in the forest. There are many small animals around. These small animals are the hunting targets of the greedy snake. Some animals will even deliberately lure the greedy snake to eat them. Some animals pretend to be harmless and can be deceived, and some animals take the initiative to provoke and attack, but their fighting power is not strong. In short, this is simply providing the most favorable environment for the greedy snake. She opened the permission and directly checked what the little animals were like. After reading it, she almost vomited. Aren't these the 7 deadly sins? Or the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings? But they are all extremely negative. As long as you eat one of them, you will be immersed in the illusion of this emotion, experience it personally, and let your senses be stimulated to the greatest extent. 10. That means at least 10 emotional experiences. No wonder everyone wants to devour each other, so that they don't have to experience emotional changes. On one hand, they lost themselves, and on the other hand, they killed each other. The setting of this game field is really cruel. She wandered among these animals, and had no intention of devouring them. Anyway, she had received the clearance prompt. But she did not plan to clear the level for the time being. It would be too soon to quit now. Ji Zhuan probably hadn't laid out the layout yet, and it would take some time. She walked around the forest and found that the forest was full of chaos. Of course, all the chaos was caused by the previous players. They had a high assimilation rate, bad brains, and were crazy. Some later players also joined in. Anyway, the water was getting muddier and muddier. The later the players came, the harder it was to pass the level. The ones in front were useless. Ling Kaichen killed a player who attacked her. She swung the branches of the sacred tree and went wherever she went. When she saw the players, she used the branches of the sacred tree to purify them temporarily, so that they could regain their sanity. She sent away those who were willing to leave, forced to log out, and killed those who could not be persuaded or attacked her. It's not like there was a river of blood wherever he passed, but he just cleared it out. After Ling Kaichen had been in the forest for a day, the forest was much quieter at night. The next day, when Ling Kaichen was ready to clear it out again, he found that most of the players had become well behaved, and the killing of each other had stopped. So Ling Kaichen became a special NPC and lived in this forest, and even used the branches of the sacred tree to control the plants and build a tree house for himself. She works from sunrise to sunset every day. Players who want to log out by force can come to the tree house to find her, but there is one thing she will not do, that is, to help them kill animals or snakes. She killed snakes before because those guys wanted to eat her, and she also gave them a chance to leave, and if they didn't leave and died, it was not someone else's fault, or they were just troublemakers or stupid people. From time to time, she would meet players with too high assimilation rate, or crazy players, and she would indeed take action. Kill them directly or log them out by force. But everyone understood that Ling Kaichen was rectifying this chaos. The entire game field is indeed much better now than before. Some players' assimilation rate has even stagnated and has not increased. Their brains have also returned a little. In the past few days, there are indeed players who have worked very hard to pass the game. Ling Kaichen couldn't help but admire him, and was ready to tell Ji Zhuan that this is a talent and can be recruited. The second player who passed the game did not leave immediately, but knocked on her door at dusk one day. "Senior Lin, thank you for your help." Miao Bai bowed to Ling Kaichen. Ling Kaichen looked at the beautiful, calm woman in front of him. She was not young, but she was very elegant. He never thought that she would be the one to pass the level. You can't judge a person by his appearance. I don't think I did anything. She was just a log-out NPC every day, and this Miao Bai never asked her to log out. No, your existence has given me great support, a kind of confidence to move forward and see the light. It is precisely because I know you exist that I can hold on, Miao Bai said seriously. When she said this, there were some other players around, and everyone nodded in agreement. Because of Lin's existence, they knew that even if they were crazy, even if the assimilation rate was high, they could still return to the real world. So they dared to try. Invisibly, the competition between each other was reduced, and they thought more about how to eat the small animals. Lin smiled deeply. If I can become such an important existence, it is also my honor. I hope we can meet in other game fields in the future, and then I can become as important as you. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. She is happy to do something for everyone. Isn't this a kind of value in life? Maybe there is always darkness in the light, but people always yearn for light. Selfishness may make it easier to survive and get benefits. But if you put yourself in their shoes, she hopes that her teammates and the people she knows are not selfish. Meow Bai took out a card from his body and handed it to Lin Kaichen. I don't have anything good either. I hope the senior will not despise it. Lin Kaichen took a look and saw that it was a resource card, which was of high value. It could be used to obtain a lot of survival resources in the game. She waved her hand. You don't have to give me anything. If you want to show your appreciation, you can say a few good words for me to other people. Meow Bai was stunned for a moment and insisted on giving Lin Kaichen something. Of course I will say good words. But Lin Kaichen shook his head, very determined. In the end, Meow Bai couldn't resist and had to take it back. Then he bowed again and left the game field. Lin Kaichen cleared the game, but did not leave the game field. So the game field was not considered broken because it was not settled. After Meow Bai left, the game field was officially broken. She immediately felt that the energy in the entire game field began to change. This change made her feel very familiar. She immediately tracked it with her mental power and opened the permission to check the situation. At this time, her growth system suddenly popped up, sensing that the X90 software has information that can be captured. Whether to capture it. Capture. This is obviously related to the changes in this game field. She immediately felt those familiar things stop and move away, and finally suddenly disappeared. Captured successfully. Lin Chuechen's expression slightly changed, and he opened the software to take a look. The software that was originally unusable was successfully opened this time, but there was only a blank interface inside, with a turtle icon on it, but this turtle only had a tail with color, the rest were colorless. What is this? The mark of the 4 symbols. The black tortoise just captured the energy of the black tortoise. 4 symbols. The meat that the corpse ghost gave her before was the 4 symbols meat. The 4 symbols are the 4 great wonders, can't be the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, or white tiger. Chapter 124 The Guilty Magician. Lin Kaichen didn't quite understand why her own growth system had to collect this energy. After returning to the white world, Lin Kaichen began to study it. The final conclusion was that she had to go to all the mutated playgrounds to collect this energy, and she couldn't let anyone else do it for her. Let's put it this way, the reason why these playgrounds mutated was the power of the 4 symbols. Even if they cleared the level and drove away the power of the 4 symbols, it seemed that this power would not disappear, or it was possible that another mutated playground would be born. Lin Kaichen suddenly felt that she was in a state of panic. She would have to spend a long time in the game field. She settled the game. After this settlement, her mental strength increased. Lin Kaichen could not help but believe that the game field was favoring her. She looked at her personal information. Lin. Game level, level 6, 3/5, Constitution, 216.3. Strength, 198.2. Spirit, 421.4. Others, Blessing of the God Tree, Favor of the Sun and the Moon, Distinguished Guest of Chef Sun and Moon, Distinguished Guest of Boss Hua, Prayer of the Gourmet, Hunter Nemesis, Highest Authority Game Supervisor, Permanent, Friend of the Forest. Skills, Mastery of the Language of the 10,000 Voices, Wind Perception, Flame Curse, Light Whispering Language, with Spirit Language, Common Language of Common Races. Her first identity was officially logged in successfully. I don't know what the ranking list is like. I opened the newcomer list and took a look. She has been removed from the list because she has exceeded level 5. She is on the potential list, but why is she at the first place? Now Lin's name is on the first place of the potential list. That's how arrogant it is. She was listed on the potential list as soon as she entered it. It can be said that there is no one before and no one after. When she was about to close the page, she suddenly remembered that there was no registration limit for the master list. So she must not enter. She opened the master list and took a look. Very good. She was still the first. She wiped her face. And this was a big deal. But everyone was so weak. She suddenly became the first. But compared to these, Lin Kaichen decided to find Fuan to learn singing first. She was already so strong. She couldn't still not learn. Facts have proved that singing well has nothing to do with strength. Even if the mermaid potion is used, it can only be a little better. Lin Kaichen looked helpless. But she had already known what this song was about through her authority. It was a song that could crash the entire game. And it could also open loopholes. Why don't you sing it yourself? Since you can create such a song, you must be able to sing it. Fuan smiled bitterly. If I could sing it myself, I would have sung it a long time ago. But this song must be sung by the players. And it would be useless if I sang it. Why is that? Lin Keqian frowned. Fuin shook his head. I don't know. I sang it before. But it was useless. The school director sang it before. But it was useless. She disappeared later. Lin Keqian lowered her eyes. She vaguely knew the correct syllable order. After the power of the Wansan tribe was strengthened. She didn't say she was omniscient. But she felt a little bit omnipotent. In many cases, logically speaking, this song should not restrict players or NPCs from using it. Can I know the syllable order? Yes. But I can't release it. Otherwise it will attract the attention of the game field. Okay. In the end, she found that the order was different from what she thought. Huh? Why is it in this order here? I thought it would be better this way. Lin Keqian pointed at the syllables displayed in the void. Fuin was stunned for a moment. I really haven't thought about this, because the current order is also the result of many attempts. Do you think it would be better to change it like this? Lin Keqian nodded. Fuin glanced at her, and did not deny Lin Keqian's idea just because he had studied it for a long time. Instead, out of trust in her, he changed the syllables. Why don't you try to sing it again? Lin Keqian said. She doesn't know how to sing. Can't we change it to someone who knows how to sing when there is a problem? Of course. We have to solve the person who caused the problem. Fuin was stunned for a moment. He really didn't need to sing the complete song. He just needed to read the syllables. After all, they were too familiar to him. But he didn't expect Lin Keqian to let him sing. Fuin felt that Lin Keqian was definitely not a person who would do something without a purpose. So he sang softly according to the order of the syllables. As soon as he finished singing, the surrounding environment collapsed immediately. This collapse did not affect Lin Keqian and Fuin. The two stood there without moving, as if nothing had happened around them. Lin Keqian's eyes sparkled with stars, and he looked at Fuin, who was a little dazed. Excitedly, we succeeded? You can use it now. And I don't need to learn it anymore. Yeah. Yes. Fuin nodded blankly. He looked around slowly, his eyes full of disbelief. It succeeded like this? So they were so close to success before? Why did they feel confused instead of excitement and happiness at the moment of success? Lin Keqian was still urging him at this time. Hurry up. Keep singing. You will be discovered soon. Once the song is successfully started, the game will not be able to track them. But if they suddenly stop moving at this time, they will be discovered. So you must be fully prepared before you stop. Lin Keqian was very happy that she didn't have to learn singing anymore. Seeing Fuin having fun, she said hello and returned to the real world. It's great. I used my intelligence again today. After Lin Keqian left, Fuin found the principal, and the two discussed many things together. After Lin Keqian returned to reality, before she walked out of the holographic cabin, she saw Dr. Gu winking at her, and she lay back down again, and seamlessly entered the magic school playground. It seems that things outside are not over yet. She should continue to play games. For her, it is too easy to play a game field now. She closed her eyes, and returned to the white world. Dr. Gu saw that Lin Keqian immediately understood what he meant, and went to the next game field, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Those people came in a fierce manner. Boss Ji has not dealt with them yet. Lin Keqian's appearance now will only make the situation more chaotic. Some people have even confirmed that Lin is Lin Keqian's true identity. There are so many superpowers in the world. Although it is troublesome to lock down Lin Keqian's identity, it is not impossible. At this time, Ji Zhuan hurriedly walked in from outside. She didn't come out. No. Dr. Gu shook his head and gave Ji Zhuan a look. Ji Zhuan understood. Just now, Lin came online. Not only helped everyone to break the snake, but also directly topped the master list. In addition, she is also the first on the potential list. Ji Zhuan informed Dr. Gu of the latest news. Dr. Gu was distracted for a moment. Then, should we call her out? No, since Achin has decided to go to the next game field, we will not interfere at will. Ji Zhuan said meaningfully. They have to be careful with every word they say now, or someone might monitor them. Ji Zhuan chatted with Dr. Gu for a few words and then left. After hearing what Ji Zhuan said just now, Dr. Gu was still a little dazed, and couldn't believe that the girl in front of him was actually the number one on the master list of the current game field. Although some strong people withdrew from the master list, it was different from what the public thought. They just had problems with their bloodline and inheritance. They really withdrew from the list. After Lin Keqian returned to the white world, She took her own equipment to the magic school playground. Lin Keichen was quite excited about this kind of background. But she was not very happy when she really stood on this playground. Who can tell her why she is in prison now? She looked at her miserable appearance. And the other players in the same room. They were all miserable. She was wearing shackles. There were runes on the shackles. These runes were used to ban magic. Identity, guilty magician. Number of people, 2,551st batch. 10 people. Difficulty, high. Live broadcast, forced to start. Clearance conditions, find it yourself. Note, only magic can be used in the magician's world. Lin Keichen was dumbfounded. Only magic can be used? She quickly looked at her skills. Fortunately, they were all still there and not blocked. At this time, the players nearby began to get agitated. You can only use magic. Doesn't my skill look like magic? My superpowers are also banned. My friends. No wonder this game has never been cleared. It really tests your reaction ability. A group of people started talking at once. They seemed to be quite familiar with each other. Then they noticed Lin Keichen, who had been standing in the corner without saying anything. Damn. Big boss. Oh my god. Master Lin. Wow. I seem to be hallucinating. Games can't have the same name. Several people stared at Lin Keichen, and their burning gazes made Lin Keichen feel like he was about to be burned through. Seeing this, Lin Keichen could only speak. Don't you have any skills to survive? A group of people shook their heads. Lin Keichen covered his face. The situation is dangerous. Is the boss leading the team? One of them suddenly asked. Lin Keichen thought for a while. Let me see what the situation is first. The setting of this game is that magic can be used, but nothing else can be used. But what is magic? She took a look at her shackles. This thing should be a product of magic. The power of the Wanji clan had already told her what it was. And even if she needed it, it could tell her the principle of magic. But it didn't matter. She could just dismantle it violently. She just exerted her strength and broke the shackles. Other players, wow! They followed suit immediately. But one exerted his strength, and the other exerted his strength. But it was useless. Lin Keichen stepped forward and crushed their shackles one by one. Her ability could not be judged purely by attributes. Even if her strength attribute was only 10, she could still deal with these shackles. Because of her ability and identity, these things were all defenseless in front of her. Her invincibility in the game was not just talk. Nor was it her own illusion. A group of players looked at her with bright eyes. And before they knew it, they began to follow Lin Kuechen's footsteps. By the time Lin Keichen realized what was happening, this group of people had become her little brothers in this game. At this time, Lin Keichen had not noticed it yet, and was focusing on how to get out of the prison. Chapter 125. Lin Keichen used the ability of the Wanxiang clan to see the general situation around them. They were indeed imprisoned in a prison, which was located under a magic school. The block magic was actually drawn away and supplied to the magic school on the ground. She saw many instruments that borrowed their magic power. These magic powers can also serve as a barrier to the world on the ground. In short, it can be said that the energy is used to the extreme. The imprisoned magicians have no ability to resist. The most amazing thing is that there are not many guards in this prison. There are all kinds of magic runes and formations everywhere. They believe in the power of magic. But have they never thought that magic can also be destroyed and deceived? According to her observation, the magicians here have absolutely no concept of practicing magic and martial arts. They are all focused on magic. And their physical fitness is improved through magic and various potions. Maybe when magic reaches the end, there is no need to strengthen physical strength through exercise. Unfortunately, she did have the ability to directly block these magics. But she didn't want to show off in front of these players. She summoned the twin summoning spirits and directly absorbed all the energy in the magic runes. Because there were people in each cell, including players and NPCs. Lin Keichen didn't care and released them all at once. As for the shackles on their hands, Lin Keichen could crush them all with a little force. During this period, Lin Keichen also gained some things, such as what magic is. Magic is a unique power system in this world. If players like them want to have it, they have to relearn it or trigger some kind of mechanism to obtain it. This is why many players die. Because magic is too difficult to obtain. They may be defeated before they obtain magic. Everyone is really restricted. As for why Lin Kuechen's summon spirit can be used, the players are also confused. But they did not ask. They have an idea that the big guys are the big guys. and they always have abilities that others cannot do. As for the NPC, they just thought that Lin Keqian had some magic props or something. Summoning abilities are quite special in this world, because they are very rare. The connection between Lin Keqian and the twin summoned spirits is not just because of the skills, but more because of the contract she has conquered. She brought a large group of people to the surface in such a grand manner. It must be said that the door of this dungeon is still opened in a very special place, which happens to be the principal's office. When she opened the door, she ran into the principal head-on, because when the twin summoned spirits devour the energy, they would destroy some of the reminder settings inside. So no one noticed that there was a problem underground. Everyone watched Lin Keqian rely on the two summoned spirits to kill through the entire dungeon. The conditions for passing the level are currently unknown, but they felt that no matter what, they must not stay in the dungeon all the time. If they were always sinners, it would definitely not work. Lin Keqian did not expect to run into the principal as soon as she opened the door. But before she could make a move, a group of people behind her swarmed up, and the sheer number of people alone directly knocked the principal down. The principal was finally presented to Lin Keqian by the NPCs as a tribute. Lin Keqian looked at the principal, who was still breathing in front of him, with mixed feelings, and he didn't quite understand why these guys wanted to give him this guy, as if he was a hot commodity. One NPC seemed to see that Lin Keqian didn't care, so he took the initiative to say, although the master disdains these powers, for us, this gentleman's knowledge is too vast to absorb. It is better for the master to absorb his magic power. We are all very convinced. Absorb? Good guy. You magicians can absorb each other's knowledge. Lin Keqian opened his mouth, hesitant. Is this appropriate? Of course it is appropriate. Another NPC said the same thing. As the NPCs all said so, the players could not say anything against it. Although everyone was envious, no one knew how to absorb it. Although the players thought that Lin Keqian probably didn't know, the play had to go on. The NPCs took the lead and left the principal's office, leaving the space for Lin Keqian, and the players followed suit, inexplicably following those NPCs to occupy the entire school. Lin Keqian watched them close the door, blinked, and looked at the principal on the ground. She kicked him. Wake up. If you don't want me to suck all your knowledge away now, wake up quickly. She didn't lie on purpose. She just felt that the principal was not really unconscious, and she felt that she was not holding back her fart. As it turned out, she was not holding back her fart. The principal opened his eyes and looked at her with some vigilance. What are you going to do? Nothing. After all, you locked me up and didn't allow me to escape? Lin Keqian was relaxed, and the principal was not sure whether Lin Keqian was completely unable to resist now. The principal looked at the summoned spirits sitting on Lin Keqian with caution, and slowly sat up. If you really get serious, you may not be able to beat me. Lin Keqian smiled, and softly recited a word of the Wansheng clan, which immediately shocked the principal to the point of losing his soul. Please, she now has a stronger control over the Wansheng clan, and the power is naturally stronger. The twin summoned spirits came out and directly sucked the principal's magic power dry. In an instant, the principal who had just sat up lay down again. After the principal came back to his senses, he was sweating profusely, panting, and pale. Lin Keqian circled around him, and was amazed. It seemed that the magic power was gone, and this man was about to be useless. If you don't want to submit to me, then give me the knowledge. How about it? Choose one of the two. Lin Keqian looked at him with a smile. The principal looked at her, as if he saw a god. Are you a god of law? Lin Keqian smiled but didn't say anything. In fact, there were several question marks on his forehead. Lord God, I am your most devout believer. I am willing to be your humble servant. Then the principal offered his loyalty. It was really offered. The other party used the contract unilaterally, and directly tied himself to her. Lin Keqian was silent. What on earth was this operation? Fortunately, she had the authority to view the information directly from the background, and then found that the power of the Wansheng tribe was very similar to the so-called god of magic, so the principal thought she was the god of magic, and then he prostrated himself on the ground. Lin Keqian wiped his face. Okay, you handle the school's affairs, and those people I released. Show me their crimes. The principal's face suddenly turned red. He stammered and couldn't speak. Speak. I'm sorry, master. Those people are actually innocent. Then the other party said why those people were locked up, It was nothing more than party unity and fighting against dissidents, and some people were narrow-minded, or they simply wanted the other party to provide magic power for the school in this life. So, there is no one who is really guilty, because killing is not illegal in the magic world. It's nonsense. Lin Keqian waved his hand. I know from now on. Let everyone provide a certain amount of magic power to the school every day, and provide more. Give money. Money is also very important in this world, because learning magic and other things requires it. Yes, Master. Lin Keqian didn't expect that she would become a magic god in the blink of an eye. No. She was the person the principal was loyal to. After that, it was natural for the whole school to be overthrown. Then she passed the level. The reason for passing the level was that she conquered the entire magic school. But she was the only one who passed the level. And other players did not. So in order to let other players find a way to pass the level, she became a fixed NPC. Her only role was to stabilize the world and help everyone explore ways to pass the level. Lin Keqian now feels like a lone warrior, and really feels like he has no rivals. While Lin Keqian is stirring up trouble in the game and unifying the world, there are also turbulent times in the real world outside. After finding out that Xuchen equals Lin, those people are simply crazy, especially since Lin has directly topped the master list. This Lin is not even 19 years old. There has never been such a talented player, and every force wants to get her, and even if they can't get her, they want to make friends with her. And as for those who want to destroy her directly, of course there are some. It's just that it's easy to destroy a genius. But it's a bit difficult to destroy a master who has grown up. Unless you kill the other party's real body when the other party enters the game field. But the Chinese team is very tight on protection. So it's impossible to succeed. The orders received by the forces controlled by foreign races are more inclined to destroy Lin Keqian. Because foreign races are very afraid of truly powerful humans. And they don't want humans to have truly strong people. Some people in these forces hate this. But many people have long been corrupted by the benefits they have attained. And do not reject harming their own people. Bai Qianqin and others were urgently summoned to planet number 18 by Ji Zhuan. As for their headquarters, it didn't matter if they gave it up temporarily. Anyway, for their Huaxia team, the most important thing was people. Not those dead things. Those dead things could be rebuilt after being destroyed. But people couldn't. Bai Qianqin directly moved into the ward where Lin Xuechen's holographic cabin was located for a long time. She was in charge of all the data reactions and energy reactions around her. Once there was any external illegal action, she could immediately counterattack. Dr. Gu was also much safer because of this. Dr. Gu had once protected Lin Keqian from danger before. And now, he was watching Lin Keqian with his illness. The outside world is dangerous. And the game world where Fuan and his friends are is not peaceful either. After Fuan learned to sing, he began to destroy game fields everywhere, causing many game fields to collapse, many players to be forced to log out, and the game fields to be unable to obtain operating energy. There is no problem for the time being. But if this continues, the operation of the game field will definitely have problems. Fuan was only making trouble in this small game field at first. And after learning from other players that Lin Keqian was in danger in reality, he directly turned his attention to those game fields with greater energy. The first thing he was struck by was a running mutant game field. He activated a bug and rushed directly into the game field, and then saw Lin Keqian, who was holding an umbrella, lying on a recliner, and being served fruit. He looked very happy, enjoying the breeze, watching the magic show. Fuan? Lin Keqian slowly turned his eyes, saw Fuan, blinked, and immediately snapped his fingers. At a seat, for our distinguished guest. Chapter 126 Finale. Fuan didn't know what was going on, so he sat on the recliner, followed Lin Keqian to eat fruit, bask in the sun, and watch the show. He couldn't say a word he wanted to say, and he always felt that if he said it now, it would really break the atmosphere. Fuan looked at the man next to him, who looked like a big boss. As expected, sometimes life choices are more important than hard work. Look, he has found a big boss. He can sing songs, and he is not afraid of the playground anymore. Maybe he can come up with some bolder ideas, such as destroying the playground directly. It seems that he has to hold on for a while longer. Maybe Lin Keqian will need his life to help him someday. Fuan never thought that he admired the strong. But when he saw Lin Keqian, he felt very moved. Probably because the other party was too strong. And he still admired the strong in his hidden character. Why did you come to me suddenly? After watching the performance, Lin Keqian took Fuan to his resting place. I heard some players talking about you. I thought something happened to you. What happened? The players around her didn't know much about her. Either they had come in before and hadn't left yet, or they had come in right after her. They said you seemed to be trapped in the game field. Fuin said dryly. He also knew how outrageous this guess was now. Well, it's okay. There are indeed some plans in the outside world that are being implemented normally. Lin Kachin looked like he had everything under control. That's good. No one at the Magic Academy had yet to pass the level successfully. Lin Kachin didn't plan to wait any longer. Fuin had heard about this outrageous thing, and she didn't know what would happen outside. So in front of Fuin, she directly chose to confirm the level, and then absorb the energy of the abnormal game field around her. After Lin Kachin returned to the White World, she met Fuin again at Sun Moon High School, and Fuin looked at her in disbelief. What's wrong? Why do you have such an expression? Lin Kachin raised her eyebrows. What did you absorb just now? Fuin looked a little excited. Principal Yangwang beside him was also a little confused. Some abnormal energy in the playground. Lin Kachin blinked. The principal still looked confused. But it was obvious that Fuin knew something. Fuin grabbed Lin Kachin and took her to the non-public area of the library. The principal wanted to follow, but Fuin winked at him and finally stayed behind, looking at the two people's hurried backs. This can't be what the school director said. That there will always be people with destiny. Lin Kachin looked at Fuin in confusion. He saw that Fuin suddenly emitted a very faint light, and the rhythm of the faint light actually echoed with the surrounding knowledge stars. Aiken, next is the words left by the school director of Sun Moon High School for you. I didn't expect that I would really find the destined person, she said. Next, I will fall into a coma, and the person you will meet is our school director. After Fuin finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. The temperament on his body became softer, and there seemed to be the fragrance of flowers around him. When he opened his eyes again, he became that school director. The school director looked at her with a smile. Hello. It's our first meeting. You can call me Zoya. Hello. Lin Kachin nodded. Lin, I don't have much time. I will tell you everything I know. Listen carefully. The library can't last too long. So just listen to me. Zoya spoke very quickly, but her words were very clear. Lin Kachin nodded, indicating that he understood. The game field comes from the X90 galaxy. It was made by the mastermind Xinghe and a strong man named Li Shaoqian. Its core is an AI core of the X90 galaxy and the energy of the four symbols. But later, I don't know what happened. The playground was seized by some other races, and finally became the property of the Wansen tribe. If the Wansen tribe wants to completely control the playground, it must suppress the power of the four elephants. So it obtains new energy through live broadcast, and replaces the power of the four elephants to run the playground. After that, the power of the four elephants was broken and hidden in the endless world created by the playground. Only by gathering the power of the four elephants again can we fight against the Wansen tribe. Unless we directly learn the power of the Wansen tribe, it will be very difficult even with the help of the growth system. Don't be surprised. I was also a rebel who once had a growth system. But unfortunately, I failed in my resistance and finally became an NPC in the playground. In addition to me, another supervisor with the highest authority was also a failed rebel. But neither of us gave up. So we were targeted by the playground. Or more precisely, by the Wansen tribe. Fuin can be trusted. He is a member of our resistance army. Unfortunately, I have been sleeping for these days, and I don't know how many rebels are left now. Zoya sighed. But now that a new destined person has appeared, I can leave with peace of mind. I'll leave Sun Moon High School to you in the future. After Zoya finished speaking, she saw that there was still time, and hurriedly said, Oh, by the way, I created a song with Fuin before. If possible, you can find someone to learn it from. It should be very useful. After Zoya finished speaking, there was still time. The growth system will look for humans with high potential. Humans are one of the races that can control the core of the game field. It feels that the main brain of the X90 galaxy is very close to humans. After Zoya mended and gave instructions for a long time, she found that she was still alive, and she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Lin raised her hand silently. She was shocked by what Zoya said. But now she has calmed down. I have used the power of the Wansen tribe to block the detection of the entire game field. Don't worry. We have a lot of time. Now it was Zoya's turn to be shocked. What? The power of the Wansen tribe. Then she knew a lot of things that subverted her worldview. This young girl in front of her has become the highest authority supervisor, And not only that, she has also learned the power of the Wansen tribe. And even the power of the 4 elephants on the mobile phone. Even the song was changed by her. And Fuin can sing it. Compared to them, I seem a little too weak. Zoya was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. Lin Keichen was happy to see her so shocked, but she couldn't be the only one shocked. It seems that I don't have anything to teach you, you are already very strong. After Zoya recovered, the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. Senior, if you entrust Sun Moon High School to me, where will you go? This, of course, it dissipated, after all. The game field was originally very targeted at me. It was fine before the system was there. But after it was judged to be a failure, the system left. Zoya was helpless. I can only hide here now. But it's almost time. I wanted to pass on my power to you. But you don't seem to need it. Lin Keichen held his forehead. This is obviously the idea of sacrificing himself. She silently asked the system in her heart, can you give me a subsystem? Since the system can fight, then share the system. Anyway, everyone has used it before. Yes. Good boy, it really works. Then Lin Keichen directly threw a subsystem to Zoya. Zoya was confused. This way, we can fight against the targeting of the game field. Although the subsystem does not have many permissions, it will be subject to her main system. But the problem is that the growth system does not have much power. No, it should be said that the biggest ability is to make the game field prefer her. Lin Keichen, system, you are actually part of the core of the game field. Yes. Sure enough. So many of her favorable things in the game field are guided by the system. Because Zoya obtained the subsystem, she directly used Fuin's body to take her to find her real body. So when Fuin woke up, he found that the school director had resurrected. Then, without stopping, school director Zoya took Lin Keichen to another supervisor with the highest authority, an octopus sleeping in the deep sea. Or in other words, a human who has become an octopus. Lin Keichen awakened it and gave it a subsystem. After Lin Keichen woke up in the real world, the struggle between the various forces came to an end, and no one was determined. But Ji Zhuoing created an opportunity for Lin Keichen to get in touch with Buer Tianji, and made Buer Tianji mistakenly believe that she had a good impression of him. He also took the initiative to kill the superpower, who had attacked Lin Keichen before as a gesture of goodwill. Lin Keichen lowered his eyes, hiding the disgust in his eyes, and agreed to the other party's request to be a guest. So a few days later, Buer Tianji was destroyed by Lin Keichen. It was very simple to destroy. Many core things were directly collected by Lin Keichen, and Lin Keichen had an ability to control the group, which was actually the power of the Wansen tribe. He destroyed Buer Tianji with his own strength. This sounded a warning to many forces, not to underestimate any superpower. As for why Lin Keichen destroyed Buer Tianji, she did not tell the real reason, but just spread the news that Buer Tianji did not respect her and wanted to use her for experiments. Everyone really believed it. The reason why she didn't tell the real reason was that she was afraid that those big forces would do things more ruthlessly in the future. At this time, the playground began to mutate and riot on a large scale, resulting in more and more polluted beasts. And the pollution became more and more serious. The revenge came to an end, but Lin Chuechen's mind was now more on the mutated playground, because the whole world began to be in chaos, and the invasion of the playground accelerated. She hadn't had time to enjoy the emptiness after revenge, and her attention was diverted. In the following days, the Huaxia team fought against the outside world, and Lin Keichen concentrated on playing the game. Many experts joined the Huaxia team, which further expanded the power of the Huaxia team. The mechanical parts and design drawings collected by Lin Keichen before were gradually studied thoroughly. In the game field, the two highest authority supervisors of the subsystem returned strongly, and with Fu and Song, the three of them were stirring up trouble in the entire game field. Lin Keichen even entered Fu and Song through the skill book and put it in the Points Exchange Mall. After discovering the powerful effect of this song, many players exchanged it regardless of whether they could learn it or not. This led to more bugs in the game field. 5 years later, there were fewer and fewer abnormal game fields. Lin Keichen also became the most powerful human being. The human race officially stepped onto the interstellar stage, no longer constrained by those foreign races. When Lin Chuechen's ability level officially reached level 91, which was the 10th level ability that humans had never had before, she followed the clues and found the core of the game field directly, collecting the power of the Wansen tribe. Immediately, the anchor point of the Wansen tribe in the game field was cleared. Then she injected 80% of the 4 symbols power she had collected into the game field. The entire game field changed hands, and it was officially in Lin Chuechen's hands. And her growth system immediately separated from her and returned to the game field. In the past 5 years, it was not just her own strength that got her to where she is now, she just gave everyone an opportunity, a confidence, and a chance. Humans broke through the shackles of machinery, found a way not to enter the game field, revived the talisman inheritance, and the pollution became less and less. The regime gradually became unified and stable. And the infrastructure began to develop slowly. Countless NPCs with their own wills in the game field joined the carnival. And everything became unstoppable and came naturally. Lin Kaichen stood in a void, surrounded by the familiar and noisy voices of the Wanxiang clan. In front of her were the illusions created by the Wanxiang clan. And even countless polluted knowledge wanted to get into her brain. She slightly gathered her mental power and blocked it all out. It's useless. You are most afraid of the human race, so you are targeting the human race. By targeting them like this, have you ever thought that you will suffer a loss one day? Lin Kaichen said to the Wanxiang tribe with a smile. After the confrontation and struggle in the past few years, she knew one thing very clearly. The Wanxiang tribe is afraid of humans, or many races that are unfriendly to humans are afraid of humans, because humans have endless potential, which they do not have. But long ago, the ability of humans to develop their potential was restrained, which is why the human race has been so frustrated. Those minds, hidden in the inheritance and various bloodlines, are all these foreign races restricting the development of the human race. Unfortunately, as long as they control the game field, the game field will not activate the correction system, which will eventually lead to the cultivation of her, who they cannot resist at all. Lin Kaichen just found it funny. This is the cause and effect. However, taking back the game field is only the beginning. She still has a long way to go, such as letting those imprisoned intelligent NPCs in the game field return to their own world, or helping them revive. Then find a way to kill the Wanxiang tribe's world and meet them. I just don't know what those guys who watch them as movies and TV series will feel when they find her walking out of the TV screen. I hope they won't be scared. After she resisted the attack of the Wanxiang tribe, suddenly a light flashed in the surrounding space, directly blocking the existence of the Wanxiang tribe. A very elegant man appeared in front of her. Hello. I am the mastermind Xinghe. Did you repair this game console? This person is actually the mastermind? He doesn't look like an AI at all. Yes. To thank you, I'll give you this game console. If you don't want it anymore, you can tell me at any time, but don't throw it away casually, Xinghe said in a businesslike manner. Oh, okay. Xinghe nodded and disappeared. Lin Kaichen. What on earth is this person doing here? Suddenly, a familiar system voice sounded in my ears. System upgrade successful. This system is a game management system. Welcome to use it. Chapter 127 Extra. Extra 1. After Lin Kaichen truly became the owner of the game field, she made drastic changes to the game field. The game mode, world rules, NPC energy source, live broadcast system, game forum, etc. were all set up, making the entire game field more interesting. The pollution of the human race was brought by the Wanxiang tribe. After having the talisman, it is only a matter of time before the pollution is completely eliminated. As a top-level psychic, Lin Kaichen can also directly collect large areas and purify the pollution, but there is a bit of randomness in it, so Lin Kaichen did not take action for those pollutions that are not particularly urgent. Ji Zhuan and his team also believed that it was impossible to make the people completely safe all at once, and some transition was needed, because the life of the human race was very bad. The function of exchanging real items in the game field was not cancelled. Anyway, for the game field, these items only require a little energy to generate, which is very convenient and fast. However, because the game no longer causes real deaths, everyone has become bolder, and many people no longer scavenge. Anyway, even if the game fails, you will not die. At most you will be a little weaker. People have a nature that they worry about inequality regardless of the number of people. The game field is a relatively fair platform. If they cannot obtain those benefits, it is also because they are not capable enough. However, as long as they work hard, they will always gain something. Many people have regained their passion for life. The human race is thriving, and is working hard to build from scratch. Lin Kaichen looked at the human race, and found that the entire human race was getting better and better. So he was relieved and terminated the contract with Ji Zhuan. Boss Ji, I'm leaving. Maybe I'll come back someday. I will definitely take revenge on those foreign races that target us, Lin Kaichen said with a smile. Aiken, there are some things. Don't carry them by yourself. The potential of the human race is feared by foreign races, which means we can help you. Ji Zhuowen's mental state is much better than before, and many of the hazes that weighed on him have been cleared. Qiao Kuangkuang, the bloodline problems of Bai Qin and others have also been solved, and many things of the Huaxia team can be handed over. Of course, I understand, but I'll go first. The setting of the game field will help everyone get better and better. Originally, the starting point of the design of the game field was to conduct various trainings, but who knew that it would attract the covetousness of foreign races in the end, and it was directly snatched away by this thing. Lin Keichen said goodbye to his familiar friends and set off on a journey to other worlds. Many intelligent beings, who were forced to become NPCs, were happy and sad about Lin Xuechen's decision to send them back. Because most NPCs' homes were gone. They would face nothing when they returned. In the past, they would have convinced themselves not to think too much because they could not resist. But now they could go and see everything they missed without resisting. And they became sad instead. Therefore, many NPCs have no intention of building a home. Most of them just look at it. Some do not intend to look at it. They just want to stay in the game world. Or they want to live in another world. Lin Keichen, the principal, the school director, and Fuan are drinking tea and chatting in the garden. Principal, how do you feel recently? Lin Keichen drank the tea brewed by Fuan. Very good. I feel that I am complete. Recently, the principal's personality has merged and returned to oneness. His strength has doubled. He even found that he had lost some memories. It turned out that the principal was once a rebel, but he failed badly, forgot his identity, and his power was sealed. But compared to the school director who almost died, it seemed a little better. At this time, the four people suddenly sensed something. Fuan smiled and said, "It seems that we have arrived in a new world again. I don't know what kind of world this is." Lin Keichen drank it all in one gulp. Zoya looked at the principal, and then urged the two to go and have a look. "You go and see. We won't move. We are very tired. Wait until you have explored enough. We will go." "Okay. Then we will go." Lin Keichen nodded, not realizing that Zoya and the principal deliberately created space for her and Fuan. Fuan looked at the two of them gratefully. After Lin Keichen and Fuan left, Zoya couldn't help laughing. Aiken's talents are all in other places. How come she can't detect Fuan's thoughts at all? The principal shook her head. "No, I think she may have noticed it." "Noticed it? Does this mean rejection?" Zoya was a little surprised. The principal looked at Zoya helplessly. "This guy is also single-minded. Probably the same as you." Zoya rolled her eyes at him. Didn't she just think that the two of them were very familiar with each other, and there was no need to say it, really? Extra 2 decades later. The game world is still thriving. And Lin Xuechen's name is well known among the human race. Many humans have joined the game world and started to explore other worlds. And the reputation of the human race has finally spread. Fuan has also taken great pains to pursue Lin Keichen. But for two beings with endless lives, Lin Keichen neither agreed nor refused. Because for her, companionship is the most beautiful thing. There is no need to use the grand promises of the short-lived species to make any constraints. The long-lived species naturally have their own love patterns. Lin Keichen has been very busy recently, contacting something. Fuan was slightly dissatisfied, but he could bear it. That night, Fuan rubbed against Lin Keichen and put his chin on her shoulder. "Chun, you haven't paid much attention to me recently." Lin Keichen looked at him with amusement. Having known Fuan for so many years, she naturally knew what Fuan was talking about. "Okay. I'm looking for a new place to travel. And I seem to have found a good place." "What? Don't you want to travel with me?" Lin Keichen turned around and held Fuan's unreal face. This unattainable face was flattened and rounded in her hands. "The two of us?" "Of course." Lin Keichen nodded. "I want to." Fuan's previous unhappiness disappeared. And there was no unhappiness at all. Lin Keichen looked happy and pushed Fuan down. "I'll reward you tonight." Lin Xuechen's travel destination this time was unusual. She didn't plan to bring the game world with her, which meant that she needed to reach that world by her own strength. Her destination is the X90 galaxy. I heard that Mr. Mastermind often goes to a world that is very similar to his previous life. Maybe she can go and take a look, hoping to get in touch with Mr. Mastermind. In a special space on a certain blue star, Xinghe is in charge of all the information of the X90 galaxy. Suddenly, he received a prompt. "There is a visitor, I will go back," he said to a woman beside him. "Ah, I remember you said, it is a human race with great potential, then you should go quickly. Li Xiaoqian has been obsessed with sculpture recently, and has opened a sculpture shop. He waved his hand to let Xinghe leave. Li Xiaoqian has never lacked world masters to play with, and his partner is a top-notch big world power holder. Although Li Xiaoqian is more powerful. After saying goodbye to these friends, who have known each other for who knows how many years, Xinghe went to meet Lin Keqian. He looked at the human woman in front of him, and the wood spirit partner beside him. And he always felt as if he saw the appearance of Li Xiaoqian and Shi Wu before. There is no end to the upper limit. It seems that the core of the game has really found excellent players.